Genesis, guiding you through the next few hours of interesting conversation, powerful, stimulating debate as I give you my monologue, and then later on, my guests will file in, give their attempted commentary. But I do have some intelligent guests out there, and I want people to know that. Just give them a chance. You'd be surprised what you hear. So my guests, they're actually pretty good. Just gotta give them a chance. They're not by no means me, but they deserve a chance. Like, hear them out. But tonight we got an explosive show. Ripped from the headlines, we have Chud the Builder. He's out there running around. Well, not really running around anymore. He's locked up. And like I said, I knew this guy was a ticking time bomb before it even happened. All the stuff like that before it happened. This is what happens when you're stupid. You think that whiteness is going to save you. These guys think that they're going to be Donald Trump. You're going to beat a bunch of, they're going to have 34 felonies and still get elected, survive 3 assassination attempts. And so that sense of invincibility, they thought that they won. They only won this election because somehow Trump was able to appeal to a large number of Hispanics and particularly African-American males. And plus it was a low black turnout. They took that as we're in power, we're in charge, and stuff like we could do whatever we want to do. But they don't have to understand how dangerous that is. If you're relying on a political process for power, what happens when that power no longer ceases to be in your control? Those same people are going to come after you with a vengeance. And these people aren't calculating that at all. They're running around openly. They turn MAGA from a thing talking about borders, low taxes, America first, to an open hate cult that preaches white supremacy. There was always a blurred line between white nationalism and American patriotism. Now that line is very blurred and it's not obviously or apparent anymore where the line starts and where it ends. But it seems that the majority of MAGA have always been okay with that white nationalist, white supremacist rhetoric. You have men running around, usually Gen X white men, that didn't talk like this a generation ago. We grew up in a time period that always said, don't let your mouth write a check, your ass can't cash. How do we go from that to I should be able to say the N word and offend people and not have any consequences? I think one of the reasons is this. We have to start making pansies, wimps, punks, sissies afraid again. There was a reason in history why we had bullies. Bullies, for the most part, kept the social order in any society in the schoolyard. If you talk too loud or too loud, the bully would come to see you and basically paid you a visit and knock you upside the head. So if you were a wimp and a pansy, you were careful what you said. Now you got incels, wimps, pansies running the show because no one's ever properly busted them in their shit. No one's properly smashed their heads open. And you got black men, strong black men, giving into this. You mean to tell me you're going to sit back and let some little white incel insult you like that? Is there something fucking wrong? Am I missing something here? And so therefore you got men that generation ago that would keep people like the friggin' Nick Fuentes and all these little friggin' these little twerps in check. Before they would not talk out of turn. They kept to themselves, whatever like that. They did their nerd games, whatever like that. But they were not looked to for inspiration or admiration. That's because, like in the words of Mike Tyson said, the internet has made people too comfortable running their mouth without getting punched in it. You can say stuff online hiding behind anonymity that you cannot say in people's face. That's why people ask me, why do I act the way I do? Because I assume when I meet you in public, if any sort of slight you do to me, I'm going to fucking take it to maximum force. Because I'm assume you had it coming to you because you were one of those little punks that run their mouth online all the time. One of those, you ever see these guys there in incels insulting people, insulting women, talking about women, talking about Muslims, talking about gays, whatever the fuck it is. But it's terrorizing the internet with their rhetoric and whatnot because simply nobody has the ability to pull up on them. The worst thing you do with these guys is pull up on them. And then when you have this guy named Chud the Builder, he's going around like he's big and bad. Like, I'll pull up on everybody, start calling the N-word. What are they going to do about it, right? But he makes sure he goes to people that he knows he could probably beat. You never notice that every time you see Chud, he's with the black person. Is some skinny dude. Those skinny dudes and whatnot that he ain't afraid of. And so he never goes. You ever see him walk with somebody, a big dude, whatever like that, somebody that'll bust him in the shit? No, you won't see that. You see he'll talk to women, anybody he knows he could physically beat in a fight. Anybody he can't do that, he basically leaves alone. Now, this incident happened outside the courthouse. He just happened to got so confident in himself that he ran up against the wrong guy, the wrong black guy. Now, all his incel friends are running around saying he was defending himself. No. He went to his car, pulled the gun out, and stood in the bladed stance. That means you're ready to pull your weapon. The black guy, right, suffered PTSD. And in the military, people don't understand something. Some guys are not afraid of guns. I've seen it before doing club security. You pull your gun out, and that's why I said I don't carry my gun in public because I know there's dudes out there that don't care. They'll test it. And the bottom line is this, that gun goes off the rest of your life. You ain't getting out of that. To get out of a gun charge of any kind, you're looking at to start like $15,000 worth of legal fees and court costs. There's no such thing as self-defense when it comes to guns. None whatsoever. The only self-defense is the other person pulled the gun first, and that person was trying to break into your domicile. Even if a person's breaking into your domicile to attack you, you have there's no depends. I have never seen a case where somebody walk off clean of any, even the person was justified eventually. He's spending years, and that's what a lot of people don't do anything because even if they know they'll probably get cleared in the end, who wants to spend the next 3 years of their life going in and back and forth to court hiring lawyers? By the time you're done, you're bankrupt. I've seen people lose everything in cases like that. That's everywhere. And forget about New York and New Jersey. Don't even get caught up in New Jersey with a gun whatsoever. Don't even have a gun. Don't even be anywhere within the proximity of a gun in New Jersey. Just having a gun in New Jersey. If it's legal in another state, you drive to New Jersey by accident, you're looking at 10 years. People, you don't get it, DK. People get off. But after they get put through the system, they might as well say, go to jail. Even if it's an open carry state. like I said, people go by this thing called open carry, and I'm glad we're going to talk about this tonight. And I want a lot of my brothers to understand something, right? Open carry means you can open carry. There's nothing in that statute that says that you can shoot. Once that gun goes off, that changes everything. That's no longer open carry. If that gun goes off in city limits, or that gun goes off and ricochets hits somebody, that changes everything. Oh, sure, you can open carry. Yeah, everybody can open carry. Yeah, whatever. But when you fire that thing off for any reason, that changes everything. They have statutes, DK, called the discharging of a weapon in public. And so I don't want to be people like, go to stand your ground. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. There was a guy who tried to stand your ground in Florida, got 40 years. There was a black guy in Florida years ago who was a Marine, was trying to break up a fight. And he basically got 25 years just for firing off his weapon. There was a black female that fired a warning shot against her abusive ex-husband in Florida. They wouldn't let her use stand your ground. Remember that case? That's what I turned against Black Authority, because he was calling her all kinds of beads, everything. She was an abused ex-wife. He was stalking her, and she came and broke into the garage, and she fired a shot in warning, and she's facing 20 years in jail just for firing a warning shot. What happened to stand your ground? So I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about, New York laws. And like I said, this is why I'm saying, this is why I do these shows. Every time I sense there's an air of ignorance running around social media, my job is to be the culture critic and correct it. There was a situation, let me see, look up the case so we're accurate. So you can look up me and see if I'm lying. Case in Florida, woman fire shot, warning shot case in Florida. Woman charged after firing warning shot against abuser. Okay, look, this case right here, DK. DK, please don't come on my platform talking about I'm scared. Good way to get yourself banned. I'm here to have an intelligent conversation. I'm not going to get out there and tell people to do something I would not do. This idea that you're going to go out there and this white man's law, if you're relying on, now if you say, fuck it, let's just go out and die, let's kill, that's fine. That's okay, it's fine. But if you think you're going to get justice in this white man's courts, that's another thing. What's up, Rico? Okay, the case was against Marissa and Alexander in Florida. Remember this case? 2010. Alexander was a Jacksonville woman who said she fired a warning shot in 2010 to protect herself from her abusive, estranged husband during a domestic dispute. No one was injured. She was charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon under Florida's mandatory minimum 10 to 20 life law, which was sentenced to 20 years in prison. She was given 20 years in prison for firing a warning shot, DK. I don't know if you just got off the goddamn boat I think you just listen to a bunch of nonsense. You don't know what's going on in this country. White people can do stand your ground. Stand your ground was made for white men going up against black men. It was not made for black men to defend themselves with. What part of that don't you fucking understand? The case became nationally known because Alexandria argued she acted in self-defense against domestic abuse. Her attempt to use Florida's stand your ground defense was rejected. Let me read that again. Her attempt to use Florida's stand your ground defense was rejected. Critics compare her treatment to the acquittal of George Zimmerman in the shooting death of Trayvon Martin. One was black, one was white. You see the difference? An appeals court later overturned her conviction and ordered a new trial because faulty jury instructions. Before the retrial, Alexander accepted a plea deal and received credit for time already served and was released in 2015. So she ended up doing about 3 years. 3 years. But the thing is, 3 years, thousands of dollars later, she's probably going to be in debt, paying fines and court costs off the rest of her life. Yeah, but the thing is, that's what happened to her. The dude broke into her house. She decided to find a warning shot. This guy had a weapon on him. And she just fired a warning shot. She didn't even hit him. And she got charged like that. But you guys do what you got to do, you know. It's not easy. Like I told you, it is not easy shooting somebody or even firing a gun off for any reason and getting away with it. You eventually could get away with it. But the system is like a beast. The beast needs to be fed. It needs to be fed black flesh. Now, if you want to provide them with that black flesh that they can feast on, go right ahead. But I say like this, if you're going to shoot somebody, make sure you kill them. Leave no witnesses. And so it is like this. And also, DK, I got several cases where I know people that, when I used to do club security, that are rotting in jail, that shot in their self-defense, that are rotting in jail right now in Virginia. You know, so this idea that you're going to use the same stand your ground that the white man uses, you're insane. You know, so it is what it is. You know, DK, you got to go back to your own country and fix that shithole. Tell me to run to Liberia. I'm just telling you this. And the question tonight is about not me. We're talking about the situation that happened in Clarksville, Tennessee, with this Dalton Etherly, aka Chud the Builder. That's what tonight's topic is about. The topic of tonight is this guy, and they came out today, found that not only was he planning on fleeing, he had a plane ticket for tomorrow, today, actually, a no-return flight from Italy and Turkey. So this guy was about to flee the country. You know, so if this guy would have got out on his bail, he would have skipped and he would have been done. That means anybody who puts up bail, who secures his bail, let me tell you how it works. In case a lot of you people don't know, you know. DK, ain't nobody scared of shit, you know. Ain't nobody scared of nothing. If I had to use my gun in real self-defense, I'd use it. I have a gun. But I'm talking about all you open carry, walking around the streets like you're going to fucking be Rambo and vigilante. That's stupid. Now, I know the law. If somebody breaks into my house, I have a right to take them out. But I do not have the right to walk the streets and feel threatened and use my weapon. Even I'll tell you what, I that's why I don't put myself in situations because I will shoot somebody, So I really don't. I avoid carrying my weapon on me, and so I stay out of situations. I avoid confrontation, right? Simple fact, I don't want to give $30,000 and 3 years of my life to this fucking system. Anybody that tells you that is a fucking liar. You don't want to go through the legal, your lawyer calling you, hey, I got new evidence right now, but can you wire me $1,000? I've seen it happen with friends of mine. They got to keep borrowing money to pay the lawyers and pay these costs, pay these forensic people, investigators and whatnot. And next thing you know, they're homeless. They got to sell their house, sell their car, tap into their kids' college fund. But I know DK, I'm realizing DK is a fucking immature kid. He don't think like a man. He thinks like a boy. A man thinks about stuff like that. He talks about acting tough. But we got a good show for you tonight, folks. Look how DK talks. Niggas scared of the guns. No. I can tell DK is a kid. He's immature. DK still with his mom and dad, He's never been out there in the real world and took care of himself when I'm just saying, you sound like a child. You sound like a kid. You don't sound like a man yet. And get your savings up. So get your savings up. So you see how stupid you sound? At one time, DK, I thought you was intelligent. What you need to do, DK, is get a life. Now, if DK had a girlfriend, he had things going on in his life, he was doing something, he wouldn't even talk like this nonsense. So the bottom line is this. You go out there and put yourself in a situation you could avoid it. Anybody who does martial arts or combat, I've done club security, I did all that shit. I did armed security. They said the main thing you do is avoid situation and you de-escalate. You don't go out there like Rambo looking for something. Anybody tells you that, they are young like DK or they are fucking fool. What I do is tell you on the show reality. Not fancy. It's easy for me to say here. I could be sitting here telling you all this bullshit, but I know that's not the truth. I could look like which we call this. You almost 40. You talk like that? God damn, man. Now I say there's no fucking hope. I thought you was like fucking 19 with no life experience. You sound like another Adama. Adama's my Vestal Virgin. But your mentality is the same mentality that got Mr. Dalton Eatley locked up right now. Do you understand how serious it is when you carry a fucking gun? A gun is a last resort. A gun is not something you point at somebody to threaten somebody and say, look how bad I am. All the wrong things that you do with a gun, this guy was branching, threatening people with guns, insulting them, calling the N-word, and then threatening people with the guns if they retaliate by calling them chimp out and whatnot, you know? You guys, I swear to God, what is wrong with this fucking generation of men in this fucking world? Now I'm starting to see why we have nothing. I'm seeing why the elite can rule us so much. We have too many stupid people out here. The bottom line is you got to basically use intelligence. Nobody, me personally, it takes a man to stand up. It takes a bigger man to put his hands in his pocket and walk away. That's a tougher man to walk away from a situation. Say it's not worth it. That's not being cowardice. That's just being smart. And then when time comes to really fight, where it's unavoidable, then you fight. Then you justify it. But the first thing out of your mouth should be, oh man, I go for my gun. I got to stand your ground behind me. People who believe like that, if you believe that, you are a friggin' fool. Because you have to do everything you can to practice the science of avoidance, of de-escalation, or force on force parity. That means if you fire a gun, somebody should have fired on you. That other person is like this. There's an old saying, everybody's tough when they got a gun. It's when the other guy gets a gun, then we see how tough you are. When the other guy shows up with a gun. That's not, when you fight somebody with a gun, that's called pistol whipping. There's nothing brave about shooting somebody who's unarmed. Had this guy Dalton Italy left this man alone, he went there with the sole look at everything he does. The sole intention of I'm going to pick on this black guy, and as usual, anyway, but he miscalculated. He did not expect this black guy. After he pulled the gun out, that was always his magic thing. He pulls the gun out, and people get scared. Of course, you don't know if he's going to shoot you or not. He knows he's in Tennessee. He knows the state will back him up, like George Zimmerman, whatever. Like that's what they think. But he didn't understand that this guy did not care. And he ran at him with the gun pointed at him and whooped his ass. And this guy ends up shooting himself. Now it comes to find out this guy had plane tickets. He was about to flee. So if you would have made this guy bail, look, let me tell you how it works. You guys don't know how bonds work, right? You could put 10% of the bond down, right? The rest of that's $1 million bond. That means somebody with $1 million worth of assets got to secure the rest of that bond. Somebody got a house worth $2 million. They're going to put that house up for a bond to secure the rest of that bond that you show up to court. There'll be a lien hold, $1 million lien hold on that property or that asset, along with that 10% you put down initially. Now, right now, there's nobody in Tennessee. One person cannot secure $1 million bond. You're going to need 9 people to secure $100,000 a piece. What's up, Dark Migo? So he would have to come up with 9 people that's going to secure $100,000 a piece. Now it's come out that he was trying to flee. Now, if he does, you put that money up, right, and say, I'm a guarantor, he flees, you got to pay that $100,000. And he's off somewhere in Thailand under a new name and living a new life. While you like this. But like I said, the white supremacist grift movement is new. These guys have so much hate in them that they don't mind being played, whatever. And that's just what he got. Yeah, I know. I'm always winning these battles, bro. I'm always winning the battles. You can line them all up, Coons, fools, buffoons, raggedy niggas are like bowling pins. You just line them up, Dark Migo, and College Genesis will knock them right back down. Strike all the time. Like bowling pins, man. Strike, line all the coons, the jigaboos, the tribalists, all these people, line them all up like bowling pins, and I'll knock them all right back down. Yeah. Because this show has a powerful message, We believe in an Afghanistan, and we're not backing down from that, It's all right to do it. Ain't no logical reason that why we can't discuss it and do it, carry it out or not. I'm determined to do what I can do. Hey, did you see that country bumpkin Adama last night, Dark Migo? You see that fucking clown? Now, Dark Migo, not Dark Migo, Adama, Dark Migo, is my favorite incel. That dude is a fucking virgin. I can't see no female like, Adama, let me give you some ass, man. Let me give you some ass, man. You the man, Adama. I want to get with you when I can't see no female getting with that dude, That dude's like the weirdest motherfucking brother I ever seen in my life, man, Adama must have a lot of nerd-ass white friends. I ain't never seen no black dude act that fucking weird. Kyle, they calls in trying to assault my wife. Did she give you HIV over there? Man, get out of here. Adama, man, you're not funny. Nigga, never been to Africa, says he got money. Never been to the continent. No woman, no nothing. He's always talking about big booty this. Tell me that you're addicted to porn without telling me. And Adama's probably, he's probably one of them dudes addicted to that ghetto porn, Yeah, man. The Ubuntu enthusiasts, line them all up, man. Line them all up. Like bowling pins. I'll knock them down too. I'll make that a special thing, Baruti. The Ubuntu Alley, Alley number 11 is the Ubuntu. Will College Genesis score a strike, against Ubuntu's nonsense about changing our language and doing the ooga booga and stuff like that? The College Genesis, line them up and I'll knock them right back down. Line up the FBA bowling pins, line them all up. College Genesis here to knock everybody down because this platform's going number one. I'm determined to destroy everybody in my fucking path. Everyone. If you don't believe in the Afghanistan, I will destroy you. Simple as that. We'll reach critical mass. I don't have time to be messing around with people no more. Yeah, he probably like some ghetto ass chicks, whatnot, with a big bullet hole in her ass and whatnot. You know, I can just imagine what Adama's into, man. I can imagine watching Adama's porn collection. That'd be so fucking funny. Hustle the smart. When I say Afristan, not Afrostan, let me say it once and for all. For all you people that's slow. Afristan. Afrika. Why do we spell Afristan, Africa, with a K? When I say African American, our African American is spelled with a K. What's the significance of the letter K? The letter K is the 11th letter in the alphabet. In the Bible and the Quran, 11 is a special number. In the Bible, Deuteronomy 11 states that there was a special omen to God for the suffering of the people, that he would give you land of your own that's milk and honey. That means you shall suffer in Egypt no longer. And so the bottom line, the reason why we're suffering in America is because we did not obey God's commandments. God wants us to have a land of our own. So anybody telling you they're going to do it right here and you're going to do it under the rules of the white man in America, they're lying to you. That's against God. Every species on this earth needs their own space. Every molecule, every planet, every star, everything in the universe is entitled to space, to occupy space. An orbit. You know what an orbit is? Something you circle around, your total circumference. The black man in America is under somebody else's orbit, the white man. That's why we're so suffering. We have to get to the point where we have our own land and our own orbit, our own space. And then you'll see everything fall right in line. Our laws, our rules, our customs, and everything will fall right the fucking line. Nothing else was going to work. No more talking. It's nationhood or die. That's good, We take parts of the Old Testament. Deuteronomy 11 is like the most thing. The chapter of Exodus in the Bible. All that stuff parallels to what we go through in America. We got to come out of the house of bondage. But getting back to our Chud fella, right? Now think about this. And like I said, the white supremacy, I've been on a triumph on TikTok, man, right? Rubbing in their face. I said, man, the black man, y'all keep bringing this up. This what y'all rally behind? Y'all just gave us another win. And y'all taking another L. This guy, Chud the Builder, is taking a big L. Y'all got to hold this L. Y'all back this guy up. Oh, Chud, free Chud, when not free Chud. This guy was about to dip out on y'all fucking stupid asses. That dude was not gonna sit there and wait to be. As soon as he gets free, that dude was out of here. He'll probably go to Canada, make his way across Siberia, into Russia, He don't care. He probably backed up. He end up in Moscow, end up in Europe, whatever. That motherfucker was not going to stand trial and go to jail locked up with a bunch of niggas in Tennessee. That's not going to happen. That was not going to happen as planned. Now he has no choice. I don't know who Dr. Ben Gatt is. I don't know. I don't care. All I know, Baruti, is what College Genesis says. You know, that's all that matters in this world, is what the great College Thanos thinks. You know, if your Dr. Ruth Ben was so important, we know who she was, and we probably listen to her. Nobody knows who she is. So it's irrelevant to what I'm saying and what we're doing. I don't give a rat's ass about MAGA. Oh, they took his passport this time. But what gets me is, why didn't they take his passport last time? You know? Look, this guy, as far as like skipping out on that meal where he might get a year in jail, he was ready to skip the country on that. Think about it. He was about to skip the country on that lesser charge because they never took his passport. He had plane tickets already bought. That dude don't even want to do 30 days in jail. So of course he's gonna slip out on this bigger charge. Yeah, they took his passport, but he still didn't make bail. You know, he couldn't bond out, and the judge came down $250,000 on his bond. If that other guy, whatever, Odin pays for his bail, $1 million, he might as well catch that money gone, because there's no way Chud is going to show up for that trial. Yeah, I know you told reduce, but that's not a whole lot. He still got $1 million bond. And they did that to mock him, because there's no way he's going to come with that. And all of that, he's still got to come with 10 people that's got to splice that up to guarantor it. Even if he comes up with $100,000, right? That $900,000, he got to come with 9 people that's going to put $100,000 of their life savings, their assets on the line for him. That's not going to happen. He's not getting out. I tell people all the time, people think you're invincible, whatever like that. You think, look, when you fire that gun, it could go some way. Sometimes your fate lines up and you get off it, but you're going to pay something, You're going to pay something. Ain't nobody walking away from a gun charge, any gun charge, free and clear. If that gun's discharged in any sort of way, you're going to pay something. By the time they get done with legal fees, lawyer fees, and forensic fees, detective fees, all the stuff you got to come out for out of pocket, you're going to wish they just threw you in jail. I don't think, look, this is another thing, Rudy. Let me listen to this, tell you this. I'm going to tell you this. I hope everybody is listening. Pay attention to what I'm about to say. I don't believe the white man is serious about a white ethno state. I don't think he's serious about make America great again. I don't think he's serious about Christianity. I don't think he's serious. The only thing he's serious about is being able to harass black men. They're obsessed with black men. Whatever it is, as long as they can basically call us the N word, abuse us, shoot us, kill us, that's part of the deal. They don't care about no Christian national state. They don't care about none of that. This credit case just told you. He has everything. If you're living in Tennessee, a red state, and you got your guy in the White House, what are you so angry about? They don't want no ethno state. That's why those fucking that whites only town in Arkansas failed. They don't want that. They just want to be able to harass black people. That's their job, Rudy. Yeah. I don't want to spend $20K on a fucking. If I got self defense, what the fuck am I paying $20K for? The system is fucked up. I'm not stupid. I am not fucking a fool. And now they got a thing where, let's say you in the car with your homeboy, he goes through something stupid. You could be there, not have nothing to do with it, and they're bringing you down too. Oh, but you might get off, but after 20,000, see, you got to pay into the beast. After $20,000 later, you might say, "Oh yeah, we see that you didn't really have nothing to do with it. Why? What about my money?" Hey man, talk that up with your lawyer. I'm not a fool. I know how the system works. Everybody owes, everybody pays. Ain't nobody skating for free. So if you think there's some friggin' stand your ground law, open carry law is protecting you and whatnot, no. Be prepared that if you ever want to fire that weapon, you're coming out of your pocket between $20,000 and $50,000, and the next 6-7 years of your life is gonna be fucking hell. And you could take that to the bank. Ain't nobody getting away in this system. You're paying something. I look at all these thugs and these YNs out there. I'm gonna tell you, my little cousin Shaquan, he's straightened out now, but he was a YN in New York. My aunt loves him. She just adores the boy, whatever like that. I remember one year, my uncle was like, because he's Jamaican, he's like, I'm just tired of this boy. Where that? He costed my aunt and uncle one year like 80,000 fucking dollars to keep him out of jail because he wouldn't do right. Well, I just carried his gun for protection or something like that. You live in Hempstead, Queens, middle class, got everything you want, spoiled, rotten, or not. You still run the streets. And so all you people, y'all could talk to somebody else. Talk to somebody who has not been through all this shit. Black men in jail. Every time you see a black man in jail, somewhere along the line, some chick has something to do with it. Somewhere along the line. Is his chick or his baby mama or his sister or somebody, auntie, always a female at the root of it. These black men will kill over these women. Yeah. It is what it is, folks. Well, this case here taught me a lot. It taught me that, all the rules that I grew up with. One of the rules I knew since I was a kid was don't let your mouth write a check that your ass can't cash. That was a general rule. Now, when it comes to these new age white supremacists, see, back in the days, right? White boys who are racist, whatever, they come up to you in your face, call you nigga, and say, what the fuck you gonna do about it? Let's fight. And they face you like a man. Now these guys want to sit there with their backhanded comments, their jokes online, and say, oh, it's freedom of speech. Why should a word get you mad and all stuff like that? That's that sipping, gay-ass incel shit. I grew up with white boys that didn't do that. They didn't be like, sit there. They never said, this is my freedom of speech. They were like, nigga, fuck you, I hate you. The fuck you gonna do about it? So you were clear back in the days who you were dealing with, where the lines were, where the blurred lines were. There was no ambiguities. There was no ambiguities, or there was no inhibition. We knew who we stood. Well, I feel sorry for this next generation because they've been brainwashed with this nonsense that it's okay for a white man to talk to you out of turn and disrespect you, take your sense of manhood, agency away from you. And you sit there like, oh, it's freedom of speech, or words shouldn't hurt me, whatnot. But if that was a black man, he called you a bitch, you're pulling out the chopper. You're pulling out the fucking gat. You're pulling out the Desert Eagle. You're calling your ops. You're doing all that shit like that. You're pulling out the bliggity. Black man says, how you doing? Hell, you say how you doing for? What are you saying? How you doing for? But see, the way you said it, you're saying like you know me. But so I just said, bro, I said, oh, now we're brothers. Did I give you permission to call me brother? And next thing you know, it goes on, well, fuck you then. Fuck you then. Okay, let's go to the bliggities. Blah, 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 blah. 6 o'clock news. 2 Negroes were seen talking in front of a gas pump. And next thing you know, the bliggities came out. Both dead. Now, how'd that happen? Did they have money that they owed each other? Did someone sleep with them? No. It was just words. Why is it when it's just words of black men, people could die? But when it comes to the white man, oh, words? Oh, man, you can't do that. That's a white man, And people criticize me when I call myself a hate teacher, hate monger. I really do believe one of my missions is to teach people how to hate. I want to teach black people love all men, black, white, whatever like that. But there's a season for all things. And sometimes we have to understand hatred is necessary. for survival. We know that we can go through. Sometimes you got to put that program yourself to fucking hate. When you program yourself to hate and you react on it, and when that checks the foolish spirit. Hatred and anger checks the foolish spirit. Because you ever seen when you had Chud, he was out there with a bunch of black women. He was calling them all kinds of bees and hood rats. And then, oh, yeah, I know you. I saw you. See, if they had the Colonization School of Hate in them, they would say, you fucking white devil. The fuck you doing talking to me? I'm a black queen. Get the fuck out of my face. But you got dudes talking about, I just want to come down. You said one dude talking about, I want to come down to Nashville, and take Chuck out to dinner to eat. Some black gay ass fool. These are people that have not been taught how to hate. And when you don't taught how to hate, all you do is love to the point where your soul, you literally dies. Because you don't stand for nothing. Every time I see black people, my ops, what your ops do? I don't know. He looked at me the wrong way or whatnot, you know? Niggas stand by asking for directions and whatnot. He's up to something and whatnot, you know? White man come up to you with a noose, a cross, everything in his back of his truck. Oh, hey, Mr. White Man. Oh, a good place to burn your cross? Right over there in that field over there. Good place to hang a nigga? You know, right that tree over there? Man, that tree makes some good hanging. My great grandpappy was hung from that tree right there. Okay, thanks, nigga. Drive off. There's a season for all things. Sometimes it's necessary to hate. That's just a human emotion. It's a survival instinct. Unfortunately, black people in America are not in survival mode. Hatred checks the foolish spirit. Right now, black America is going through its era of foolishness. Oh, yeah, Chud knows how to pick his battles. He knows. That dude is not going to run up on somebody like me with his nonsense. You know, that would not happen in a million years. The thing is, though, he ran up against a guy that didn't give a damn about that strap. He pulled his gun out. That dude still charged him and whooped his ass. The first time in history a man gets his ass whipped, a reverse pistol whipping. He got his ass whipped so bad he couldn't pull that trigger fast enough. And then he shoots himself. That dude just unleashed fury on him. He wasn't expecting that. But that's what the FBI told him. You're going to run against the wrong person. They're not going to care. He just, oh, I got this gun. That's a nigger repellent, bear spray. Think about it. Bear spray and a gun, What he say? I got to repel these black beasts or whatnot. Evidently, this guy was not fucking, thinking that those going to be black men that don't care. Don't care about your bear spray. Don't care about your pistol, And about tonight's topic, right? I was literally surprised and shocked. And I think the black conservatives, that's another thing, I've been sick and tired of. I know how white people are, they can be political enemies across the aisle, right? But when you got a sense of your own agency, right, you could come together in what they call bipartisan or nonpartisan thing. That means you ain't going like this. So in other words, when Brandon Tatum basically came out and said, no, this guy's wrong, blah, blah, blah. But instead of black people getting behind Brandon Tatum, saying, yeah, let's reach out on this issue right here, right? And form some sort of alliance, you got all these stupid, corny ass black people talking about, man, now Brandon Tatum's going to do this. He's a coon. I'm just so disappointed in the black community, Regardless of what he's a coon or not, let's get together on this because he's right about this. The only person you're helping when you think like that is the white supremacists in charge, which I think that's what a lot of you people want to do. I think a lot of you people want to help these people. The Hodgepodge, same thing. They came out and said no, and I was just shocked because they would always take an opportunity to throw black people under the bus. They said no, this is not right. You can't roll up on somebody and call them N-word, blah blah blah. It said instead of black people saying this, you got people O'Shea, the hostages, going over there. Oh, yeah, we know they're pieces of shit for the most part, but let's get together on this. Say to Anthony Brian Logan, that dude's a coon and a half. But the bottom line is he was like, nah, I'm not defending this. A lot of other black conservatives like, nah, I'm sorry, I can't defend this guy. And what they were right, yes, this guy had planned to skip the country. This guy is no good. A racist piece of shit is no good. This ain't First Amendment. This is guttural garbage. Talking that nigga shit and insulting black people in public and everything like that, that goes beyond any sort of decency. Everything you do has to be based on who has a moral high ground, who decency. The fact that you got white supremacists after everything think that this is something decent shows you're dealing with a bunch of fucking animals. Let me say it again. When you're dealing with white supremacists, you're dealing with people who are near beast. And I'm glad the black conservatives, some of them finally woke the fuck up. Maybe this is going to change things. That we are in a race war. And it doesn't matter what your ideology. I mean, if we talk about lower taxes and all shit like that, that's something that they could have wrote. Like now they burn their bridges, and people are watching how these same people, how they turned on Candace Owens, somebody who was doing their bidding for years, who was a darling of the far right. They turned on her simply because she's a black woman. Yeah, O'Shea is a bad. Does he consider himself a journalist? Because he's horrible. He talks in riddles. He does run-on commentary. He has open-ended questions. He does misleading statements. And then the point of the title that he does. See, me, when I do a title like this, I talk about the title and explain where I'm coming from. He just does a bunch of whole stupid stuff, and he's horrible, O'Shea tries too hard to sound articulate, and he's not. What does that got to do with the fucking price of cheese and time? How much somebody raised? And the bottom line is this: if somebody want to do something, how come no one's ever taken the time to go out there, interview this black guy, find out who he is, and humanize him? so we know who we're talking about. Who is this brother? Who is he? Well, let's hear his side of the story. Yeah, but the Black Coonservatives, when they don't support you, you fucked up. Things are bad. I didn't hear what Jesse Lee P. I heard that only one I heard that still stuck with Chud was Jason Shitlock. That dude's a straight up fool. They're trying to destroy. Yeah, that would they try to destroy his credibility. But the dude they're using is not him. They're trying to destroy, say he's a criminal, just like they did with Trayvon Martin, Michael Brown. They'll come up and say you're a criminal, you're a thug, stuff like that. And that Chud was just defending himself. Whatever, they come to play the victim. Now is not the time to fucking be because like I said, this right here is dangerous. Anytime they get to the point where they can go in public, start something like this, and pull out a gun, shoot somebody and get away with it, you're living in a dangerous country after that. That's why I believe the court systems know that. And they can try to make an example of this guy. That a certain line has been crossed. Enough of me, folks. What say you? We're an hour into the show. Step right up, step right up. Tell me what your opinion is. What do you think? You think Chud is gonna beat these charges? Why? His supporters are racist white people. They overestimate themselves. They overestimate their strength. They overestimate their numbers. And again, even if he raises the money, still you got to have people that's willing to bond him out. It's not just the money. Somebody has to sign 9 specific bonds. After he gets the initial $1 million, like $100,000, they reduce the $100,000 bond down payment. He got to come up with $900,000 guarantors. They don't have to come up with the money, but somebody has to guarantee. That's how a bond works. You got to have somebody that's going to guarantee the rest of that $900,000. And I don't see nobody doing it because if you look at this guy's character, does this guy look like somebody who's going to stand trial, and then if he does get convicted, turn himself in and accept the verdict that he's going to jail for the rest of his life, or the first chance he's going to flee? What does this guy look like he'll do? Well, a clue is look at the easy way he took out in life. He didn't have a career. He went to kick and started made a career talking shit about black people and making money. This guy's I'm gonna take the easy way out of everything. So all you people listening to the show, you go out there and put $100,000 of your house up for him. That'll be $100,000 less your house is worth when you refinance it, and you got to fork over $100,000 to a bail bond country. This is reality, folks. This is a reality. And like I said, anytime somebody fires off a gun, it's not going to end well for nobody. You know, that's just my life experience. You know, you may eventually beat it. But by the time they get you through their court system, you're paying something, you know. Yeah, we ain't supporting this fool. They had the audacity to sit there and try to reach out to the black community for our support for this guy, you know? Get the fuck out of here. They need to see the real side of us. I said, oh yeah. Yeah, the black community black people learned about this case. And we're flooding this case with money and support. And they don't like that. That we got money too, you know? They can't use that. The old average about black people not having money, them days are gone. We got money too. And the bottom line is, they think we can't put our money to our causes too. We believe in this too. So we're going to support this brother, you know? Yeah, because the people who support Chud, a bunch of broke ass rednecks, you know, that's as far as he's going to go. You know, because even white people don't like him. But this black guy is getting support from black people and some white people, you know, because the people who hate Chud, hate what he's doing, are going to fucking support this brother. Simple as that. So it is what it is. He got much as of Chud. Yeah. I'm glad to see that. Chud was we only know who the black guy really is. You know, he hasn't been interviewed or nothing. But yet he raised just as much as Chud. That must feel stupid, you know. This black guy that you were gonna take down, Chud, he raised more money. Chud, listen to this. He basically raised more money than you did with all your oppressed allegiance, your white supremacy. You know, and white supremacy ain't looking too good nowadays, man. You know, they're looking dusty lately. Yeah, he's a Marine veteran. You know, he wasn't some slouch. They tried to portray him some criminal. You know, he was a friggin' veteran. You know, and you know how Marines are. Once a Marine, always a Marine. The Marines are gonna protect their own. It is what it is. Put links in the chat room if you want to talk about this topic tonight and many other topics. It's a trending topic right now. I felt it was time to cover this topic. You know, your opinion. The self-defense applies in this situation. I like to know. Does Chud the Builder have a good self-defense case? I like to know. So, folks, what do you think? What do you think about this case? Is this case important to you? Is it not important to you? I think this case is very important, If not nothing else, the audacity, you know. So I don't know what. And I was discovering, I was watching this video of this guy, racist guy in the 70s called David Allan Poe. And he was basically said a bunch of fucking Klan lyrics. And he said, yeah, we're going to tie some bed sheets together and hang ourselves a nigger. That's what they talk about, right? Every time I see somebody getting killed by suicide, it's always with bed sheets. Right now, how could if they say it's suicide and the person just went in his house and tied bed sheets together and hung him? That's the MO of the Ku Klux Klan. All these mass hangings in the Southeast are done by Klan. They're not suicides. So look at that song. I'm like, okay, since I've been researching this, black people get hung not with rope, but by bed sheets. Sad as it. DK says there's Chud is a typical white male coward when, yeah, he pulled a pistol and he still got his ass kicked. I ain't never seen nothing like that in my life. Usually, when you have a gun, you win. You get on top and you pistol whip somebody. I have never in my life heard somebody with a gun get his ass whooped. I don't know. Maybe Hustle's smart to tell me something different. Hustle the smart. Welcome.
Hey man, what's up, Colin? Man, what's going on with you, man? You sounding better today, man. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah, man. I'm in the hospital, man. His doctors are taking care of me, man.
I mean, you sound like you about to cough up a lung the other day, bro. But you
Yeah.
still going strong though. So long you still got the fight in, but you got to take care of that, man.
Oh,
So you doing it now. So it
oh
is
yeah.
what it is.
I draw a lot of fluid drain out of my lungs.
Yeah. That's what it sounded like to me, man. But hey, man, I ain't no ghetto doctor, so but it sounded like some fluid. But you man, good to hear you, man, and good to hear you on the message, man. And you know, when we touch bases on with Black, me and you we had this conversation a few days ago about this about these rules with guns. You get what I'm saying? Like in the and I heard what DK said, and if he's still listening or he hear it on the playback, with DK, what you got to realize, the only way you can walk up out of that investigative investigation room with those detectives, it got to be 1000%
Even
clear
then,
cut. I mean, it got to be
even then,
it.
they're gonna keep calling you back for questioning
Yeah,
until they trip you up
yeah.
and they find someone.
But that's what I'm saying. Even if they bring you back, you know what I'm saying? Your statement got to be on point. You can't get a statement, got to be all your backups, all your stories, everything got to be 100. Like I put in the chat, like I was telling you, my friend, he sat in the county jail 6 months. He said in the county just 6 months. This is a dude. This is a chick he met. They had been dating for about 3 or 4 weeks, and then they went out. And another guy, he walked out, went to the bathroom or something, and when they went outside, the guy approached her. She walked outside on the balcony or something. It was outside one of those restaurants like that, and the dude came up. You know what I'm saying? But she knew the guy. She knew the guy. You get what I'm saying? But she was saying, oh, that's somebody from the past or whatever. And then the dude came up and, like him, like he be like they don't treat these black men. You got to protect black women. So he stepped out there, pulled out his gun, and shot the dude when the dude was, arguing with the chick. You get what I'm saying? Now, the thing about it is the other dude did have a gun, but he didn't pull it. He didn't pull the gun out. He was sitting up there saying, "Oh, I was trying to protect black women." And you know what? When I talked to him, he said, "Man, you know what?" He said, "I always hear black women say you got to protect black women," but he said that it didn't register to him that that's not a defensible uh, claim in court. You can't go to
Right.
court and talk about you was protecting black women. Like, the court's gonna look at you like you stupid. That's just some shit that females say to trick you to go out there and risk your life. And then after the good thing about it, the dude that he shot was on had been locked up before. You get what I'm saying? So he got charged for having a gun. You get what I'm saying? Even in the commission of a felony, him getting shot, right? So he still sat in jail 6 months, cost him about 20,000. And the chick, see, this what I didn't put in the chat. I wanted to make sure I came up on your platform to tell you what the chick told him. The chick left him while he was in jail because he was charged. You know what I'm saying? So he was in there for 6 months. The chick told him, she said, nobody asked you to go out there and do it. That's what she told him, Carla. She said, I ain't asked you to risk your life and your freedom. But in his brain, he's thinking like what he been hearing on the internet. And I told him, I said, that's your stupid ass. Listen to these random chicks and random people, like, you know what I'm saying? She don't left you. You don't have to pull your whole 401k. You get what I'm saying? Like, he was a working guy. The other dude was a street nigga. Carla, he got kids, everything. You think that chick did anything for his kids? She left him high and dry. And then she told him before she hung up and blocked this call, this is what he told me, that she told him nobody asked you to go out there and do that. She like, that was you. That was your stupid ass. She like, you did that to try to impress me, to try to get some pussy. She said that's what you thought that was going to help you get me in the bed type shit. And he's sitting there in jail like heartbroken. You get what I'm saying? And I told him, I like, bro, you know, you got to go through it. I said, some people have to go through it. And he was like, bro, I thought you were so hard when the way you talk. You get what I'm saying about it? I'm like, I'm not hard about it. I just know how the law works. And I got kids at home. Why the fuck would I risk my life for a random chick in some leggings that I just met? She have no connection to me. I can understand we was married. You get what I'm saying? Then she's obligated to help take care of the kids at that point, you know what I'm saying? By marriage, but you talking about a chick you just dating, you just randomly going out here risking your life because these chicks got these chicks put up some type of banging on the drums. They just say it so much. I remember you said it on the show a few weeks ago, Colin. You keep repeating something so much. You keep saying the same thing. Black people will believe it. Black people just go for just a catchy slogan, like hands up, don't shoot, I can't breathe. You know what I'm saying? Like,
now, I had to mute because I had a nurse come in.
no, it's
What'd you
fine.
say? What happened with that chick? She went with the dude anyway while he was locked up. Did you say that?
No. She left him. He doesn't know who she went with. She blocked his calls. She blocked, you know, when you call.
After he went through all that while he's sitting in jail, she cut him off.
She cut him off and she told him, Carla, straight up, I didn't tell you to do that. Why did you go out there and risk yourself? Why did you go out there and risk your life, your freedom? I ain't tell you to do that. And he's sitting there like, oh, I thought I was supposed to do it. I thought I was supposed to protect black. I mean, he didn't say that to her, but this is, you know what I'm saying? This is what he's saying to me. And I'm like, who told you that? Well, that's what they be saying. I'm like, if you dumb enough to let females' rhetoric on the internet trick you to go do something stupid, you deserve what you get.
Like your guy Tyrone in Chicago. And that dude, nigga, that probably had never had a woman's life. Through the Chinese people's door window. Remember that?
Yeah.
And guess where they were the next day?
No. The following where they had to put the glass back up, but that following weekend, it was packed.
And so he like a complete fool.
Yep.
You know, my sisters. You know, man.
But Carla, let's take it even further than that. That next weekend with the beauty supply shop that beat up the black girl and they were trying to steal something, they put a sale out there, had black men out there like, no, y'all need to go here. Let's go to a black. Them black women got in his face and said, we don't need you. We don't need your help.
Yeah, you said one chick, she goes, I forgot I'm light-skinned in it, right?
Yeah.
You know those light-skinned one? Got the dude's face. I was like,
she got right in his face. And he's sitting there like calling her a queen and shit. And I just laugh at guys like that. You get what I'm saying? You can't do that. You can't. The thing about it, you can't sit out there and all you have to offer is your life and your freedom. You can't. We came
a long ways from that time period, man. We came a long ways.
Man,
I think bros are thinking.
Yeah, brothers are a little different now. You know what I'm saying? Brothers are a little different now. They're not. But you know, I think it was with that COVID thing that was kind of, you know. So that, like I was telling not Measy when he was on
when the Vesta movement came out, right? And we started seeing what a lot of these people think about us. You know, we're like, oh, so that's what y'all think about us? We're not.
Right.
They're talking about we're going down for the black woman and y'all throwing us under the bus.
Right.
Every second y'all can get, you know, we're like, yo, fuck y'all, you know.
Yeah.
That's why we didn't vote for Carmen Amila. You know, that's,
And then
that's
once,
what we.
and once the guys, once the guys want to try to have some backbone, then the female check them. They like, no, 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 no. I like you. I like you being docile and me telling you what to do. If it ever gets to the point that you want to tell us what to do, we don't want to listen to that shit. So as long as you be so, the thing about it is, Carla, when those black women start getting beat up by them white dudes, then they was like, where the black men at? Black men caught on to that shit real fast. It's like, hold on now, you chose the white man, but when he beat you up, now the black man that you didn't want, now you want him to come over here and protect you.
Yeah. Also, the
Once you
passport.
ask more white men, all those white men you going for, once you ask them to protect you.
Remember when it first bro started getting their passport? Oh, y'all can go. We don't care. The next thing you know, they're like, what the hell's going on here? That dude that Tyrone used to pay my light bill and my storage bill, he ain't doing that. You know,
Yeah.
where's the money go?
Yeah,
So
them
sister
$40,
started saying, we got
them $40 don't
$40.
start drying up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, them $40 came in handy.
Yeah.
He's about buying formula for your kid when that formula milk for your kid and everything.
Colin, think about it
Yo,
like this, bro. Colin, think about it like this. Say for instance, a chick, she working government job, she got them working from home from a laptop that the federal government provide for her, pay the internet, everything, and then she got 2 or 3 guys that's sipping, that's giving her $30, $40 a week. That means she getting like an extra 120, extra $150 a week to do whatever she want to do with it.
that's insane.
Just by being a female. But you know what though, I can't I blame the dudes, because some of these dudes are hands fed. They don't offer anything else. Like me, since I'm a businessman, I offer females some advice on business. Ain't nowhere in the world I can offer you my freedom of my energy, like my physical strength, because that goes towards my house. Kyle, I'm paying all them damn bills by myself, bro.
Right, man. That's remarkable.
How in the hell would I let a random chick t- make me put that in jeopardy? When I know that she don't even make as much money as me, and she ain't gonna pay all these bills. Why would I even let myself get tricked? But back on the topic with your boy Chud, man, you know what I'm saying? I'm glad that shit happened to him. You know what I'm saying? They took his passport from him and
Oh, so let
everything.
me ask you a question about that.
Yes, sir.
Um, they said he when his original charge came in, it was like $375. So I think it's a misdemeanor. He was facing like 5 months in jail for that, you know. He got a plane ticket. He didn't even want to do that. So
Yeah.
he bought a plane ticket to Turkey and Italy. So it tells me that this guy had no intention of standing trial for what this thing right here, you know?
Well, I'll say this. Okay, I thought you was done. My fault. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, he basically if they took his passport now because they figure he's a flight risk.
Yeah.
That means no bond company is going to take a risk once they flag you as a flight risk already, even before they even issue the bond or conditions of bond. And that was for another case, you know. So in other words, basically, anytime there's a risk of flight risk, because this will happen, he'll disappear, he'll change his name, travel the world, never come back to the United States, and then whoever see people don't understand something. People think you probably know this. People think that 10% mean is over with. No, that 10% just secures the bond, right? You still got to have a guarantor for the rest of it, you know.
Oh, Carla, hold on.
Usually
My
people,
fault. My fault. Hold on. For those capital, it's not a capital murder, but capital offenses. The bond is not 10%. It goes up to 20 to 30%.
yeah, okay, but this
It's
case,
10% for like drug charges or for like aggravated assault. You can do 10%. But if anything got to do with attempted murder or any type of manslaughter, the bond goes up to 30%. And it ain't just a cash. You gotta put cash plus property up. So
Yeah, you gotta secure the rest of it with property, you
yeah,
know. So in Tennessee is you can only one person can do a maximum of 10%, you know. So
yeah.
you gotta have 9 people. Of $1 million, you have 9 people. Kansas, so you gotta find 9 people that's gonna put up $100,000 worth of their property as guarantors.
Now in about 3 months, Carla, he's gonna get another reduction.
Yeah,
So that's
but
when it's called a discovery reduction.
let's say best case scenario, he beats attempted murder charges, right? You still got another charge of malicious wounding. That's definitely, malicious wounding and reckless endangerment. So
Well, the,
what
the
else?
way that it works is that they give you the steepest charge they can give you, but then he can plea out to a lesser charge. At the end of the day,
The thing is, malicious wounding is, even though it's no attempted murder, it's still sometimes, because when the people stab me, I did not know malicious wounding carried so much time. The one girl she was facing 30 years, right? 5 to 30 years, but she said she'll probably be out in 5. But she had 30 years hanging over her head, malicious wounding. Now, malicious assault is a different thing. Malicious assault is a reduction. Malicious wounding is a serious crime.
yeah, but if he
You
get
know,
it that if he, it's a chance that they'll plead guilty to that, and they won't drop the charge. They'll just drop it down to a lesser charge. I mean, not a
he was
lesser charge. They'll just
if he
give
was
him the
smart.
minimum, which is 15 years.
If he was smart, he would plead guilty to malicious wounding, reckless
Well, he
endangerment,
can't. He can't
and
do that. He can't.
assault.
That's what I'm saying. He can't do that until he goes into the to the discovery phase. So the discovery phase after about 3 months. Then it take about 3 months for it to go in superior court. That's the most fucked up thing that when y'all see it on the news, like, hey, this person went before bond. That's just some magistrate take. Everybody is able to go before within 24 to 48 hours. But if they say your case is bounded over to superior court, it's gonna be goddamn 2 to 3 months before you even get discovery. And at that point, that ain't even the phase of the talking about the getting the charges reduced. That's another 3 months. He's gonna be in there at least 6 months before they even come on here with any type of offer. 6 months.
Wow.
He can't even, if he wanted to plead guilty today, Carla, he couldn't.
So what is he gonna do all that time period? Being bottled up in a jail cell. What's he
Being
gonna be doing?
protected custody. Let me
Yeah,
tell you,
yeah,
let me tell you something about
yeah.
white boys, Carla. They do good in protective custody, bro.
Yeah, but this guy thrives on attention.
But not when they get locked up. Not when they got them bars. You can't get Carla's no attention in jail, bro.
Yeah, but he's still sending out messages. So
Yeah, I mean, but I'm saying he ain't gonna get no attention in jail. Like that, it doesn't work like that in jail. Like even the most popular people, they just regular people in there. You know what I'm saying? Like when I was locked up, it was that I remember that guy the sheriff was in there, and the sheriff that was over the whole county that did that stupid shit. He was treated just like a normal regular person. They don't get that shit is in the movies to where they get like special privilege or something. That it don't work like that.
yeah,
So
it's something
nothing.
else.
So he gonna be in protective custody. So that's what happened to all those things. So like Puff Daddy he had to apply to get in population. You know what I'm saying? Because if not, they would leave him in protected cut. Protected cuts is 23-hour lockdown. 23 out. They bring you out for a half hour. It ain't even 23 hours, Carl. It's 24, 23, because you don't even take a shower every day. You take a shower every other day.
So what's the benefit of protective custody?
So you don't be in general population. You don't be around the other people.
So
And
that means
which is good, Colin, because everybody can't socialize in public. Let me tell you something. Most guys that finna get ready to go home, if they got like 3 or 6 months left, they'll go into protective custody because dudes in jail are petty. When they find out you going home, Colin, they'll start stealing from you. They'll start fucking with you. You get what I'm saying? Like they'll start talking about your see. That's that thing that you was talking about earlier. What you were talking about earlier about people calling you names. They do that in jail, prison. Want you to do something stupid because you're gonna get
Right.
your. If you do something stupid, they're gonna give you more time. That's how the parole board works. So they go to fucking with you, go to stealing your shit, go to talking shit to you, want you to fuck up. Dudes in jail are petty. You got dudes and they ain't never gonna get out for the rest of their life, Carla. They ain't happy about you going home. So he just gonna
That's
sit in the
tough.
cell by himself, and then when he get a lawyer, that's gonna be the only time he can come out.
In other words, basically, all these people are running around like he's a hero. I'm like, and it was like they're demonizing the black guy. I was like, well, the black guy, according to somebody in the chat, classy man, said he raised more money than Chud.
Nah. That's what I was just finna say. I was just finna say they ain't raising up the money for the black guy. Chad got
No,
200,000 in the first
no,
week.
I know, but they said his money now is up there to 200 something thousand.
It ain't. Pull it up, Colin, because that ain't what I saw.
I don't know that. That's what he says,
Who said that?
The guy in the chat, classic man.
No. No. Because I mean it would come up the same way as a GoFundMe is public information. It would be on there like the same way it was with the guy that stole stabbed that white boy at the track meet. That information would be public. We just don't support each other for standing up like that. Like even with Colin Kaepernick, black people didn't give a fuck about Colin Kaepernick. Only people cared about Colin Kaepernick was the Democratic Party. And women, black men didn't give a fuck. They like you stupid enough to give up you was an NFL quarterback. You could have making $45-50 million a year. And then they started calling him half breed. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know.
So that shit he did, and then come to find out, they were saying he was about to get benched, or I think that other white dude was coming up behind him. Alex, goddamn, was another quarterback they was bringing in there, and they was like he was gonna take some of the reps, and then they started saying that's why he did it. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, he still could have stayed in the NFL, went to a couple of teams and made 15-20 million. He stood a stand out there with the afro, and black people turned their back on him. Because he just didn't look the part of a black. Now, back in 50 or 60 years, it would have been okay for a half breed black person to stand up. But in our times, which is bad color, you're gonna have to be a dark, you're gonna have to be our color. You're gonna have to be like paper sack tan or darker for black people to catch you. So black people ain't finna care about no half breed.
Right.
Especially with his rich. Even with now, did you hear about the NAACP is asking the black athletes, the young black boys, 17, talking about they need to stop going about that gerrymandering shit, like that shit
Oh,
doesn't
yeah.
even.
I want to get on a plane and leave. And you're so detached from the black community. You're going to ask them if they get a chance to fucking get a full ride scholarship, and they're gonna look at your fucking stupid antics. I'm like, you think you give a fuck? Oh, yesterday, you see the show yesterday when I was playing. I said, how are black people taking gerrymandering? And I played the fucking SWAT
Yes.
plot.
Now, Carla, this is the thing. We were talking about the SWAT. Now back when I was back in the streets like that, swatches was popular because they was different colors. So all the dope boys used to have them. They was expensive too. You know what I'm saying? So, but it wasn't that you can match them with every color shoes you wore And that's when we sell the Swatch. Not the big jeweler like Rolex. It ain't Rolex, but I think start with a P or something. They usually sell they watches for like 300, 400,000. Some of them go up to $1 million, Carla. So what they did, they got with Swatch, and all they did is they basically took a gold grill, a hood gold grill, and put diamonds on it. So they took a basic Swatch. Say for instance, your phone, Carla. What you got? The iPhone? You say you got an iPhone 15, right? 14?
Yeah, 14.
Say for instance, this big jewelry company come to your iPhone 14 and say, "Hey, we're gonna put some diamonds all in it."
Yeah, you know, black people love diamonds. You know,
Black people love diamonds, bro. So that's basically what it is. But to sit up there and ask these, like, do you understand? Some of these young boys, you know, come from places where they grew up with nothing. Like they didn't get their first real good meal until they started playing college football. And you know what I'm saying? Some of these college, even these white college coaches, you know what I'm saying? They sponsor these kids. They'll put their mamas up in apartments. You get what I'm saying? Pay for them to come. Them black colleges don't do that shit. Like at them big name colleges, those boosters come by, and like I remember the guy that used to work for Alabama. The one of the boosters, not the boosters, one alumni gave his mama a job as a social media person, was paying her like $75,000 a year. So she can have the money to travel back and go to school. Cause at that time they wasn't getting that NIL money. That's the name likeness. They didn't have that money. So therefore the alumni come in there like, oh, he's a good prospect. You get what I'm saying? And on top of that, Carla, even though it's only 2% or 20% go to the NFL, when you go to the big name college, they'll bring you on as a coach. They'll bring you on to be a speaker. Like these guys traveling, and there's a lot of college athletes that go from, even though they don't make it, they partner up. It might be a running back. They're like let's say like Dynas, before Dynas got hurt. Even though he might have would have been able to go to NFL, it'd have been Georgia companies that be like, hey, this Georgia Bulldog running back, and they pay him to come out there and play golf with them, go out there and talk to their employees. Them guys traveling, making 200, 300,000 a year from going at these major schools because white people will pay for that. They need that big buff buck to come up there and look bigger than everybody else, because you know white people are shriveled and frail, you know what I'm saying? So they don't mind paying for that. They don't mind paying that extra money because they're looking at the business 10 years back. And on top of that, they get a good standing of saying, hey, I know this, but I know this. I know Collar used to be a linebacker. He used to be the all-pro linebacker. Now on Christmas time, when they doing the Christmas party at the job, guess who they gonna hire to come in there and speak, Collar? You.
Yep.
Ain't none of them black college ain't doing that because in the corporate world, the Fortune 500 corporate world. Go ahead.
Ain't no money in the black college.
It's no money. After graduation, there's no coming back. Like you can go to LSU and all those players come back. They ask those players to come back and help coach when they OTAs and shit for those kids. You know what I'm saying? The kids that from that ain't you know got to make it to LSU. They have the older players go pick them up. They pay them NFL player, the old players, to go down there and pick them up, and you know what I'm saying? Hey, I'm gonna be your mentor. The black colleges don't do that. And on top of that, the black colleges, the goddamn facilities, college, you ought to see. I had to deliver to Alabama. I even got pictures of it. The only thing they didn't let me do, they didn't let me walk on the field, but I got to walk like the sidelines and all that, deliver. Man, you ought to see they workout room, Collar, they got a workout room just for weights. Then they got another workout room just for treadmill. They got another workout room just for massages. Then they got a fucking movie theater. They got goddamn catered shelves. They got beds. Do you get what I'm saying? They got
No.
nutrition. Anytime you can walk in there and talk to a nutritionist. They got food for the players to go in there and eat 24 hours a day. They got laptops. They got iPads for them to have. They got they got a whole room full of clothes and shoes. They give them
Yeah, take care of it.
they take care of them, man. I don't care what nobody says. Go ahead, Colin.
They take care of schools. They take care of them, like I said. And what gets me is they always want to. The black politics always want to politicize everything. You know, they want to politicize everything. It's like we're back in the 1960s, right? When they tried to do that in sports, like, oh man, you know, we find something. And what gets me is this. I don't know. Maybe, like I said, I don't know everything, right? But I never see how black people, with all their political antics, their civil rights legislation, their this, their that, I have never seen any fundamental improvement in the community for all the trouble they put us through,
Colin,
all the sacrifice for.
Colin, this is the thing that I don't understand. You're asking the college players. Why do you ask the pros that already got money that can afford to, even though the pro players would tell them to go to hell, but still, you didn't think about asking them. You thinking about asking the college player, but why you think I was listening to a podcast today on my way to Nashville. Do you know why the scheme they asking the young college players, Colin? Because most of them are raised by black women. Those young 17, 18-year-old boys is raised by black women. But see, the one thing that they don't know is that these boys that go into them big colleges, they got a daddy now. That's their coaches and the coaching staff.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They ain't listening. They thinking that the mothers got power. The mothers don't have any power. The mothers, Paula, do you remember that thing where that mother got the boy wanted to go to she wanted her son to go to Alabama and he chose to go to Florida and she walked off? Did you ever see that video?
I've seen many of them like that.
But what I'm saying is she doesn't control what school he goes to. And on top of that, believe me, they got a system for that, Carla, at those colleges. They'll be like, okay, you don't have nobody. Hey, we got this booster, got this apartment. Hey, he got a job over here. He works at he got a law firm or he has a real estate. You go work over here 4 hours a week. Paying him $1,200, $1,300, Carla. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That makes his business look better. And he can write it off. And they always trying to say that where they making money off black people. Yeah. The same way with the NBA. Let me tell you something, Colin. I remember this Indian guy at the rail office told me. He said, man, if you said it, he said, if you satisfied with the $800 you making a day, he said, man, shit, I'm satisfied with the 8,000 I'm making a day. But it's just the way that it is. I can't get mad at that if he make 8,000 and I make 800.
Yeah, because he's the principal broker.
He's the peace principal. I ain't gonna. It's shocking, but you know what? It doesn't matter with stuff like that because it's transportation, and we just don't even think like that. But the thing about it is, I'm like, hell yeah, goddamn, get you some more loads. Because all I have to do is pull up in this parking lot, caller, and you talking about $500, $800 a day? And
That's so good money.
Hell yeah, caller. You get what I'm saying? Like even when I was talking to you that day, I was picking up at Kroger, they was paying me $500 for a 4-hour trip. $125 an hour. And you know what I did them 4 hours, caller? Listen to your show.
Yeah, that's the best thing to do. That's why I make these shows. People go on the road, you know.
We can't. we can't sit up here and say that we ain't running the show. I know I'm not running the show where I'm at. He's the principal. He's the principal broker. And these goddamn white dudes in NBA, NFL, they make it that way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's a
Go ahead, Carlos.
structure. It's the way it's structured, you know.
Yeah.
It's, but like I said about this guy, Judd, now, I want to know what was. Let's try to get into this guy's mind.
Mhm.
What made him think that he was going to pull a gun out, discharge a gun? Now, you know, everybody knows. You know, even if you beat the charge, you're going through some shit. You know, we could all agree on that. You may beat the charge, may not, whatever like that. I think attempted murder is too big because I basically believe, even though he shot him, attempted murder, to me in my heart, you have to have intent. You
Yeah.
know, you have to have intent, and that's the only thing saving him. He can say, "I just, fired recklessly," but then again, they're going by the amount of rounds he was let off. You know, they say he
Yeah,
tried
because
to.
but see what I'm saying is the reason why that's not gonna stick because you can let off rounds in fear.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So it's what it is. What it is when it get down to it. He's gonna plead guilty to a lesser charge. But at the end of the day, the reason why he's gonna go to prison is because he's the aggressor. He was the aggressor,
He's an aggressor.
but he just wasn't. He wasn't aggressive. He wasn't aggressive with the gun.
Now, which we call a murder has to imply intent. That
Yeah,
means like this. You know, I think me personally, I don't think he tried to attempted to kill him. You know,
yeah,
I think he thought it was going to be a routine. I go out there, flash my gun,
right.
they get scared and back down. And when this guy attacked him, he panicked.
Yeah. Even if he would have killed the guy, he still wouldn't have got. They would have charged him with murder, but he would have ended up pleading guilty to
Or he,
voluntary.
or it would have bound to it would have been down to a manslaughter or something like
No,
that.
no,
You know,
it wouldn't even been manslaughter. It'd have been involuntary manslaughter. That means that
voluntary.
he killed them without intending to kill him. That means that from his actions he died. It's still 15 20 years. And he still would do 10
All of
years.
it basically carries heavy sentences. Even that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, they
so
carry
this
heavy.
guy,
But the good thing about it is, Colin, when you get involuntary manslaughter, you you don't go to the roughest prison.
right,
You get what I'm saying? Like that's
right,
the good thing about it.
this
They
guy,
put your
man, like I said, and for the record, I take no pleasure. I like to say, people say you have empathy. No, I don't. But at the same time, right? At the same time, right? I don't take pleasure in seeing, anybody go down for anything
yeah.
because, it is what it is life. Now, my problem was this, right? And I'm guilty of this too, right? We say and do a lot of stuff online that's
Hmm.
reckless, you know, and we're all guilty of this shit, And the thing is, though, he was somebody that was out there acting on it, acting on what people talk about, living out a fantasy, calling black women the N word and see what he can get away with,
Right.
you know. And the people who are watching him, and what gets me is the white people that's his fans, right? They don't take no responsibility. They're blaming black people. They're taking no responsibility. You know who this guy Chud reminds me of? Umar Johnson. Umar Johnson's
I get it. He will remind you of the black Umar Johnson in his rhetoric.
Umar Johnson, his black father. His father said, "Would y'all stop giving my son attention and money? Y'all destroying his life." That's what he says. He goes, "Stop giving him attention. Stop giving him money. I want to see my son get his life together.
Yeah.
Y'all are ruining him,
It's
And
a
so that's
crime.
what happened.
It's a,
Huh?
it's a, the black Umar Johnson is using the black race as a crutch.
Right. And
Now
he used it.
the difference between Tyreek, even though I don't like either one of them, but Umar is a fuck nigga. At least
Right.
Tyreek could put out a product for some. All goddamn, all Umar Johnson do is go around and gaslight people. At least Tyreek put out a movie or something,
Yeah.
even though he make you pay for it. It's some type of way of him going out there to produce something. Umar Johnson
And
does
like
a
I said, like I tell people all the time, I don't like FBA. I don't like Tariq, right? But he does have some good points, that you just can't dismiss. He does have some good points you can't dismiss. So I would engage him in a debate. I'm not going to agree with what he's saying, but it is. But Umar Johnson has this thing, like he's a contrarian. He's a contrarian, right? This one guy said, "Well, you guys see, I gotta say this to you. I gotta remember first order of business when I find some fuck shit, send it hustle smart. You know,
for sure.
I sent you some shit, man. Yeah, hold up, Dark Migo. Check us out. Anyway, Umar sitting down talking to these brothers, right? And the one dude said something about, well, we got a lot of obese black women in our community. That's hampering it. He goes, Umar says, what's wrong with our big sisters? He goes, our big sisters, we gotta love them too. And man, you gotta be willing to marry them too. So in other words, black men should have no standards whatsoever in the name of the community.
No, in the name of black women.
Yeah. Well, like the same thing. The black community is black women.
Yeah. But it's whatever black women want. So if she got 6 kids by 12 baby daddies, you should step up and be there for them kids
You
because
know,
she's a
Z
black
said,
woman.
Z said so basically you still no Umar is everywhere. It's the internet. You can't avoid him. I'm sitting minding my goddamn business, right? And this thing comes across your For You page
Yeah,
on Twitter or not. So it ain't like I'm going there and saying it'd be different if this was the age of MySpace or whatever, where you got to go find the person's place, channel, everything. But the way things are right now, you can't avoid anybody.
yeah.
So you
Like
can't blame me.
I'll click on not interested about Umar and some of his shit'll pop up in the next week.
Yeah. So you can't, this. That's just the way it is. All right, Dr. Migo, go ahead, brother.
What's going on, Carlo? What's up, Hustle Smart?
What's going on, Migo?
What's going on, man?
Hey,
Like,
Dr.
yeah, I
Migo, let
just
me ask you before you get started. What do you think about my commentary at first when my good friend DK is trying to school me on guns? I'm like, dude, man, I'm not gonna skip here and tell you something stupid.
nah,
I care
yeah,
about my brothers. I
yeah.
gotta
I'm
tell you
saying,
something.
yeah. You said what?
I said I care about my brothers, right? Because I know
Mhm.
for a fact you can avoid a situation, avoid it. You can pull out a gun. Even remember that case, that Marissa chick, Alexander chick in Florida, Hustle Smart,
Yeah,
that fired gun warning her ex-husband. Remember that?
yeah,
You know who came against her? Jason Black. Jason Black tried to make her out to be this black bitch that tried to kill a black man and whatnot. That's what turned against Jason Black. Jason
Mhm.
Black will like the type that will go toe to toe with a female, you know, in a fist fight. She fired a warning shot and she was facing 20 years,
yeah.
in her own
Yeah,
house.
it's the context behind it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like every case is not free and clear, but I'm gonna let Miko drop his knowledge though.
Nah,
Good,
nah,
good,
it's
good.
all good, man. Y'all can finish up, man. I'm just listening.
Oh, go ahead, bro. We're done.
That's cool, man. We like to hear from you too, man. You know, me
Nah,
and
I was just gonna say about because you were saying how what's his name Umar was saying we gotta show love to the big sisters. And I was saying, like, usually the fate for the black man, is usually just settling like that. Like, Hustle Smart said, like, we got to drop our standards just to appease a lot of these women. And it's kind of sad if you think about it, because it's like, God didn't really put you on earth just to, be
So
be
every
dealing with stuff
so
like that. You know
let
what
me
I mean? Like, it's more to life than just,
let
having to
me tell
deal
you
with all
something.
that
Colin, let
stress.
me let me go talk. He barely talk, bro.
No,
Let
no,
me
he
go
good, he
talk.
good. No, I was finishing up, Kyle.
Yeah.
He good.
Yo,
I just
so
wanted to hear I just wanted to hear the last part what you were saying.
No, yeah, you
I was
good,
like,
yeah.
I was gonna flip from just as how deep Miko smart. And my grandmother, my grandmother Overton was a
See,
Creole woman.
Miko,
The
I
Creole.
knew Colin finna go back to the 1920s. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Colin.
Nah, it's cool.
no,
I'll be
I,
liking the
I
old
No,
wasn't.
knowledge. I
I
like
I be
I, was,
messing with her. Go ahead, Colin.
it.
I wasn't alive in the 1920s. You
Go
know.
ahead, Colin.
Anyway, check this out. My grandma Overton was a Creole, right? She believed a woman's beauty is a gift to a man by God. And Creole people is suspended between being black and white. Whatever she goes, a woman ought to have long hair, thick hair. That's her symbol, her beauty and everything. Her beauty, her femininity is what men cause men to go out there and work in that field to provide for her. Old school stuff, you know. And the bottom line, a woman is supposed to keep herself beautiful, pure for her man, and all stuff like that, right? That's the way people, so many black people grew up thinking, you know, that's the way a woman's supposed to be. Fast forward to the women's liberation movement, right? I can get as big as I want, fat as I want, as bold as I want, you know, and you gotta like it, you know,
You better like
you know,
it.
you better like it. Or we're gonna call Leslie Jones and Umar Johnson. They'd make a good couple, wouldn't they? Wouldn't they?
That would be the best couple, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna start putting them together. I wish I could do some pictures. Leslie Jones, Umar Johnson, you know, wedding of the century, you know.
Every time I think of, I tell you, amigo, I agree with Colin what he said the other day. Tyreek do some funny shit. Every time I see Umar Johnson, I think about the woke warriors that he did on the cartoon, man. Every single time, I can't get, I can't get over it, like the woke. It, it's crazy, man. But the thing about it is these dudes are making money out there. Colin, but he's not the only one. You got the dude Yada awakening the little 5 foot, the
Oh
little
yeah,
mid
yeah.
Yo, how this motherfucker got like 1 million followers? How the fuck does that happen? You know?
because he
Just
but
pandering, right? Yeah.
he just Colin, me and you had this conversation. When a woman can be fat, lazy, nasty, ain't took a shower in 12 days, they had a hair fixed in 3 years. If you tell her she's beautiful, she'll sit up there and be like, okay, I need to support this black man. I need to support this black man. But if you catch me and I ain't had a shower in 3 days and goddamn my hair nappy and I'm looking bad, you can't tell me that I'm looking good, Migo. You know, pause. I mean, a woman can't tell me
Mm.
that. Like I'm gonna look at it, I'm like, what you trying to steal from me? What you know what I'm saying? You know, grab my wallet. But women go for stuff like that where you can sell them a dream because their brain, even though some women are smart, but that side of their brain or that part of their brain where they just perpetuate kids. They always want to be the baby girl, the
Mm-hmm.
princess, and everything. That's why they compete like that. Like we had this conversation before, Migo, that black men, we don't compete like that. Like if it was me, you know what I'm saying? Even Elvira, the Lion Liberian, he's younger than me. You know what I'm saying? And you younger than me, Migo. Like if I went somewhere, I'm not gonna be, even if I make more money than y'all, I'm not gonna try to get in front of y'all. Just give me the straggler. I'm not gonna try to act
Yeah.
like, you get what I'm saying? Like I know I got bad knees and bad back and all that. You get what I'm saying? Like
Now I get
my
what you're saying.
being
Like you know that, like, yeah, men, like, they understand that, like, all right, this dude obviously more qualified than me. Let me just let him do his thing.
just
Yeah,
And
based off
if
his
I want to get
youth.
to that level, I'll just, take my
women
time
maybe
to get
are
like that. You know what I
that
mean? Yeah.
guy is like
Practice or
you be like
something. Yeah.
you
Like
like
Hey,
black men
Colin.
black men understand youth. You get what I'm saying? We understand when we get older, the young bloods got it. That's why you don't see, you know what I'm saying? Even if an old man goes into a club with a young man, they calling him Unc. Like he looked at as like an OG or something. But you can go to a bar and it could be young girls and old women. You'll see the old women trying to compete against. How you gonna compete against a 21-year-old chick that don't need to wear a bra?
She got she'd be like,
Tyler, I want to share something with you, Tyler, and I want to get your take on it since you said that you're the culture critic. So just now, as I was listening to your show, I came across a channel on YouTube called, maybe you heard about it, Sincerely Simpson. I don't know if you've seen it before. This is a black woman and a black man. They're married. Well, now they're getting a divorce, but they adopted three white kids. Three. They got a YouTube channel. So I couldn't believe it. I said, I got to show Colin this. So I don't know what you think about that. You can pull up that channel real quick. They actually adopted three white kids.
Adopted 3 white kids. What was the reason for them adopting 3 white kids?
Colin.
Were they?
And I'm saying,
what the fuck that got to do with anything?
Elvis, context is important. Like, you want to ask a question? Context
I mean,
is important.
they're black kids that needs to be adopted. What make you think of black, not even mixed? Going to adopt 3 pure white kids.
And they know the parents and the friends of the parents die or something like that, and they feel some obligation to kids, or they just
no, she can't. She can't have kids. She and her husband, I guess, they're unable to have kids, so they adopted 3 kids, 2 white twin girls and a little white boy. Oh, no. Actually, I'm lying. I'm not lying, but I misspoke. They did a surrogacy.
Oh, yeah, you definitely be lying.
They did a surrogacy for one of the kids, but they did a surrogacy with a white girl with white parents. I mean, you got to check it out. The shit is ridiculous. I couldn't believe my eyes. I'm like, okay, Colin's against interracial marriages, so I wonder what he would think about this. This is my first time seeing it.
What state are they from?
I don't see it, man. I don't see it.
Sincerely Simpson. So it's SAMPSON. It's a black lady.
I don't know where it
black man.
No, I'm not. Look, Elvis, let me say it like this, right? I believe the most ideal situation is a black man, black woman marry each other. And that should be normal. That's what I grew up with, right? That's normal, right?
I agree with that.
But at the same time, right? The difference between me and a white supremacist, like this chud asshole. If I see a white guy, he's with a black girl, and I know instinctively those two are in love. They're gonna get married, have a family. It's none of my business anymore.
Yeah.
Now I've seen a situation, right, that I'm a dead set against. You know what it is, Elvis? There was this 40-something-year-old white man, a guy like his 43, 44, right? And he got with an 18-year-old cute little black girl. That set me into a livid rage. Because that was a grown-ass man preying and manipulating because they had money on the little black girl.
But what makes you think he's preying and manipulating her?
All right, Colin, I posted a link in the back chat. You can check it out.
Also, because I've seen several videos of him.
Oh, okay.
An innocent little girl, right? And this guy is a man. He was a contractor, worldly, with money and everything. And she just out of school. Come on.
But I mean, what's wrong with it though?
No, me personally, I believe my personal opinion is that you stay away from that because this is my opinion. People do what they want to do, right?
I got you. But that's what I want to hear. I want to hear your opinion on it.
My opinion is, as my natural paternalistic instinct in me, right? A natural paternalistic that if I saw it in public, if I lost my temper, I'd say something. I would.
And you would be 100% wrong.
I know I would. because of the world we live in. But do you know at one time in our community, black men did that? White men just come into our community and mess with girls without.
Yeah, and there was one time in our community that young black girls didn't go after old white men.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, my point I'm trying to make is this. Here's a point I'm trying to make, right?
Mm-hmm.
This guy don't look at just an ordinary white guy. He don't like an Italian guy, whatever, like that, or this. This guy looks like a freaking blonde, blue-eyed, fucking alt-right. The same guy looks like a guy that was defending Chud.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying to myself, at the same time, I look at the comment section, right? Yo, bro, you got a good one or whatnot. Same white guys, when they see a white girl with a black guy, same age, look like a cute couple, much short, or they used to see there's a girl named Kylie, whatever her name is, online. You gotta check out how much she breaks it down. White guys are obsessed with white women and black men. That's the biggest one. Like people asked me earlier, Baruti, think about what I'm about to say. I want everybody listening to what I'm about to say. If you didn't miss it. He said, what do you think about MAGA and all that? I said, I came to the conclusion, particularly I had my suspicions, but I came to the conclusion after this MAGA thing, this Chuck Billet thing, that white men really don't give a shit about MAGA. White men don't care about this being a Christian country. Charlie Kirk, that's bullshit. White men only care about one thing: the ability to harass black people and the fantasy of shooting a black man, justifiably shooting a black man. That's why this case is so important to them. This is what we're living with. People think that, and the topic of the show tonight on Smart, and I want your opinion on this, right? That even black conservatives are now seeing it. That it was never about lower taxes. It was never about the borders. It's all about white men and their ability to dominate black men and basically possess white women. At the same time, have free access to Latinos, black women, Asian women, everything.
Yeah, why would they not? They're the dumbest. See, this is the thing, Dark Migo. I don't know if you still in here, yeah, Dark Migo, but
Yeah, man.
But see, Dark Migo, like, maybe that's me, maybe that's my side of my DNA for the people from Spain. You know what I'm saying? Because if I was in their position, I would be doing the same thing. I'm not one of them. Hold on for a second, Carla. I'm not one of those black guys that are gonna be sitting up here feeling sorry for other group of people that's lesser, called Dark Migo. You get what I'm saying? Like, if I was in the same position as white people is, I would be dominating white people asses. You get what I'm saying? Like me, you, and Carla, we would have some type of organization where we put, like, we super rich. We putting plans together how we can keep other people down. Like this, it's black people that always want to feel
Yeah, I
sorry
hear
for.
you.
I would say like this.
Hold on for a second, Carla. The last part. It's black people that get shitted on and still goddamn want to sit up there and care about everybody, have empathy for it. It's black women that sit up there and get shitted on and claim they the most unprotected, and all that, but still feeling sorry for other people and always crying for other people. Like that's what we are. That's why I feel like sometimes I'm separate from black people, Dark
I'm like,
Migo, because
Yeah, man.
I understand why white people put their foot on our neck, and I would do the same thing. That's why I see the reason why I support the Afro stand is because of that. Like, everybody got their reason for why they support the Afro stand. It's my reason because they're never gonna get their foot out. As much money as I make, Carla, white man still got his foot on my neck. Now, it ain't as tight on his neck as it is, but because I got money. But at the end of the day, he still got his foot on the neck. Only way I can be who I am with the money that I have is to leave America. You would never be anything less than the white man's whipping boy in the United States. That's the one thing I agree with you on 100%, Carla.
yeah, my whole thing is this, right? And that was people all since you asked, everybody has agency, everybody has opinion, right? My point I'm trying to make is this, right? It's one thing to say that, and like I said, I'm in public, I'm civilized, right? At the same time, right? Since people ask me, what do you think about this, right? And I'm gonna say absolutely not. I don't agree with that. That's not enough for them, right? I said, look, I'm not gonna walk up to you and hit you over the head for being with a black girl. I'm not gonna do that. It's not my business, right? But if you ask me, what do I think about your relationship? I don't think you should have it.
Yeah.
I think that for all it's worth, whatever like that. You're never gonna get me out of me that when I see a 40-year-old white man and I see a young 19-year-old black girl or whatnot, that should be with somebody like Dark Migo. We should be using her to build on my race. That you're wasting your time with this fucking white man. I like sit you ass.
Because
Right?
do you ever think about what her like? I get how you feel about it, but do you ever think about how her parents feel about it?
I'm willing to bet. I'm willing to bet she doesn't have a father in the house.
Probably not, because
I can tell.
85%
I,
of black
I can tell.
homes are raised by single women.
I can tell. The fact of the matter is, her mother's probably just like this Sade Robinson. They got killed. She was 18-year-old girl with a 33-year-old maniac white guy, right? Looked like a serial killer. He cut her body up, burned it alive in Wisconsin because her mother told her, get us a white man. And they
Mm-hmm.
put themselves in these situations. Not saying that could always happen, right? But I'm like this, right? I'm like this. You never see no damn black man in his 30s when Shannon Sharp did that thing with that girl who was an OnlyFans model, right? 20 years old. Everybody was in a damn uproar. Shannon, how dare you? Whatever like that. The rules apply differently to black men, you know? Rules apply
Well,
differently.
when you gotta think about it like this, Carla, the reason I got a good reason behind it. Let me see if Dark Migo agrees it, because he out there in California. A 18-year-old white girl is built up like Bobby Boucher. She's not curvaceous. She ain't, she's built up like 6 o'clock. She's straight up and down bones. But see, black girls can be 18 and built up like a grown woman. Latinos can be 18 and built up like a grown woman. So you get what I'm saying? So you get older men before they mess with, because black men are definitely visual creatures. You get what I'm saying? We ain't finna mess with no stick ass 18. Not because we don't want to, just because they don't have. Most white girls that fill out and start looking, have curves, they don't start getting them curves till they 22, 23, 24. You see those girls in college playing softball and volleyball. They got to wait till they get that age. They're not looking like that in high school. Let me tell you something, Carla. I never forget before they graduated, and she was on the basketball team. So they all came over and they wanted to have a cookout at my house. They wanted to have a cookout at the house. Carla, when I tell you that when I came home, I came home from Costco, and these chicks out here was looking like Freaknik 96. You know what I'm saying? Like these guys, 17, 18 years old. Look, it was looking like Freaknik 96 at my house. You get what I'm saying? All I saw was ass, titties, booty shorts.
Well, back to my point, how smart, right? The question I was answering was Baruti answering me about MAGA, Christian values, a Christian white ethno state, and all stuff like that. I told him, I said, I don't believe these motherfuckers are serious about none of that shit.
They serious.
Because no, why? No, why? Because I know even if they build that all white town, all it takes is for somebody, one of those white guys, loser white guys, say, find themselves like a fucking Megan Good type of black chick, and I know white guys. Oh, she's acceptable. Blah blah blah. We don't like it, but I know she's fulfilling his sexual needs, whatever. I know how they think. The rules go out the door when it's their pleasure. Their hero, Thomas Jefferson, a white supremacist, right?
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to talk about this. He impregnated, fell in love with Sally Hemings, a 15-year-old girl.
Yeah,
These guys talk
she was
about,
his property.
yeah. But the bottom line is this: you still slept with a young underage girl.
But Colin, it was no such thing as underage in those
Yeah,
times.
but the thing is, a man does not lie down with everything. That's like saying, "My dog is your property." Do you sleep with your dog?
Yeah, Colin, that is the Colin. You way smarter than that, bro. Come on now,
No, no, no.
that don't
I'm
even
dead
make sense,
serious.
bro.
I'm
No,
dead
Colin,
serious, right?
Colin, that doesn't
Look,
make any sense, man.
hold up. You do not have to sleep with her. You can work them to death, whatever, like that. You can make them do like that, but
Colin,
you
you
do not
trying to find some Colin. You know what? I applaud you for trying to find some moral compass. This is what I'm telling you. This is where we differ at. You look at slavery like, oh, they could have did it in a more humanized way. I'm telling you that if I was back then with the slavery shit, and it was why I would have treated them the same way. I would have beat the
nah.
shit out of. I would have, Colin. Colin. This is what I'm trying to tell you. It's just a different mindset. If your mindset is to conquer, when you
My
trying to conquer
mindset,
somebody, it's no
my
feelings in it.
mindset, it was not to conquer nobody. I don't want to rule over nobody.
But that's
I
what
don't
I'm
want to conquer
saying,
nobody.
Colin. That's what I'm saying. You're adding your part to it, and you say, "Hell, they
So
could have did." And I agree with you. They could have did
the
that.
bottom
They
line,
could have.
that's why my point is we cannot live with the people who think like this.
I
You
agree
know,
with you,
I
100%.
think these people, you know, I think the white man is the lowest thing the world's ever produced. This chud you built, and the fact that people defending him is everything I'm talking about. You know, everything I'm talking about. Because the bottom line is this, and they're trying to say, get this how these people are. They're trying to say there's a black guy in Chicago doing the same thing. Have you guys seen this black guy they talk about?
No, I never seen Chud the Builder video. I never seen it.
No, but Doug Beagle, have you heard him say that there's a black guy going around doing the same thing to
No,
white
I
people?
haven't. No, I haven't seen it.
And you haven't seen it though, right? See,
No.
and the other thing is this, Smart, they're fucking liars.
Yeah,
They go out there and spin this thing that he was a victim, he was attacked for no reason. When we just got through watching 2 weeks of him going up to people, provoking them, and flashing a gun. What would make this situation even better if we didn't see the videotape? Then we see the video, and when it gets everything, don't really believe your lying eyes, because we saw in the video he went and got his gun because he couldn't get the gun in the courthouse, right? Exhibit A. So he had to go leave his gun in the truck. You know you can't bring no gun in the courthouse, right? Unless it's registered, whatever you put in the locker, whatever, you can't bring it in the courthouse. So when the guy was confronting him, was talking, right? They was staring each other down, whatever was coming out. He came back and said, what was this all about? With the friggin' what they said in a certain stand that let him know that he had the gun out. And he had the gun pointed at the guy. The difference is when he pointed the gun at the guy charged him and beat him. First time in history, a man gets his ass whipped with a gun and then shoots himself.
Colin, you crazy, man. That definitely ain't the first time. I don't see political dudes get their ass
I have
whooped.
never seen nobody get their ass whooped. I'm not talking about just beaten,
Yeah,
whooped with a gun.
Colin, I don't seen dudes get the gun slapped out their hand, pick up the gun, slap them beat the gun up with them, hand the gun back to him, and dare them to shoot him, then beat him again. Colin, when you live in that, and it's a good thing you haven't lived like that in the hood. In the hood, let me tell you something, Colin. In the hood, there are people like Chud the Builder that's black people that do the same thing to black people. It's dudes in the hood that walk around fucking with black people, snatching their money, snatching their phones, fucking with them, calling them all type of names. What I'm saying is that Chud the Builder thing is getting the popularity because he's doing it to black people. But what I'm saying is it's people in the hood that are bigger or stronger than black people in the hood, and they bully. Chud is nothing but a bully. And what I'm saying is that we follow white people where we bully each other. We do the same thing. We not a lot of them, but we still have people like Chud the Builder in the hood. Like,
I know we bully each other in the
like think
hood.
about the movie Debo. Is
Yeah,
Debo any
yeah.
different? Is Debo any different from Chud the Builder?
No, but the difference is though, is
Uh-huh.
that Chud Miller is going after people that Debo like remember he said, well, he don't be tripping on the fools around the corner. You know who those fools around the corner were, right? You
Yeah,
know,
it's the same thing. Chud the Builder going after that. How you
yeah,
said? I was listening to your monologue. You say he going after skinny black people, and in the movie Debo, the representation of Debo was going after people that wouldn't fight back, that he thought wouldn't fight back.
yeah. So when that was on my point I'm trying to make.
Right.
Chud's going around, oh, this guy's a respectable guy. He sees this guy's going to work. Oh, he's going to work. He got a bagel in his hand. He's late for work right now. This time, let me go fuck with this guy. You know, oh, because he knows black man can't fuck up and lose his job. So let me go fuck with this black guy. You know, he's at work, and I'm gonna fuck with him today, right? But just so happened that one guy, as the start of trouble, should gave him sign was that time when he went in the guy's face, the guy smacked the phone out of his hand so he couldn't record, and then come on and cold clocked him. And then he was like gonna pull a gun, and then the other guy said, "You got a gun? I got a gun too." And then the judge, oh yeah, okay, we should be friends, shake hands, man. My man, how that works out, you know. The guy had a gun too, and Chuck sort of backed down. Now you would think that would be the end of it. He learned his lesson, but then he goes out and just tries to sit all over again, blah blah blah, on the victory lap, you know. People egging him on. And then it culminated to him walking out of a fucking $400 tab, which is like a theft of a felony, theft of service. You know, over $400, $300 is a felony. You know, and then he walked in the courtroom for a hearing. You know, and he basically gets into it in a fight. Good, didn't get one case. Okay, let me get my favorite virgin. Hey, Dark Migo, he's for you. He's all yours. My favorite virgin, Adama's coming up. Hey, my favorite.
Yeah, that's true.
Adama, you got to take that BAO. So you're false flagging, bro. We don't let virgins in our crew.
No, just to address Hustle Smart.
Go ahead.
These white girls are thick. Like I don't know where he coming out that the white girls are they're skinny. That was back in the 90s, in the 80s. You know, when if you go to a college, brother, I'm not done, brother. I'm not done. If you go to a women's college softball game or especially volleyball, okay, those girls out there got crazy curves. They even soccer, you know, they run a lot, so they build up their thighs, they build up their glutes. So I don't know what the hell you talking about.
Dark Migo, I think he got a hearing problem. Cause isn't that what I said, Dark Migo?
Yeah, he said that, bro.
What is wrong with you,
And
bro?
he said volleyball too. That was the
I
funny.
said volleyball and softball. What is wrong with you, bro?
Yeah, put the shots down, brother.
Is something wrong with you, bro? Hey, you didn't hear that part. You didn't hear me when I said that they have to wait till they get all the way to college till they start curving out when they playing softball and volleyball. You didn't hear that?
They be curving out in high school too.
I don't know. Yeah, I get what Carla be saying now. I mean, I'm not watching no. You saying some old stupid predatory shit like
you messed
that.
Up.
That say some girls, some stupid predatory shit that talking about the girls in that high school. Underage girls is curving out, bro. I see what Carla be saying now. I actually took up for your silly ass, but you definitely got predator vibes, bro. To say some stupid shit like that out loud. That's amazing. That you didn't even think about it. Like nothing in your feeble, petty brain didn't say, hey, I'm about to say something really stupid. I'm about to say some white girls is curvy in high school. Adolescent. Statutory rape type of conversation. I'm not gonna even stop myself.
That's stupid. That's not statutory rape. You're an idiot. country boy. Go eat some grits.
That was corny, bro.
All right, anything else,
Just
Tommy?
lame as fuck.
That was
I
lame,
get it,
man. So,
Colin. I get it, Colin. I just thought you
listen,
was hard on them, bro. But just you just sit up there and let weirdos like that. They'll put the nail in their own coffin, bro.
yeah, like I said, look, 1776 said it best, and I'm including him. Kala and his circus of deadly clowns. I
Hold
told
on, hold
you.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. 1777. Let me tell you something. I'll put Colin on Front Street right now. Me and him had a real deep conversation where I was 100% on your side. I told him that if he stood up there and let not Measy call him out his name, you let Elvis do what he do. Ain't nowhere in the world he should have kicked you off or blocked you for just saying what you said. Because one thing you ain't never did, you ain't never called Colin out his name. I told him he was 100% wrong for blocking you and that he need to let you come up on here and talk again because you ain't even said
The only
1%.
thing is,
What
he won't do one thing. I said, stop fucking telling me I
that
need
you're
a fuck
Pan-African.
and
But
call
I
yourself a
told
parent.
but I told Carla, I told Carla that you calling yourself a Pan-African ain't worse than somebody calling Carla a bitch ass nigga. Now, do you agree with that or not, amigo?
Yeah, I don't agree with you. Yeah, you right. I rock with 1776, but I know the problem
I
with you,
rock
bro.
with 1770. If he
Now
want to
listen,
call
like
himself,
because he know how to troll good. Like he'll start
yeah,
it off like it's something serious, and then he'll end it, and then he wasted like 10 minutes of college time. You know what I'm
right.
saying?
But what I'm saying is
You
that
gotta stop trolling like that.
even that his strongest troll, he does not call Carla out his name.
Yeah, he don't be disrespected. Like yeah. He don't never.
That's
I
what I'm
don't think he ever
saying.
cursed that
That's
collar
what
word.
he ain't
Yeah.
never called Carl out his name. He ain't never called them an idiot or moron. That the shit I don't heard people call Carla this week.
I was thinking about something, right? I've been trying to figure out because I'm like trying to track down Nakmeezy, right? I'm trying to think how to Nakmeezy. Maybe it's his name is Nathaniel Made Easy. Help me out here,
Oh my god,
Nathaniel Made Easy, made it
oh
easy,
my god, man.
easy,
When you call him Catcher Freeman Measy, that was the one. That
Yeah,
was funny as shit.
God, you need to just stop at the catch a free, catch a free
Check
me.
this out.
Just,
Hey,
just,
I be having nightmares, man. I'm
yeah,
trying to get to Pakistan. I'm crossing over the Congo River, looking over some territory, and out of nowhere, man, here goes catching nigga Nakmeezy
yeah.
coming out, pulling me under and whatnot.
Yeah,
So
that's the best way. Just keep it at that. Don't see. Sometimes calling with the recipe is good. Don't try to add nothing else to it. That one right there is the best way, bro. You get what I'm saying? Don't try to expand it. You know what I'm saying?
catch a Freeman
But
Meezy.
I still vouch for you 1776. And I was like, you shouldn't have to get no other page or whatever. And on top of that, if he want to call himself Pan-African, that's cool. You can be whoever you want to be on the internet. But at the end of the day, he just likes white women. And I can't get mad at 1777 since he like the snow buddies. You know what I'm saying? I can't get mad at that. But at the
Is I have no problem with that, right? I have people want to do what they want to do. You want to play in the snow, that's fine, right? But at the same time, every time I look around, 1770 is always sending me some shit on Liberia and Africa. That could be like the most weirdest thing. Motherfuckers be all into the white women and this like the other thing. But there's something about this movement, also smart, that people can't stay away.
yeah. Well,
You
Colin,
know,
you got to understand you're the only game in town. You know what I'm saying?
right.
Back in the days, man, I remember we used to have these after hour spots, and it was the only one that was open in the city. Like, you're the only game in town. You're gonna have people that's gonna be detractors, you're gonna have contrarians, you're gonna have people on your side, you get what I'm saying? And you're gonna have the people that's rooting for you. You're gonna have all of the above. The thing about you, Colin, you got to be able to box them all. You know what I'm saying? You're smart enough that you can box them all. You get what I'm saying? So
I'm like this. What gets me is this, right? You know, I've been looking at people like Black Alpha and what's his name, Afro Elite, and all these other people,
mhm.
and Sperling. When they seem convincing, but I don't really think they got the FBA people. I don't think they got the confidence they think they have. You know, because
Because
I be
they doing
saying
it off of somebody else's Colin, that's what make yours is authentic. Your message is authentic. Their message is they're riding the coattails of somebody else flame or somebody else coattail of their
and they
talking
don't
point.
really don't think they really deep down inside really believe or sure about that because when they hear my message, why do you think Bebe Rodriguez being here for Righteous and all these other people here? Because they're like, damn, we want to believe Tariq, we want to believe FBA thing, but damn, man, as soon as I listen to Colin for like a couple hours, there's something not quite right. You know, something not quite right. And they're like this. And then when they try to corner me with the, oh, Pan Africans failed, when I said, look, this is a new age thing. Like the other night, I think I did it beautifully, right? And then people try to say, Colin, well, you ain't gonna get these people. I said, look, my goal is to create a movement where those type of so-called Pan-Africans are repelled. I was smart. Do you know how much time and money and effort I'm saving by basically saying what I say? Because I know those type of people are gonna come in, ruin everything, drag the thing down, and we're going nowhere. Get rid of them and
Yep.
you
Yeah,
know.
yeah, I do agree with that. You are saving us low key, bro. Like you saving a lot of
Yeah.
time, wasted time, and
Yeah,
money.
I'm getting rid
So
of a
we
lot of people.
appreciate you, bro. Thank
You
you.
know, a
It's
lot of people.
almost like the Pan African grifter repellent spray. Like your the way that you talk, those people can't come in. They can't come in. Like any other movement, you can let those Pan African grifters come in. They can't come in on your movement. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, because one is we believe in LARP over here. Was logical, achievable, reasonable, possible, right? Everybody on here, Dark Migo is a good guy as far as finance, aren't you, Dark Migo? You know, you do your
Yeah,
thing.
I got no kids, brother.
Also, Smart does his thing with logistics.
I'm the
If I
number
have a
one baby
conversation,
daddy.
I basically have a conversation with somebody, two people that's professional. You know, you can't come up here and I'd be like, "What do you do for a living?" Blah 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 blah. Blah. What do you do? What do you do? If I say we got to build it in African, right? You should already tell me, well, this is what I do right here. You know, I do this. I'm a specialist at this. Now, if you're a specialist at anything, you know you're going to be needed. You know, why wouldn't you be open to opportunity, right? But a lot of these people that be detractors are people who ain't got no skills. They got nothing anyway.
Colin,
All
have
they
you
do
ever have you ever noticed that the detractors, you don't know any information about them? They just job is to detract. You get what I'm saying? Like you just like Dark Migo. Me and Colin had this conversation before, and he was saying, from now on, man, before anybody come up, I want to know, what type of work they do, whatever. And I said,
hmm
Colin, that's not gonna work because most of these dudes that got all these questions for you, they ain't gonna answer none of them questions about
Yeah, none of
themselves.
man. I be saying that all the time. Like they be having a
No,
Cadola dude come up here and disrespect him, and that we don't know what this guy
listen,
do, man. You know what
Migo,
I'm
let me
saying?
tell you something. Every time that shit happens, Carla call me. He'll be like, "What you think?" I said, and let me tell you what I tell him. I'll tell him straight up. I said, "Carla, you deserve everything you get." Because you sit up there and answer all their questions for whatever reason. I like maybe that's just a smart guy in you. You know what I'm saying? That you want to answer you got to answer for every question. I said, but you ask them a question, they'll sit up there and act like they don't even hear it or they'll move past it. You get what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
you'll let it go. And I said, but that's on you though, because they ask you 105 questions, they won't even answer your one question. I said, but you don't. I said, but you don't harp on it. You just go on with the next topic. But they sitting there being a stickler, asking you questions and asking follow-up questions, then follow-up question, then follow-up question. You might ask one question. If they don't answer it, you just keep moving. And I said that, but if you allow them to do that and you're the adult in the room, then you deserve everything you get. Especially if it keeps happening, Dark Migo. You get what I'm saying?
Right, and the whole time these niggas probably living at the library, and that's what I'm saying, Kyle. Like at least you know, you going to the continent. You got a wife out there. You know, you politicking with the locals. You know, you got something going on, and we could visually see
Hey,
that's what
yo,
you doing. You know, you got it
yo,
And
on
then,
video,
and then
and
this clown say your chick gave you AIDS, bro.
yeah,
And
fucking
you still, and see, that's the type of shit that you deserve everything you get. Cause ain't nowhere in the world I had that clown come up here if he's talking about my chick that gave me HIV.
Well, I mean,
well, shit, he
Hey,
just
bro,
exposed himself.
that's
Collar
That,
do
why
that's
that's
whatever
petty.
he
why Husband
Collar do
Smart is
whatever
so
he want
triggered
to do.
because
I'm just telling you if it was
we
me,
would
cause Adama, you would want to see me, boy, cause I would knock your bitch ass out, bro. You ain't on my
yeah
level,
right.
bro.
No,
You a nigga that work for another company. I would slap the shit out you, boy. If I ever see you in a truck stop and hear your voice, I will slap the shit out you. You just know that, nigga.
the only thing you're
You
gonna
a
knock
straight
out
up
is a
clown.
is a
You probably
is
like
a is
you
a, is a,
probably
is
like
a
getting
Big Mac,
fucked in your
fat boy.
truck,
Oh
boy.
man, yo, him and them those jokes are
goodbye,
so
goodbye.
corny.
I wouldn't even let her, ain't nowhere in the world. Like that's disrespectful to the man, cause that ain't even a joke. How the fuck you even think that you cool? Like calling me and you cool as shit, right? Yeah, I would never joke with you about what a type of disease your chick gave you. Like who
Yeah,
the fuck does? Who the fuck would even joke? That's not a joke, Migo.
Yeah, I know, and he supposed to be African. You know, he always disrespecting African women all the time. I'm like, yo, like,
Fuck that. We're just talking about man to man being respectful. It's
yeah,
nowhere in the
he off
world
that.
it ain't nowhere in the world that's respectful. I'm telling you that if I saw, for what he said to Collar about his chick, if I saw him, I would punch him in his face.
No,
yo,
exactly. Yeah, but you know these niggas never gonna show their face, man. I already know.
Yeah, that ain't no shit you'll say. Like even if Collar said some shit like that, I would say, I'm like, Collar, that's you opening yourself up.
I
If you
would
say
never
some,
fucking.
I
I never disrespected my family.
yeah, it's just certain things. It's
There's
just
some
certain
things
things.
off limits, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I actually even forgot what Elvira, the line librarian, said the other time. And I was just like, you just don't say it. I forgot even what it was about. But you get what I'm saying? Just certain things you don't do. And if you say that, that's a level of you showing like the total non-disregard. But this is the funny part, Dark Migo.
Mhm.
A person can only do to you what you allow them to do.
Nah, yeah. But look, you see he cut his neck in front of all of us up here. He said he be looking at an underage white girl butt. So I'm
In
like,
high school. In high
he right in
school.
high school. So he's cut his head in front of
I
everybody. So
said
I'm
he's a
like, now
weirdo.
we know
He's a
what kind of
weirdo.
Ikala was saying. He on some, on some porn addicted stuff. He kind of came up here and just said that,
I think
he
he's a
kind of
virgin.
exposed himself.
I knew what type of weirdo when he was talking about he wanted to go up there. Cause you watching no YouTube video talking about he want to go up there with the Himba tribe in Namibia with the chicks walking around. They don't take showers, but they got their boobs out with the red paint on. Like, why would you want to go somewhere where chicks don't take showers? Where they use
That's what I'm
mud?
saying, man. Yeah,
Like you
yeah. That's somebody that's a complete pervert, man. You
Yeah,
know,
like I understand the people that go up there and they're like, oh, these girls are so pretty. They putting the red clay on there, but you leaving out the nuance where they don't take showers. They
Yeah,
don't
he be
take
yeah.
going
baths.
into too much detail when he be describing, like women and stuff. You heard how he was just going, he's doing
And
too
why does
much.
he
I'm like,
think
come on,
that
man, just get your point off,
we
brother.
But that, what I say, Dark Migo, the same thing I tell Kyla. He's who he is. See, I can't get mad at him for him being who he is. Because he doesn't, he's another one of those people where he don't change his colors. He is who he is. So it's either you allow somebody to come up there and they are who they are, or you quail them. You get what I'm saying? So you let them
Yeah,
know,
I
hey,
get you.
if anytime you start talking that freaky shit, I'm gonna go ahead and mute you.
Yeah.
So they don't even do that. You get what I'm saying? Like everybody got common sense, but some people they're just like wild animals. You got to slap them on. You got to spray some water. Like if you got a little puppy or something and acting up, you got to spray some water in
Yeah,
his face.
newspaper. Yeah,
He
he was
reminds me of.
tripping.
He reminds me of those dudes that they be catching on that Chris Hansen Kentucky
Oh
Express.
I knew you
yeah.
was gonna say that.
You
Yeah,
know,
you
he
know
said,
he
"Well,
is, and you know he can't
you
be in the Africa stand because you already know, Kyla. Like you can't be a leader, and you
oh
know
no,
you
man, no,
falling into
dude,
your
no.
lust. You know you gonna
No,
ruin us.
my thing is, look, man, that shit right here, that level of perversion, no. Of
Nah,
course,
yeah,
there gonna
like
be women.
he can't be around. Yeah,
There's gonna be a
that's too much.
single life there. There's gonna be a nightlife there. You just gotta know how to do it, man. But this shit, right, what he says, we don't want that. This ain't gonna be Thailand.
No,
This ain't gonna
Migo,
be
Yeah,
I was
right. Yeah.
listening to that. I was listening to that shit on the playback. You get what I'm saying? And I'm like, did he just say what I thought he said? You get what I'm saying? Like he just said, like he said it as if he was walking to the counter asking
Yeah,
for,
like this is normal. Yeah, I get you.
like it
Yeah,
was
like
normal.
he had these
and
convos
think
with
about
anybody.
and
Yeah,
think
too
what do you think
comfortable.
I said earlier, smart, right? I said back in the days, we had a thing and before the internet, we had a thing called bullies.
Yeah.
And we had tough guys in our community, right? I had to be subjected to people who were bigger than me. You know, I got out of line, measures were taken. Somebody smaller than me gets out of line. I took measures. That's how it worked, right?
Right.
One thing that happened was a little nerdy clown incel didn't pop off at the goddamn mouth,
Yeah.
and get away with it. That's what the internet created,
Yeah.
It
It
created
gave
these
him a
monsters.
voice.
It should be checked,
Yeah.
and you can't do nothing about it because you can't reach them. And that's what you have, for all these people running out kick. I see this one, this dude was going up to motherfuckers. Just fuck with people. What's this up with this? Fuck with people in public.
Yeah,
They
it's
go
like
up
the
and
new thing. It's called rage baiting for views and
yeah, and
stuff.
they
Yeah.
they push somebody's car, get out of the way and whatnot. Dude tell, oh, it's a prank, prank. And I'm like, why are people fucking with people in public? Leave people the fuck alone.
But
Yeah.
that's the new trend. That like it's
Yeah.
trendy to be annoying, be an annoyance. You get what I'm saying? Like, let me tell you something. Even the first time I saw Ice Show Speed, when he was in the room and they was all sitting there chilling, and this motherfucker jumped up and did a bout with Flip and Krantz. I was like, this dude
You
is
knocked over the stuff.
like, I don't see what everybody else see. Like I don't think he bringing nothing together. I don't see what everybody else.
What's the thing? He's fast or something.
Nah, he just do goofy shit.
He
That's
just
it.
do
He
goofy
do
shit.
dumb shit. That's it. He
Like
just a fool, bro.
it just shocks me.
Bojangles.
Yeah, like he to me, Ice Your Speed ain't no different than that Nigerian dude that be dancing when he eating
Yo,
food.
we got
Man, you see some dude tried to
somebody got
kill him, bro. Did some Asian dude tried to
his name
poison him with
Group.
cuttlefish or something like that? Some
For real?
poisonous fish.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, bro, that was recent. Some Asian dude tried to have him come to his restaurant and put 3 poisonous fish in his wrap. But the dude got caught and he got sentenced. He was like he just didn't like seeing him look like that. I'm like, dang, that's mad
That's my
racist.
big group.
Huh?
Yeah.
Big group.
Yeah, bro. They tried to kill him.
But
Some Asian
Kyla,
dude.
let me tell you something. You know they got an American version of him too, right?
Who?
His name is Yeti TV. You know what I'm saying?
I think I know who that is. Yeah,
And he be like, dip it, you got to dip it. And he be like, ooh, Collar. His shit,
Yeah.
like Big Groove is more like dancing coon. This dude is
I gotta get the fuck out of here, man.
Collar, this dude is more like a minstrel show. Like he be acting like he cockeyed and retarded when he eat the food. Like he act like he in a trance, like he about to shit on himself. Like, but he's a boxer. But hold on though, Colin. See, this is the thing about both of them. The African dude is he's a professional weightlifter too. Now, and the other dude, Yeti, his name is Yeti TV. Y'all can look him up. but he's a professional boxer, like welterweight. Like he'll whoop your ass. You know what I'm saying? Like he can fight. But what I'm saying is that they make their money doing this type of shit for attention on the internet, and the way that it is now, like they pay like Colin, they paying these guys 3,000-5,000 just to go in there and eat some of their food at a restaurant. Like that's hard to turn down.
It's like, yo,
3,000, 5,000.
Yeah, they making the cooning profitable now. That's
They
crazy,
making the
right?
cooning profitable.
That shit better than trapping, huh? That's what
Hold
they
on,
basically saying.
Collar. That the same thing happened with OnlyFans. That's how OnlyFans jumped up. Now you got regular women that's out here doing. They even got women, Collar. They even got regular women online teaching girls how to be OnlyFans just for their feet. They like, if you got some pretty feet, send
yeah,
me.
I see this one on YouTube. This little white girl was showing her little toes. When I said, "What the fuck is this all about?"
Yeah.
Then I heard about the fucking toe thing. Yeah, men pay. This one girl said men pay her to watch her feet.
Yeah.
She was like 18 years old. She goes, "I make more
Crazy.
money out there working at some supermarket when I get paid my feet, and I'm making this $1,000 a week." Like,
Colin, hold on. Not only feet, they got the armpit guys too. They like to look at girls' armpits.
Oh man, what?
Yep.
like I said, I give up, man. I give up.
Yeah, it's too many freaks, bro. I know, Kyla. I said the same thing.
I mean, them chicks be out there squirting sriracha sauce, mayonnaise,
Ah,
like it Colin. All you got to do, if you give her an extra $20, $30, you can tell her to, pour pickle juice on them, whatever. You tell her what color you want to get the nails done. You know what I'm saying? You want her to warm up some butter. One girl, she was just the dude like her to put popcorn between her toes. They were like,
what?
God, let me tell you something. But what I'm telling you, the white dudes, they make the market for that type of shit.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, white is mostly white again. White.
Yeah,
Like
we
that.
know, yeah, and them Asian and
Like what I'm
Hispanic
saying.
dudes.
What I'm
Yeah.
saying is, Migo, the NBA would not be popular if black people had to pay those prices. Like black people ain't gonna pay no $50,000 for no goddamn front row seats.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No. I'm not saying they won't pay it, but we talking about every single game.
Yeah, every year now, yeah.
Like
Man, we
the
bought some
whole.
$80 seats, man. That junk was high up. I was like, oh, crazy. Super high
Hey,
up.
let me tell you something. You can go to a game and don't even go in the stadium. They got the big TVs
The
out there.
TV, yeah. Yeah.
You ain't even got to go inside there. But what I'm saying is the white people, they have that, like that's how I know all that collar. Because look back there in the age collar in the Greece and in Egypt when they had, in the Roman times when they built this, like they have no air condition, they have no bugs, no bug repellent. They built this big coliseum because white people like to see that gore and blood shit. You get what I'm saying?
It's a spectacle.
They like that spectacles. They like they like to see them big giant 7 foot. You know what I'm saying? Wimby, whatever his name is, and Kevin Durant run down and that sweat. You see them guys. They 7 foot tall, 300-pound, diving in them people laps, knocking the fuck out of them. Them people like, oh yes, they get happy that they can smell that sweat off these mandingos. White people are just like that, Collar. So that's why I'm trying to tell you that if it was the other way around, most black people would get mad at me because of the way I'm treating white people. They'll be like, "Why you treating the white people so bad?" I'm like, "We over them. Like they're nothing to us." But I would have black people, Dark Migo, telling me, "Man, you got to show them a little respect. You got to be a little nice to them." Because that's the one thing that I agree with Carla. We're not natural conquerors. White people are conquerors. We're not conquerors. We're land developers. We one with the land, one with the spirit. You know what I'm saying? Like the women, they mummy water on dry land. Like they're nurturers. White people are conquerors. They're like a disease at the same time. You get what I'm saying? Like they're like a Roman disease. They're like the those guys from the movie The Matrix. You know what I'm saying? What they call them, Migos? I forgot what it's
Yeah,
called.
the white guys. I know you're talking about the Mr. something. I know
Yeah, Mr. Smith, the Agent Smiths. That's how white people are. You get what I'm saying? Black people, even though we have the strength and everything, we're still emotional. We're still emotional, caring people. But I'm telling you, Migo, I'm not like that. Believe me, bro, I'm only cool with the people that I'm cool with. Like people
Nah,
that I'm
trust
not.
me, I get you 100. I'm the same exact way, bro.
I,
I
I'm,
get you.
I'm telling you, like I am straight up. I'm telling you, if I saw goddamn her or Dumba talk at one of these trucks, I would punch him right in his fucking face, and he probably would run and go tell on me. And I'm telling you, dudes like that, when they out there on the road, Dark Mika, they don't say a fucking word. They don't open their mouth. They go in them stores, buy stuff, and they go sit out there. They don't socialize. But
Yeah,
they
but
went
trust me, I know Hustle Smart because, bro, like I trade every single day. Why? Because, bro, I talk so much shit. So I know somebody gonna want to come fight me, eventually. So I prepare myself. That's why he should do the same thing.
So, the thing about it is, like, even if it was the other way around and we was in charge, you get what I'm saying? Now, don't get me wrong. Now, I couldn't have been one of those people like how Colin be talking about how Elvira, the Lion Liberian people with a crew that they were driving the boat. I wouldn't do that. But
Yeah.
I couldn't do that to my own people. Like, you could never get me. Let me tell you something, Migo. If I hated your guts, you stole my dog, stole my dope, stole my car, stole everything out my house. And if a white person said, you know what, I'm looking for somebody, man, just pick somebody you don't like. I still wouldn't give you up.
That's real. I respect that because
I
most
would
niggas
never
would.
turn on. I would never turn on my people. But I guarantee you, if the shoe was on the other foot and we was in charge, and then white people was up on the other way, black people are, we'll be sitting up there feeling sorry for them.
We
We
would
we
exactly. We'd
we
give
would
them
be
give them our day
procreating.
power ASAP. They'll
Let
probably
me
reconquer us right in like 50 years.
cause guess what we'll be doing? We will be procreating with them.
Exactly. Yep. You already know. These niggas can't get out that pussy, and these black women. They always gonna have some kind of allegiance to the white
He
dude.
finds, yep. So that's what I'm
It don't
saying.
matter.
That's the difference between them and us. Don't get it wrong. It's white dudes that mess with black women, and that's black people that mess with black men that mess with white women. But if you say, hey, it's a free for all, man, let me tell you something. Most black men would go for a white chick.
Yeah.
They would, yeah.
If it was
I
just
believe it.
open season, you get what I'm saying? Most black men know that, hey man, unless she got the coolest parents in the world, you know what I'm saying? They just stay away from it because it's more problems than it is.
Let me tell you something. Black men right now, and to be
Yeah, and
perfectly
that's
honest
true.
with
And that's the
you,
thing. Like the white women I noticed, like they kind of got the ability. Like I think they looking now. Like they see how the black woman is acting,
They
and they
watching.
coming like opposite. Like they kind
right?
they like, oh, we get it now with the black man. So they trying to come like the nice and the sweet way. You know what I mean? Or
Mm-hmm.
like you got a nigga moment with the white girl. You know what I mean? She might be like, okay, I get you. I understand. I'ma chill.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, whoa, hold on, like. I see what they
Now the
doing, bro.
thing
You know
is,
what I
like
mean?
what's
Like
going on
they
right
trying to
now,
covertly take us from the black women by doing the opposite.
Just
What a
being
smart
nice.
move they playing.
Like think about how destroyed the black community is that a white woman can come in and take a black man by just being nice.
By
yeah.
being nice, crazy, right? Crazy.
And also, not only that, you know who wrote about
Or
this
just and
years
just
ago?
being understanding. You know what I
You
mean?
know who wrote this years ago? Sherazade Ali.
She
And
did.
everybody laughed at her. Everybody laughed at her. They said, she goes, well, the black woman doesn't give the black man peace, you know? And so long as black women decide that you don't want the black man peace, this could happen. Because there was an old thing, right? That people thought that you could take the black man's authority away from the black community. You could take his respect. You could, look, there's so many black men in the South that are completely emasculated by black women. And so, therefore, sooner or later, a man's going to walk away. Men only love their community when they can replicate it. Black men have reached a critical mass where they don't want to replicate for the next generation what they went through. That's very dangerous. That means right now, in the context of America, anything's fair game. Interracial marriage, fair game. Unfortunately, even homosexuality is fair game, you know, in the Black America because we did not build that sort of relationship. Our women in Black America back in the days, let me tell you something, right? Also, probably remember this time we go. Back then, when I was a kid, Black women were our treasure. Every magazine we saw people like Pam Grier on the cover,
Yep, yep.
Lonnie Greer, you know, even Vanessa Williams. You dreamed about that Kim Fields, you know, Janet Jackson. You dreamed about having that beautiful Black woman that's going to be your piece, you know, you're going to spend your life with and build a family with and everything. Peace. But somewhere along the line, right, I knew it was too good to be true. Somebody told the Black woman, and I did a blog years ago called Pretty. And it was a very painful blog I wrote, right? It's about the idea of America convincing a Black woman once she's pretty, she has options. And once she has options, right? That one guy that's a blue collar guy that's gonna work the factory traditionally, he's not good enough. She has to either get a guy with a degree or seek a white man. So when a Black girl becomes pretty, which and the reason I say pretty is this: in the white community, Asian community, it's a normal thing being pretty. So women who are pretty do normal things. And they don't have to say I want a baller. Look at our culture. Am I telling the truth? A girl.
Colin,
Yeah, you are.
you
Yeah.
telling the 100. Hold on, Colin. Put a pin in there, cause sometimes, man, you be glossing over these golden nuggets,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah, for real. Yeah, yeah.
I be telling Colin sometimes, say, man, you have so many good points, you
You
just
gotta write them
glaze over
down.
sometimes. Like you need to stick with them sometimes. Colin, this is where that point is. You can bring the point about the movies. See, when you see those white girls, like just take the movie Transformer, and they had the hot white chick, whatever,
Yeah,
that was with
Megan
the little nerd.
Fox.
Like,
Yeah.
Megan Fox, but hold on though. What did she do in the movie? What was her claim to fame? She used to work on cars.
Yeah.
She knew how to
Right.
work on cars. She wasn't out there trying to be beauty queen, talking about stepping, waving her head, dancing. She knew how to work on cars.
You know,
And
white girls,
take the
black
chick.
girls,
Hold on, Colin.
pretty.
Let me do the last one. Take the chick from Spider-Man. The what her name? Zarana, whatever her name.
Zendaya.
Yeah.
Zendaya.
She's
Zendaya.
on average. She ain't walking around, even though she knows she look good. She ain't walking around telling people I'm a bad bitch. But look at the black people. I'm telling you, Tyler Perry faggot
Yeah.
ass started that shit. All that, yeah, you know your worth, and no man can tell you, and you did all you could. Go out there. That's where
It's
our
called,
movies.
it's called Pretty.
Yeah. And
Our movies preach that to us. In the white girl movies, with when their man's in the military, the white girls out there waiting for them to come on from the stern. Like their movies is more loyal to their race.
yeah.
Our movies more based in that black girls separate, and if you know what I'm saying, then you in charge.
Black
That
girls
Yep.
are too pretty. Black girls are too pretty.
their movies are not built like they don't build their movies like that.
Yeah, black girls are too pretty for us. You know, they're too pretty to be seen cooking dinner while men out there. God forbid, you always got to be driving in a sports car. They always got to be coming from a club. They always got to be coming in from a boardroom. You
Going
ever
out to
see that?
eat and shit. Yep.
Look at the love and hip. I could write a book. All those TV shows, Basketball Wives, all the stuff like that. That's black women, you know.
And all of
Yeah.
them is
Real
some wig.
Housewives of Atlanta. Man, that's
All
all
of
them
them is
shows
some
program
wig
them, bro.
weave wearing wild hyena hood rat. All of them with a bunch of yakky in their hair. Bunch of yakky. All of them. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
so
But the thing about it is, we've been raised up by like, let me tell y'all. So Migo, you probably don't know this, but definitely when I've been saying this for you. I knew Tyler Perry was a faggot. You get what I'm saying? Not because of his mannerisms. It's just that I just saw the way, cause when I found out he write all of his shit, And I'm like, everything that you write is to put the black woman up and the black man that I knew he was a faggot. And then the first time he came out and talking about he got molested, but then he said it went on for like 6 years. Now, after 6 years, it's a hobby, bro. You get
Yeah,
what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah.
And
That
then
one
now,
time should have been enough for you. You should have
and,
said something. Yeah.
and then when that girl, they talking about, she probably like, no, she was a surrogate. That model chick, and then he turned around, and then she wouldn't, if she wanted to keep that child in Juice Tyler Perry, she could have. She just gave up. She just gave up the child. He got the child, and the child like a little weirdo, and got there. Now she gone somewhere with her millions. She signed the NDA. Like they don't even talk about her.
That's
The one,
crazy. I never knew
the,
that.
you didn't know he had a like some it was now one thing he did right was he did pick an immigrant chick. She from I forgot where she from. They was married or girlfriend or boyfriend. She was just staying there till the child got a certain age, and then she left. She ain't never came out and said nothing, not one word.
She was like black.
Yeah, she black.
Oh, okay, well, at least gotta be black. Yeah.
She was black. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to just look it up. Like that's what I'm saying. They don't talk about it at all.
Yeah, yo.
And he a full faggot, sitting up there trying to molest art and got a son there. Weirdo type shit. But these are the dudes that they put in front of black people, and black women made them famous.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't no different from like one thing black women love to see. They love to see a masculine looking man act sassy.
Yeah.
They love that shit. Cause I forgot the other one, Kiki or whatever dude. He looked like LeBron. You know what I'm saying? He used to be popular maybe since he's not that popular no more. But he like built up like LeBron wearing wigs and shit. Then you got Saucy Santana that got a beard. His
Yeah,
beard
beard.
connect,
Yo.
got a
Oh,
full
yeah,
fucking
what about whatever happened with that? He said he was gonna bend academics over and
yeah.
run up. What happened with that?
Yeah, he said something crazy, right? He said he's
Yeah.
gonna smash him.
Now Evans said he wants to fight him or something like that. He
Yeah.
said, "I'm gonna bend academics over." Imagine that
Uh,
gets back. Oh my god, that's a nightmare.
Man,
I
it's just
think
crazy
Saucy
how they could
Santana
just
do him though.
disrespect black men like that. Like just you just say he
Because
gonna rape
they got
him
to a
on.
fight. What do you
That's
think would be
crazy.
an end game? Academic knocks him out, or Salty Santa gets the prize, and Bezel, like you said, the winner gets the prize, and Salty Santa.
Both of them go away, man.
Your academics was bent over, and Salty Santa as his feast. You know,
What I'm saying, Saucy, like DJ Academic, he's old fat, sloppy, lazy, short-looking dude. Saucy Santana is stocky built. Like, let me tell you something. I was at the airport. I was on my way to DC, and Saucy Santana was in front of me, man. This on my mama's grave. He was in front of me, and they was like, "Hey, do you want to go next?" Because we had to put our stuff on the conveyor belt, and I just said, "Hey, man, I'm stopping right here. I'm not walking past. I'm not walking." Right there, taking off my shoes and now they're letting them go because it was him and two other chicks. And then when I'm sitting up there looking, I'm like, this motherfucker got a full beard. I'm talking about like Teddy
yeah,
Pendergrass beard collar,
yeah, I seen
like
it.
a thick ass beard. See, he have out there weaving. He just had a bald head. He had a bald head and a big ass beard. And this dude got BBLs and all that shit. I'm talking about look like a bowling ball. You know who he remind you of, Colin? I don't know if you used to watch Jacksonville Jaguar, the football player Maurice Jones-Drew. Like
No, I don't
compact,
remember.
yeah, he's like a little round.
He reminds me of a Moses Malone. Back in
Yeah.
the day,
Yeah, I give you that too. But yeah, he would do academic would be in trouble. You know what I'm saying? He's big like that, but he's like active, like he moving around, and like he was in there with them chicks, they jumping around, doing flips and doing crazy shit. I'm like, what the like this is what it is. But what I'm telling you, his support system, Migo, was black women. Black women sitting up there around him, boosting him up.
Yeah, most
yeah,
definitely is.
And
Because black women are the easiest to scare, but that's why.
you know who his best friend is, right?
Yeah,
Young,
JT.
huh?
Oh, JT, right?
No, it's Young Miami.
Oh yeah, yeah.
They're the one like to get peed on.
Yeah.
Like Carla, this chick came on TV and said that I like for rich men to pee on me.
Cause she was messing with Diddy. He was doing that to her.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. All these weirdos, man. Yeah, like I said, man, it's
All right. Hypersexual, Carla. We are a hypersexual people. And that's when I be feeling like I'm different.
has nothing to do with sex. It has to do with deviance. That
Deviant.
means
Okay,
this
I'll give you that. Sexual
when you're
deviant. I
a
get
child, right? This happens when you're a child. When your uncle said, "Put your hands over here," and he asked you to touch him, and you touch him back. That's not just historical night. That's just people who got abused their whole life and never got treatment for it, or never got.
Exactly, bro. That's what it is, bro. It says 1 in 5 black women are like sexually abused before age 18. So that's like a good like 40% majority. You know what I mean? It's like a lot of unhealed black women. You know what I mean? Just not healed from their trauma and just destroying the community.
but you know what? It's a gift and a curse with the black woman also because she does grow, she does grow out quicker than any other race of women. You get what I'm saying? Like you wake up one day, like I never forget the day my daughter was 9 years old and I woke up and she was crying. And I was like, what you crying for? And at 9 years old, she got boobs. Like I didn't know what to say, Migo. You get what I'm saying? I didn't even know what to say or do. You get what I'm saying? I just told her, she
Yeah.
wasn't ready to have boobs at 9 years old. So the only thing I can do is call my sisters over there, call her mama, you know what I'm saying? Try to cook something and let them talk to her. Cause I didn't know what to say. You get what I'm saying?
You did the right thing. Yeah,
Cause
that's
I'm
what
like,
women.
what the hell? You wake up and like, cause men don't go through shit like that. Men don't wake up and all of a sudden, only thing men wake up and realize they got hair on their shit. That's about it. You know what I'm saying? We don't wake up and be like, or we wake up and realize our voice is deeper. Like we really don't have those traumatic things that like she got to think about. Oh, I got to wear different clothes now I got to pick out bras and everything, and you know what I'm saying. So because they want to stay in that mode of it, and then what comes with that, what comes with boobs on a little girl, that comes with attention from guys, older, younger, you know what I'm saying. Just the way men are visual creatures. So we noticed that, you know what I'm saying. We noticed that at an early age. But what I'm saying is that in the black community, that's a gift and a curse with the black women. What's happening now is that they trying to teach these girls to capitalize on it. You know what I'm saying? Hey, if that man wanna, he wanna have sex with you, make him pay. Don't go out on no date. You ain't even got to go on dates no more. Just tell him that, hey, instead of spending that money on a date, just come over here and pay you. So now these chicks don't turn into glorified 304s. But the problem is the difference between them and white women, Dark Migo, is that the white women ain't coming up pregnant.
Yeah.
If they do come up pregnant, they get an abortion. You know what I'm saying? But the black women are having these babies. Like I just don't understand why black women would have a baby if within the first 7 days of you telling that guy you pregnant, y'all ain't even talking no more.
Because
Y'all
it's
ain't
cool
even.
to. That's why it's cool to be a baby moms.
Yeah,
If black
cool to be a baby
that's
mama.
why.
Just like they say about these baby showers. Some of these chicks, they spending 5,000-10,000 on a baby shower. And then I
Yeah,
heard
it's
this
like a
one
good
lady said,
flex. Like, bro, I noticed like what it really is, bro. It's like once you say you're a woman and like nothing went right in life, you don't got no accomplishments, nothing good to post, you know what I mean? Nothing cool to post. The next step is having a baby because you could
yep.
post that shit forever, you know what I mean? Just posting that shit, posting mom shit, you know what I mean? Like it's popular and it's cool for them, you know
You
what I mean? And they
forget the
got
number
like
one
a
thing,
community,
Migo.
you know what I'm saying?
You forget the number one thing. She has 100% control.
Yeah, that too, yeah.
1,000%. She can mold it. That child can either be, she gonna need to raise that child to be a smart person or a rapper. Or her favorite rapper. And that's just where we are in our community. And I see it in the movies, bro. I see
Yeah,
it in
and
the
I see they
movies.
be dressing they kids, they sons like rap niggas and
Yeah,
shit, or just like hood niggas. I be like, what the fuck? Like I be looking at, I'm like, why y'all be dressing y'all? Sons be like 11 and shit. I'm thinking this nigga like 18. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, what the fuck,
because ain't nobody can tell a black woman nothing but God and Jesus. Why you
man?
think they in the black churches like that? Why you think they go to
Man,
Umar Johnson
listen,
like that?
listen, man.
Why
God
you
and
think
Jesus can't even tell them what to do, bro. I
nope,
guarantee you that, bro. They not even
no,
listening to God and Jesus no
because
more,
it's
bro.
no
It's over.
because there's no immediate solution. That's the difference between is if anybody want to know the difference between Islam and Christianity as far as punishment. Islamic, they do their punishment kind of fast. You get what I'm saying?
Hmm.
You get that punishment immediately. Christianity is some old after you die and you judgment day. You talking about some 80 years. You get
Nah,
what I'm
yeah,
saying?
but it's funny that's the shit some people think. But God be listen, bro. God be knocking them, son. Like you don't be listen, like them bitches they pay with their kids, bro. Like you know what I'm saying. That be the day shit, bro. They
Hold on.
kids that come out on some other shit. You know what I mean? And now they bloodline just destroyed. You know what I mean? Now everybody, you feel me? That's coming out of that womb gonna be on some fuck shit. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on, Migo. I'm glad you said that.
You
That
feel
is
me? That's
God.
what I'm
But hold
saying, bro.
on.
Yeah.
Hold on, though. But let me tell you how these uppity twerk monkeys switch it around. They'll say, God ain't made no mistakes. I'm just gonna
Sure.
yeah. Even though it's God punishing them, they'll turn around and make it like, oh, this just a test. This a test.
Ain't no test, man. God gotta humble your ass until you be like, all right, like you feel me? That's the thing. But bitches can't take accountability and realize that shit.
They
So
don't
that's
even
why they
take
constantly go
accountability for
through. You feel me? That's why they constantly going through shit, bro. Cause they can't be like, all right, you know what? This my fault. This was going on. Let me change it. They gonna be like, nah, let me blame somebody else.
yeah,
And
this
that
a
and that's why you
season.
gonna keep getting fucked up.
This is a season. They make any. That's what I'm telling you with these churches. These churches don't hold them accountable. These
They
churches
don't,
just
yup.
tell them that, hey, you know what I'm saying? You did this and you did that. Hold on, just come here and keep coming to the church and God forbid. So they ain't even looking at the message of what the circumstances is for their actions. They try to twist it to be like, oh, this ain't an action, this a blessing. You know what I'm saying? I'm just
Exactly, yup.
they'll turn a punishment, a judgment into a blessing, and then enough chicks be like, "Yeah, that right, girl, that
Mm-hmm.
right."
Exactly, because that's the thing. It's the church. Because if
Yeah,
you really read that Bible, man, that shit tell you can't do nothing crazy like that what they be doing. And if you do, you gonna pay for that shit. So that's why I'm like, yeah, I know these bitches ain't reading that shit, bro. They just going to church and just bullshit, and you know what I mean, just congregating with a bunch of other, wicked
yeah.
ass people. You know what I mean, on that lusty shit. I'm like, nah, I see what's going on.
And see, I'll tell you like this, amigo. Like when I was doing because when I went to jail, I was doing the gambling and I was doing all that stuff, but it still was like cutthroat. You get what I'm saying? Like, I sit up there and think about like how many dudes got stabbed up, and you're talking about for stamps, Migo,
Hmm.
stamps, like petty stuff. Like, and I'm sitting there like, like if any of all this stuff come back to me, like I ain't gonna get out. Like I'm finna get parole. You know what I'm saying? Like these dudes
Yeah.
in here, man, these dudes got 50, 60 years. A couple of my homeboys, I'm talking about let me tell you something, amigo. I have never been around that many black dudes that can read.
Dang.
I'm talking about like a third grade level. Like didn't understand. I'm talking about it's some of that real, like you seen the movie Life?
Yeah.
It was some of that real movie to life, like, man, somebody give you the papers or the like paper from the court and ask you to read it. And I'm like, bro, you're like, man, yeah, let's go ahead and read it, bro. I'll give you a soup, you know what I'm saying? Dudes come in there, pay me,
That's
give me a soup.
crazy.
That
To read some shit.
to get some comprehension, the understanding, the comprehension ain't there. Like
Yeah.
some of these dudes, they better in jail. They ain't got to pay no bills. Like they function better. They're like wild animals, bro. And then now you
Mm.
got them caged up. They just act normal. Don't get me wrong. They still will do whatever. They don't have to. since they ain't got to worry about paying bills no more. So now their brain is on a petty level. So now it's back to potato chips, cookies, some coffee. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Some
juice.
instant.
Yeah, I already know. Yeah, some kid
Yeah,
shit.
you talking about
Yeah.
some Tang. I ain't seen Tang in like 30, like some like instant, like that's what their mind frame on. And like, so this dude, they walking around and he like, man, y'all got that bread, bro. I got like 10 books of stamps. And then you sitting there like 10 books of stamps, and then you realize like a book of stamps cost you about $30, $40, right? He got $500 worth of stamps.
That's
But that
crazy.
but that only means something in jail.
In
People,
jail, yeah, some
you get what
stamps.
I'm saying? So actually, you know what I'm saying? I actually converted because I was like, man, I ain't finna get out, man, dealing with these dudes. Because I don't make my bed with these dudes. Pause.
Yeah, I know.
You know
Yeah,
what I'm
you
saying?
got to. Yeah, sometimes.
Like
Yeah.
I had to cut away. So, you know what I'm saying? I sold my store, and then, you know what I'm saying? Like one thing, now let me tell you, one thing that I do recognize about prisons with they now the Christian part, they let the Christians do whatever they want to do. The Christians go down church, that's why the gay dudes be at all, they allow that shit. The
Oh
Muslims,
man.
they let the Muslim be to themselves. They let the Muslim be in the room because they have to eat a certain way. Believe me, it was hard. I had to give up that pork.
Yep.
Cause like it's structured in jail. You can't eat pork. You get what I'm saying? Like you walk together, like you walk together, you pray together, praying 5 times a day. You meeting up every day to pray. Like that was an ongoing thing. So with the church was just a Sunday thing. The Muslim thing was an everyday thing. We read together. You get what I'm saying? Like I'm telling you, that was the most I felt like black people was together, and I
Yeah.
felt like we was like the Mexicans, Muslims.
Yep. I always said my uncle had to do the same thing. You know what I mean? Because he said he wasn't trying to get a longer sentence. You know, because yeah, you get into the bullshit if you don't get into the Muslim. You know.
I'm talking about, boy, I changed my name to Fareed Jabir Hashim Rafiq.
Yeah, yeah, you got to, man. If you,
I
yeah, I
got,
know, cause like you don't want to, stay in there longer. I already
hell
know,
no. They sent me
man.
that. They sent me, cause let me tell you something. I supposed to got out a year earlier, but when I got there, they extended my parole. They was like, oh, we gonna put you off for another 12 months. Right then, I started looking at them koofies. I started I started looking at the brothers. I got cool with one of them, and they was like, and then to get me to give up the gambling thing to come on there, it was like because I was renting the dorm with the store man rented. And not saying that they rented, but everybody know the store man. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm. Yeah,
So when I converted, man, it was a whole different ball game. You get what I'm saying? Like just reading and you know what I'm saying, learning Arabic and stuff. And it was just it wasn't none of that theatrics that you saw at the Christian church. It with the Christian thing. That's that theatric shit. The
hmm
Islam shit is more structured.
most definitely, yeah.
And
And
that
that's
and
just
what
yeah, that's just them black churches and and them Baptist shits. Cause them Orthodox Christian, they like the only ones that's kind of close to the Muslims. You know what I mean? Like they be in
right.
that discipline shit. But that's about it for real. Yeah, I already know how the Christians be coming out here, man. Yeah, they be doing too much theatrics. Yeah.
It's too much. Believe me, I got people when I got out and my my mama's evangelist. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, listen, like I said, I did what I had to do to get out of prison. I said, but you know what? I don't need no religion. You get what I'm saying? I said, but I needed that structure to help me get because I didn't know you can't go from a gangster to a normal guy. You can't. The only way you can get out of it that have a buffer is to become a Muslim. That's the only way.
Yeah.
You get what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
some kind of religion. Yeah, I get you. Yeah.
Yeah, but you can't do the Christianity and be a gangster. You got to go with the Islam because that's what most of all of the thugs were. They turn Muslim to get that structure. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So, but once I got out, I couldn't keep up with that 5 times a day praying and all that shit. I couldn't keep up with it. It just wasn't happening.
Yeah.
You know, and then on top of that, I just didn't. I just don't believe in. I just don't believe in no religion. Like if I believe in religion, then based on religion, then we meant to be at the bottom. Then that means that we selected be at the bottom because why would God let a people be at the bottom?
Cause them niggas don't listen, man. Like, you know
You
what I
get what I'm
mean?
saying?
Yeah, niggas be wilding, man. You know what I mean?
But this is the thing though. I just don't understand it. But that's the case, then and if God hears everybody individually, then why are we lumped together then? Because all of us ain't wilding. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So why as a group? Because white people do some fucked up shit. All of
Yeah,
them don't suffer.
yeah.
But in our section, that we all suffering. You get what I'm saying? Just the way we act towards each other. Don't get me wrong. I have seen white people have a fight out and whatever. Let me tell you, I never forget. I was in New Orleans, this backwood in New Orleans, delivering at this Walmart place. Went to this bar. These white boys sitting up there punching each other in the face and all that shit. And when he got his ass whooped, do you know what the people, the one that got his ass whooped, you know what the white people standing around him told him?
What, buy him a beer or some
Buy him a
shit?
drink.
Yeah, I already know how they rock.
Buy him a drink. Yeah, he beat
Yeah.
you fair and square. Don't sit up there and be without you. Buy him a drink.
Yeah.
You get what I'm
And then
saying?
the cops ain't coming, nothing, right?
Nobody coming.
Yeah.
And the thing about it is, even the dude that law, they were still patting him up. Like, man, you put up a good show. He just was better. You just got to hand it to him, take your head off to him.
Yeah.
Somebody bought him a drink. They got blood in the swole eye. Sit up there, and then they sit over there going over the fight, man. When I did this and you did, that's how they was talking.
Mm-hmm.
And you talking about us as a people that we get to arguing with each other and we got to duck each other for the rest of our life, Migo?
Life, exactly, yeah.
Just about an argument?
Yeah, like you said though, then it go back to what you said earlier, like, black people too emotional. You know what I mean? That's what it really comes down to. You know what I'm saying? Because if niggas got duck niggas for the rest of their life, obviously that other nigga way too emotional. You know what I mean? That it got to be like that. So the white people, they not emotional like that. That's why they could fight and then like all right, so whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Like
just the
France,
emotion thing.
France spying on Germany, Germany spying on France, America
It,
spying on everybody, and they still come together.
But you know what it is though, and that's the thing. Like I know, niggas gonna get some flack in the comments, but sorry to say, but we gotta kind of, blame the black woman a little bit. We all right. Let's blame the black man for leaving, but a lot of these niggas is black women raised, so that's why they real emotional. Cause imagine you had your father in your life, and then you know how it is when you got your dad or at least a positive male role model around.
Right.
Like he gonna tell you like, all right, nigga, like. You gonna probably get your ass whooped, but nigga, all right, you gonna live to fight another day. Like fuck it, like you know what I'm saying. Yeah, I mean that niggas not getting that talk probably, so that's why it's you got
And
duck
that's
niggas
why,
forever.
I say these dudes be acting like the hoes that raised them.
Raising,
I
yeah,
said,
bro. Bro. Honestly, like I know it's so hard for people to hear and really understand from us and you, but it really do come down from the black woman, bro. Like just being raised by her. If you ain't got a lot of male role models, like if you don't got no father,
you in
and you
trouble.
gotta get lucky to have some, like you gotta have like seven male role models. Some cousins, a uncle, a grandpa. You gotta have some niggas outside, some coaches, some teachers. You gotta have a lot of black role models in order to beat that shit. And your mother at least gotta be modest, damn near. Don't you feel
Right.
me? And I be hearing a lot of these black men, they be having like that's why I thank God for my mother, man, because a lot of these niggas I be hearing be having like they see their moms just be doing some crazy shit. So I be
Crazy.
like, yeah,
That's
so I
why
be like, damn,
that's why when my mama, she was like, well, I was like, mama, you know what I'm saying? You was right that church with her. I said, I chose the streets. I said, I
yeah,
ain't never, like when I sit up there and think about it, I'm like, God, have I ever saw my mama drunk before? And I was like, I'd never seen my mama drunk.
nah, yeah, right,
You
like,
know what I'm saying?
bro,
Like, and then I was thinking about it, I'm like, my dad, I said, you know what? He used to have these like 6-pack of beer in the refrigerator. And I think they was in the refrigerator for like 2 years.
mhm,
And so not me now my sister them they get with guys that drink like me. I don't drink. Like
yeah,
it just ain't my thing. Don't get me wrong. If I'm at a bar or something, I might take a shot. But at the end of the day, I don't give a fuck how much Red Bull, orange juice, pineapple juice. That liquor just I don't see how people drinking to be like, that's refreshing. I
Yeah,
just
I
don't
know. Yeah.
I just don't get it.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, so my parents was who they were, and I just did what I did. You get what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? So at the end of the day, I chose the streets because when I was growing up, that was the only way to make. You couldn't make
To
like
make money. Yeah.
the only thing we had in our neighborhood was a Hardee's, and it was a Hardee's Express. They don't even make them like Miko. They don't even make them now. By the time you was born, they used to have Hardee's Express. It was like, do y'all got checkers or rallies out there?
Yeah,
And
we do.
we
Yeah, we got
we
checkers. Yo.
we had that's how it was. And we had a Hardee's like that in our neighborhood. When you couldn't walk in the store, you had to walk up and buy it like that. That was the only thing we had to eat in our neighborhood. And when I was growing up, no other place to get something to eat. It was miles away,
Yeah.
and we didn't have nothing. So the only thing we had was the dope game. That's all we had. It was nothing else. No job, no working at no store, no cutting no grass. Cause you know what? The crackheads that took them jobs.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, cut niggas grass. Yeah.
So the only thing we started selling it. Like it was nothing else. Like Job Corps, it was none of that shit. Cause Job Corps was only for criminals then. Now they changed it now to the point you can go and sign up, but back then you had to be in trouble to go to Job
Yeah.
Corps. So what I'm saying is that what I'm saying is that I actually, because I got more women in my family than men. That's what always shocked me when I heard women say that I hate women. I'm like, I got all women. Like they the
Mm.
ones that
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 told
that
you. Yeah.
yeah, they the
I
one
know.
told me this stuff. And they was
I
like,
got women in my family too. They told me the same shit, bro. I already know, man. Yeah, they keep it real.
you get what I'm saying? And then I used to always hear my cousin. I had a cousin named Brenda. She was like, "Oh, we ain't got to worry about him. Like he stayed to himself." You get what I'm saying? Like I just never was with like the rest of them in the all the dudes just go out to the club and party. That just wasn't my. I just didn't understand Migo why I would sit in this trap and waste all my time ducking the police and then go to a club or somewhere and give it away. That just
Exactly right. Give you money right away.
that never
Crazy.
made any sense to me. And so
Right.
then everybody started calling me boring. I'm like, oh, okay, like, if that's what y'all want to call it, y'all call giving away y'all money, and that's how I knew something was wrong. At that point, I knew something was wrong with black people because our
Mm-hmm.
idea of having fun was giving away our money. And then when I went and talked to white people, their idea of fun is saving money.
Saving money. Exactly. Investing money.
You know what I'm saying? Making the money grow. Then they spend money off the interest.
Off the edge, exactly. Yeah, like they gonna have them some fun, but it's gonna probably be some big fun. Once or twice a year. You know what I mean? And it's back to work.
And
Black
they
people
come
want to have fun every weekend. Every month type shit. Go on vacation every month. Like, nah, you can't do that.
and they come together to do it.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
you'll have some rich people, and they like, hey, we're gonna use your house for the summer. You know what? I'll take care of the entertainment. Hey,
Right, yeah, like they all go half. Yeah,
they
exactly.
all
Yeah,
go
yeah.
in on it.
Yeah, they all go in on it. Yeah, what's funny? What's the best way to see that? I've noticed you go on Airbnb, like go look at like a nice house and go to the reviews. You'll see hella white women like, yeah, me, and my sister, right? And we all came here, and yeah, so I'm like, yeah, they all really do be like, just throwing down on on nice stuff and
Right.
vacations. They don't really spend all that money.
Cause you know what though, Migo, and this is the one thing that I realize about us, and I know that we're doomed as a people, because white people like being around each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they
Black
do.
people don't like being around each other. We
Yeah,
just
they could get along. They could fake it until they go back home.
Yeah. They
Mm-hmm.
can put on the face until they on it. They'll be like, oh God. Oh Lord. Then we gonna do it again next Monday. No. Oh God.
Yeah.
But they do it.
Yep.
Black people, we always like got to prove something. Like we mad, somebody gonna know we mad. I got an attitude today, somebody gonna feel it, whatever.
Somebody,
They
yeah, exactly. Yeah, they
like
can't. Yeah, I get you.
and it's the funniest thing because, like, I see white dudes all day. White dudes, you know what I'm saying? They'll look, they'll see you, they'll pass by. Every black person I see break their neck to stare, to look you up and down, won't speak or nothing. Like just to see it, like it reminds me of like I was watching this show and they had a dog was in a car and another dog was in the car and pulled up and they would just jump in there. Here got a dog. There's a dog over there. There's a dog over there. That's how black people is. We don't we size each other up for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And white people do not size each other up. They'll be all standing there looking stupid with their stupid ass jokes, drink with their stupid ass clothes on, and they are congregating.
Just chilling, yo.
They are chilling. They don't give a fuck if the food is bad or the music is bad. They don't give a fuck about all of that shit. They showed up, they participated, and then they go home.
Yo.
Black people, it got to be, if it ain't, yeah, we got to do it's too normal.
Right, yeah. If it ain't everything that they wanted to do, you know what I mean? Like it's a bad trip, you know. Yeah, I get you. Yeah.
Well, like somebody, well, y'all lying. Somebody stand on the couch. Somebody stand on the table and start dancing and twerking and stuff. Like I'm like, dude, do we really have to do that? Like, you get what I'm saying? And then when I get ready to leave and see this shit, and they all like, oh, there you go, he gone. You get what I'm saying? Even when I go out, my friends, they don't even invite me to go out no more, unless they want a designated driver.
Mm-hmm.
Because these dudes think that if we go to the bar or some chicks, they thinking they bringing them back to my house. I'm like, hell no.
Oh, nah, yeah, nah.
You get what I'm saying? Like this is I'm talking about these dudes don't even invite me. You get what I'm saying? Like they like, oh man, we go shoot pool or something, and the chicks like, oh yeah, your man. They like, nah, he ain't.
Yeah,
And they be
he
telling them,
ain't
they like,
going
he
for
don't
that.
even. They like, he don't mess with American women at all. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They said that's just how he is. They like, he don't drink, he don't do nothing. Like, nah, he don't do that. They be like, how you hang around with him? Like, what's wrong with him? You get what I'm saying? But that's how the conversation was in the beginning. But then they realized, but if they have another, you know what I'm saying? My friends realized that one of the friends had another chick. I ain't finna entertain that chick. Like, she ain't coming back to my house.
Yeah, right. Steal my shit.
Have somebody else steal it.
Right, nah.
Like,
I wouldn't be drinking out there either, man. I wouldn't be drinking out in Georgia
I
either,
don't
man. It's too
listen,
much
I
going
have.
on to be drinking out there. I feel you.
You know what I'm saying? It ain't even because I got CDLs. I don't want to be vulnerable in front of
Exactly. Yeah, you gotta be vigilant out there.
in
I know, bro.
public.
Yeah.
But black people do that shit. Let me tell you something. I've seen white boys get towed up drunk. When I tell you they take care of their drunk buddies.
Mm-hmm.
That motherfucker put that motherfucker in the car, put the seatbelt on him, take his phone, then make him pass out. But let me tell you, that's the thing that I noticed the difference between how they drink and black people drink. Black people drink, get drunk and want to keep partying. White people get drunk and pass out.
Yep.
Like they're like when they get drunk, they're not. That's the one thing I noticed about them and white and black people. Black people get drunk and want to party all night, and they like. I don't see that with white people when they get drunk. They ain't in there trying to dance and try to go holler at a chick. Like you get what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
trying to get a chick at the end of the night. I've never seen that before.
No, yeah.
But I see that every time with black people. When the black dude get drunk, now he trying to find a chick to fuck. I rarely see the white dude like, man, I'm drunk as fuck. I'm finna try to take a chick home. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The dynamics of their bars is not like our bars.
Yeah, right. Yeah, they just strictly there to drink and like have fun. You know what I mean? Yeah, our shit is more lean into some like, some sexual shit
Sexual
to
shit.
you know what I'm saying?
That's what I.
Yeah, like
So now you see why I say we hypersexual, because everything we do is sexual in nature. And when they go out,
yeah, it's like an endless cycle. Like it's like
it's an
everything
endless
leads to
cycle of
that.
sex.
Yeah. Yeah, bro. And niggas is willing to pay for it too, as you can see, man. That's why I said that's why the black community is so fucked up because I said one, two is because like all the niggas is tricking, bro. Like that's really what it is. Like they money could be going to, building stuff, investing in the correct things, but niggas rather just pay these freak ass women, you know what I mean? For the sex. I'm like, this shit crazy.
I'm talking about this is what they do. And I'm talking about, then I talked to my friend, they be like, man, what you do this weekend? Man, I just got some pussy, I just got a chick, and then remember that chick got at the club? And they like, what you did this weekend? Man, I got them cleaned out the bathtubs. I sprayed the
Right,
house down.
chilling.
You get what I'm saying? I watched the air.
Yeah.
I got out there with, I said, man, I got out there. And let me tell you something. I even told my friend, he came by the house. I was like, well, check him out. He's like, what the fuck you? He said you bought those knee pads like the ones like the Mexican that be on the roof. He like,
For
what you do?
real.
I said, I do that when I'm inside the truck and when I'm in on my hands and knees. You can't stand up and watch the truck. Like I got bad knees now. He's like, he said it was like $80-$90. I said, yeah, because it got the gel and the Velcro in the knees. And
Oh
he said,
yeah, yeah. That shit comfortable. Yeah.
he said, you bought that just to clean out your trunk. I said, yeah.
Yeah,
What?
niggas get money like that. Yeah, he's spending his money at the club. That's why he could have been doing
Yeah.
the same shit.
Like, man, I thought you were finna show me something. I was like, that's what I got
Right?
to
He
show.
probably wanted to see a gun.
He thought I'm finna show him a yap or something. I'm
Right?
like,
Yeah, a pound or some shit. Nigga,
yeah.
like, yo, flip this.
I was just tripping how comfortable the motherfucking the knee pad. I said the knee pad got the grip, it got the grip on it too. You know what I'm saying? The dudes
Yeah,
that be working on the roof. He's like, man, you bought them just to clean up. I'm like, I guess when you think about it like that, yeah, I bought it to
yeah.
clean up. You know what I'm saying? Cause when I, even when I clean out the bathtub, I don't know how people don't. Cause in my shower, I got the tub and the shower. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you got the whole shit.
Like some people just have the shower part. They can stand up with the thing and just do
Yeah.
the walls. I have to do the
Mm,
whole thing, man. So for like now I got a chick is different. But what I'm saying is that just to keep going out doing the same thing, hearing the same music, that
yeah.
it just doesn't appease to me like everybody else. So it's one of those things where most of my friends like, oh, he ain't black. Know what they tell me? Like, man, he ain't black.
Look, you think they want to go to the club?
Because
That's
I
crazy.
ain't doing dumb nigga shit no more.
Yeah,
And
that's
then,
crazy.
then my other friend said, you know what, he was never like that. But they think because the ones that know me after prison, they just think like, oh, he been to prison, so he's hood. And I'm like, no, I just stayed in the hood. Like I'm a hustler. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
and then they like, oh, he ain't giving away this. We can go buy the bar and get some chicks. I'm like, we can
And
get
get some
chicks
chicks.
without buying the bar.
Yeah, I'm like, man, when does that shit end? Like, them niggas just do that shit until they 80, you
Hey,
know? Like,
until they ain't got no more money, till a chick burn them or something, or the chick they get a baby or get on child support. Like you,
yeah,
you have to force these dudes, man, to stop doing that shit. Like it. Hey, Dark Meek, I'm telling you, bro, it always shocked me the way that how black men act. Because even when Collar was when he was gonna supposed to do that Liberia trip
mm-hmm.
with the tour with Bomani. I told Colin, man, I talked to him. I like Colin, man. I know you. I like, bro. I said I gotta be honest with you. If I go, I'm not drinking. I don't drink, bro. You get what I'm saying? Like I told him, he like, damn, you don't drink. I'm like, no, I just don't drink. And I damn sure ain't even to be drinking in Africa.
Nah, yeah, that's it. Yeah, you
He
gotta be
definitely
careful.
don't want to be drinking no goddamn Hennessy.
Yeah.
Monty killed a whole bottle of that shit by himself. He gave me one big shot, man, when he wasn't looking. I spit that shit right the fuck out, man. I was like, fuck out of here. And I left the ghetto years ago, bro. He gonna bring me some Hennessy, man. You know? I was
Hey
like, man, come
man,
on.
I'll be your lookout. I'll make sure, if you want me to hold your phones. I'm that guy, Migo. Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I'll still have a good time. You get what I'm saying? Like, but I just don't feel like I got to be drunk to have a good time. That
Nah,
just
I was the same way, man. I was in Denver. My cousin wanted to go to a Juicy J concert. Man, I was just out there just guarding that nigga, man. I was just me bugging everybody. I'm like, yeah, I better chill out.
Yeah,
Cause you know
check
what I mean?
this
It's
out,
a
hustle.
bunch of niggas, a bunch of drunk people. I'm like, oh man.
Yeah, hustle. Check this out. Now you've been in Africa, I've been in Africa, right?
mhm.
One thing you do not have in Africa, you go to the clubs, you don't got that that chronic pretty girl mentality in Africa.
Oh
Even
yeah, it's
though
different. Yeah,
I'm a
it
hot
is different, Migo. It's way different
you
than
have
that.
a hot chick, right? And they act normal. You know,
Yeah,
in America, right? A girl looks good. She looks good, but you can't talk to her. You're like, Dr. Migo's like, not me, man. I get you. You're a Mac Daddy. But I'm saying,
no,
for
no,
the
no,
most
man. I don't shit, man. I be chilling, bro. Kyla, you know what I mean?
no, but no. What I'm saying is this. My point about when I said about the pretty girl is the
Yeah,
fact that in Black America, for some reason, we feel it's necessary to exalt women by their looks. You
exactly. Yeah,
know,
yeah.
and that's
And
the
don't let
only
her be
thing
light
they
skinned. Oh man.
mostly light skinned chicks. Right? Yeah, right. You know, or the trade off is if you're dark skinned, you gotta be skinny
Skinny,
with
yo.
long hair. You know the assignment. You know.
Hmm.
Now, if you're chunky and dark skinned, you're fucked. You're chunky, you're light skinned, you can work on it. You know,
Yeah,
people
maybe.
give you,
Yeah.
you know. But the bottom line is this idea that black women are owed something just for having a hole between their legs.
Yeah.
You know,
I
that's
mean,
what you're up against. We look at other women. You could the same look. This is what they hate. I'm gonna tell you right now. The same brother that they look at it like this nigga ain't got no money. He's working class, blue collar, and that. He'll go over to a Filipino girl, right? And they'll be like, "Oh man, he's cute. He got a nice body. He's cute, whatever like that. He's funny. He makes me laugh." And an Asian girl will be like, "Okay, let's go out. Let's hang out, right?" And then the black girl will be seeing some black guy that had no chance with her with an Asian girl, light skin, like what he said, right? With long hair down to her back, whatnot. And then what sends them over the edge when they see an Asian woman, a Latina woman, don't get me mad at me like that, and they put braids in their hair. That somehow
Yeah.
sends them over the friggin' edge like you won't believe. How dare you approach? Then you say, well, they got the hair to braid their hair like that. Why could it's not extensions. Ah, that's an African, blah, blah, blah. But you said you were Native American. So yeah, it's just rough being a black man in America. I feel sorry for the next generation of black guys because when I came up, black girls weren't like this. Black girls, let me tell you something, Dark Migo, they were out there doing their double dutch. They always in shape. They were out there with their barrettes in their hair, their braids, looking fucking hot and beautiful all the time. When that's sweet and everything, girlish. The black women of today, we didn't have to deal with fucking fake ass eyelashes and fucking
Yeah.
nasty looking makeup on and all this shit like that, fake hair and extensions and the worst type of weaves God's ever made to mankind.
that goddamn yakking.
You know.
Carl, let me ask you a question though. Let me get your
Oh,
perspective on
Hecko,
this.
Hecko's Catcher Freeman. He's in the chat room saying, "Respect the black woman for out there in our community. Our community is doomed, nigga. What the hell you talking about?
Yeah, that she said that shit
Hold
dude,
up,
nigga.
that's a NA. That's not a hard R. All right, that's the affectionate nigga, Nakmeezy. I'm saying I call you nigga. It means I still like you.
Hey,
You
let me
know,
get your perspective
black
on
women
something,
is
Carla.
fucking doomed. Black women are doomed. You know,
Let me ask you a question, Carla. Where do you think the part of when you hear black women say, or the black women say that you just can't handle them, like to be for them for somebody wanted to be, where do you think that term of thinking that you have to handle them to deal with them came from?
hey, hold up, hustle, hold up, brother.
All right, you go ahead. You can answer that, Migo. While since Carla is getting his
Uh,
back shots.
but yeah, to handle them, yeah, basically they just say like it's just a coat, bro. To put up with their badass behavior, bro. Like nobody's really trying to put up with that shit, bro. That's all it is. They just need a coat, bro. It's all the coat, bro. That's all it is. The illusion. So they could just say that shit and not gotta change their wicked ass ways, bro. That's all it is. You know.
Hey, not Mizu. With the black woman in charge, we're doomed. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You know.
yeah. Like we could already see it. Like we already got proof. Like I don't know what you talking about.
But this is the thing though. What I'm trying to figure out is that because clearly white women have babies too, and black women have babies. So why do we sit up there and call black women gods, queens for having babies?
Yeah, they do think we get
Why
black women because know why? Because I think out of shame and guilt in our community, right? Because we have no authority. We didn't do what other races did by building something for the black woman. So the fact of the matter, I think we
you
feel
say we just give
guilty.
them a title, Colin? We just give them a title.
Yeah, man. If you can't give them a nation, you can't give them wealth and protection. We'll call them queens and gods and whatnot, goddesses and whatnot.
Oh my!
That's
I ain't
that's
never
easy.
thought about that, man. I always it just
Oh yeah, like I told you, I'm smart. Rule number one: when I got a PhD in Negroology, the Negro will always take the easy, the least, the world least tested, or least not travels, whatever they call it. The easy way out. You know,
Yep.
the path less travel.
Pass less travel, whatever that phrase is.
Yeah, I get it. But you know what? But that goes to my thing of when I say that we don't offer. Only thing we offer black women is death, dick, and disaster. Like like you know what I'm saying. Like we don't offer them anything. We can't
Okay,
offer them anything here.
brace yourself. Brace yourself. Here comes Catcher Freeman. He's coming up, and I guess he wants to stick it to me. But
Oh,
let's see how it goes. All right, Catcher Freeman, Mac Measy. What's going
Hey,
on,
what's
bro?
up, brothers? How y'all doing?
Yeah.
what's going? What's, what's going on? Rebel flag, Measy.
Today I'm Nick Neasy, since my brother called me a nigga again. So I'll be nigga, nigga
I
me.
call you a nigga N-A with an N-A, like nigga, my nigga, whatever. I didn't call you a hard ER. When
Nah,
I
I
say it,
appreciate that. I'm just coming out as a Confederate supporter of the Old South today, so don't get it twisted.
I see, man. Some Dukes of Hazzard swag in the back, right?
Bowen Luke Duke, good, 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 good. What's up,
Hey,
baby?
Darbigo, you have no idea what we talking about, do you?
Nah, I
yeah,
heard about that
you
name
had
before
Bone
though. That's
Look,
why I was
Okay.
laughing.
you
Dukes
had
of
Bone Look, then you had
Yo, I'm gonna
Coy.
holler at y'all. Just want to
Look,
say what's up, y'all. I
you
gotta
had
get this
Coy,
money.
what's
you had
up,
All
man?
Coy
right,
and
bro.
Vance. Remember you had Coy and Vance, They took over for a little while under a contract dispute with when Bone Luke was
Yeah,
left.
yeah.
Yeah, Coy and Vance.
And
Remember
then,
that Coy?
you don't remember that thing where they had Tina Turner did it second, but Daisy Duke was the first one. They had they put $1 million life insurance policy on her legs, Dark Migo.
Yeah,
Damn,
because
she was
she
good at
created the
dancing.
whole Daisy Dukes.
Daisy Duke.
That's crazy.
It was
Daisy Dukes.
crazy, man.
That was a show, man. That and Dallas. Those are my two shows back in the days, man. That and Dallas, man. I used to love that show, Dallas.
But hey, you know what? Just thinking about it, Daisy Duke, the one that started them black kids wearing no cut off jean shorts though.
Yeah,
She
Daisy
started
Duke.
it.
And but the thing is, though, if they would have back in the days, black girls wearing the cute Daisy Dukes, right?
Mhm.
Then you got the big husky. We don't know when to stop.
Man,
You ever
I
seen the
told you we
husky?
always take it to the next level, Carla. It was
Yeah,
just skinny girls wearing it. Then
right,
you
right.
had
You
the
talking
Stacey
about
Abrams looking chick what the stuff they
right,
girl.
right. 95. I blame you Southern niggas for that, man. I say, yo, I fucked everything up. Yo, the I-95 niggas, man. You
Yeah.
know, what the fuck, yeah.
And these big ass chicks with them goddamn, they just fucked the whole jean short
Man.
thing up, man.
But, check this out. Right before I went to Liberia, I seen a chick like that. I mean, her ass was so wide at the counter at Wawa. I think she covered two parts of the counter. She
Mm.
like Baby Rodriguez, you know, and she was wide as hell. I was like, I need hustle smart here right now. That's what I was saying to myself. I need hustle smart here right now because I can't tell her that. You look ridiculous.
Yeah, I would have told her, bro. But that's the
Yeah,
thing though. But that's how you know that our community is ran by women, because you can't tell them nothing. But then in the white society, the white men don't have no problem telling white women what it is. You get what I'm saying? They have no problem at all. And the Latinos, they have no problem telling they chicks what time it is. It's us that don't want to tell somebody something because for some type of reason, now maybe it's just me, caller. I can't be shamed. That's what I'm saying. I can't. I still to this day can't understand how
no,
my
if you
homeboy.
tell a woman something, right, you know what it turns into? It is not a good look when a simple comment like that could turn into a fisticuff, right? And then next thing you know, Tyrone is being called, Pookie's being called, and it turned into they will make it like that too.
Yeah, they'll make it. They'll
Next thing you know,
exacerbate the situation.
start pulling up, cars start pulling up. Where does this all start? Well, this nigga talk shit to me or not. Well, instead of the men come up to say, well, what exactly he say? And I say,
Right.
let me explain something to you. Your cousin right here, she looks ridiculous in that fucking short. Don't you agree? Yeah, we try to tell her. See, now, now we can agree on something, you know. But that's
If
what you're dealing with,
if it
you
was
know.
only that easy, I'm talking about jelly rolls, stretch marks, all that shit popping out. It's that Lizzo shit. You get what I'm saying? Like your stomach
We're,
look like you got a.
we're not allowed to say what we really feel about Lizzo.
Oh yeah.
We're not allowed. We're not allowed to say what we really think about any of these people. She's beautiful,
Man,
and
listen,
I hate to say that shit. You
hey
know,
Darmigo,
You.
you remember when Dollar Bill used to be on the show? He used to try to convince Collar to try to act like he like ain't there wrong with big women.
Oh
You get
yeah,
what I'm
I'm like,
saying?
nah, yeah.
And I was like, bro, you ain't got to. If you don't like big women, you ain't got to like them because somebody tell you see, like you don't like them, you don't like them. Like you get
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Like
yo,
ain't nobody
that's
finna
part of
convince no black woman that she need to mess with a shirt.
that's part of Ubuntu, man. You gotta,
You
we
Ubuntu,
gotta embrace
yeah.
everybody, man.
Love
gotta,
everybody.
Do it, man.
Yeah.
You know,
you got to cuff the bigums. You know what I'm saying? But see, this
Bigums.
but see, this is the thing that I even tell my daughter this. And my daughter, she understands it. She's like, I gotta keep myself in shape. She like, Dad, you got money. You know what I'm saying? It don't even matter how you look. And I'm like, it don't. You get what I'm saying? Like it really don't when you have a certain type of money. Now, of course, if you're going after a young chick, you know what I'm saying, you got to put on the front. But I'm telling you, Miko,
the
I'm telling you
women can have all the money she wants, man. She's judged by what she looks like. That's
how
it.
she
You know,
looks. I
nobody cares
tell
about how much you got. You know, she got nobody. We don't care about your career.
yep.
We care about your thing. Like I said, I just want one of my doctors here. I'm in the hospital. There's a Nigerian lady. She's pretty cute, but he came in here, real nice lady, Nigerian lady. But I said to myself, 20 or 30 more pounds, and she'd be ideal. But that's what I said. She's a nice lady, man. She's a real nice lady, pretty. Nigerian. My doctor is a Nigerian lady. And so she
African goddess, you saying that Lizzo has lost weight, but she ain't lost that goddamn belly fat though. That belly fat stays there. See, that's
what
what
she
happened
lost
when
is
you
she
don't lose the weight naturally. You know what I'm saying? You left with some flabby babbies. You get what I'm saying? You left with some flaps. You don't look like some Dumbo ears on you wrapped around your belly and shit.
Hey,
You
Lizzo,
get what
I
I'm
mean,
saying?
African guys, we were just dissing brothers a little while ago.
Oh
The
yeah,
sipping,
they don't
you
they
know.
don't they don't comment on that. You can talk
Why,
you
why,
can
why
talk
is
about
people always
men
talking about
all
like,
day.
we've been talking about men all night.
You can you
We've been talking about men all night,
Colin, you can talk about men for 6 hours and 58 seconds. As soon as you say something about a black women, they're gonna come in. And that's the thing that when Afro Theory was up here and I told her, I said, no matter what you think about black men don't really care. Like if you're saying what you're saying out loud, other race of men are hearing the way you talk. They're not gonna want to, why would they want to deal with you? And that's how you talk to your men. Even let me tell you something about white men, like you were saying, Colin. You say you know them well. White men know the position that black men are in. They know
Yeah.
that the system is against us. They know that it's 85% of police officers are white. You get what I'm saying? They understand that 90, I think it's 92. You say what?
92% of prosecutors are white.
No, 92% of
90.
judges are, and I think it's 80% or 80% of prosecutors are white. They understand that 92% of judges are white. They understand that part. So even when they know the situation, because white people do the numbers, they know the odds are against us. And then they hear the way the women talk to us, like they sit there like, what you want black men to do? Every building in your city is owned by a white person. Every major job that hires 100, 200, 300 people are ran by some type of corporation. Like they know that y'all know
Yeah, I
that.
had
So
this argument with your boy King Goodwill. It's like, oh, we should emphasis start hiring people, nigga. I'm like, and then you got people trying to agree with him. Well, that's why we can't make excuses, Collar. Man, if it was that easy, we would have did it 100 years ago. The bottom line, we're in a situation where the die has been cast. The founders of this country, everything. I really believe in the trickle down theory. What do you think, Uncle Smart? Right?
I think
The
the same.
way goes from top, right? The top elite, right? And it goes out through surrogates, right? And most of those are white people, right? When you go to an area and you see developers contract on that, and also I noticed that in Virginia Beach. I seen this one area of Virginia Beach. It was all fucking woods, right? Then 3 years later, I said, I haven't been down this part of Virginia Beach 3 years. A whole new side of the city, which is all post office, municipal buildings, shopping centers, everything like that. I said, first of all, how come I wasn't notified? And it dawned on me, you don't have to be notified. The people who know how, know why, and know what will be notified in due time, right? And they're given authority, right? You're part of the people that just basically, when it's all said and done, you could partake in it. You're not part of the power structure. The black man in America are not part of American
Nah,
power structure. People who decide that, right? They've been doing that for over 100, 200 years,
right,
300 years. Their families passed that down to them. His grandfather was a developer who worked on a project with his grandfather that worked on the bridge. You know what I'm saying? How it works?
right.
You don't just one day say, oh, let's just start building. No, the people who are builders were building upon their ancestors who built before and their ancestors built before. And it's like a continuum, a continuity. You can't just one day say, let's just take over Mississippi and start building.
Hey, Migo, what did you think about your boy King Justice? I mean, I know Colin calls him King Goodwill.
My bad. You said what I think about what? I was washing
That,
dishes.
King Goodwill? King
he's the
Goodwill, King Justice.
King Justice, the guy
What
that
is
Colin was
was it
going.
King Goodwill?
Man, that's why I came up here because I thought he was gonna come on here, bro. Because I went to sleep last night, man. I seen that shit. That shit had me mad
Oh,
as
he
fuck.
didn't,
I
he
was
didn't come
like,
up
bro,
last night because I was talking about him. He's a brand new Negro.
yeah, he
Yeah.
was
You
just
know,
on some bullshit,
a
man.
brand
Like
new
a
Negro.
bunch of
I came up with a new straw man terminology. The brand new Negro.
I
yeah. I was
I
watching when you and Dave was cooking them. Yeah,
I thought that I thought he was a smart guy until Mufasa came up here and he was saying that, well, white people built the target, we can build our own target. I'm like, bro, do you understand that Target is just not a store? Target has distribution centers around. It's just not a store. You get what I'm saying? Like Walmart is not just a store. Walmart has just as Walmart in every city where there's 10 or 12 Walmart, there's a distribution center. You get what I'm saying? Like it's not just it's
Yeah, Hustler. I don't want to think I scared him off, whatever like that, being
yeah.
intimidating, whatever. But my whole thing, my point I'm trying to make with him is this. I never forget this. As long as I
I
live,
didn't
as long as I
understand
live,
the
I don't know if
5
I
states.
had a chance
Like
to
I
tell
didn't
you
get
about
that.
this. You're always the first person I tell shit to. But check this out. No, I didn't tell you this. I think I talked about it on the show last night. In 1988, I rediscovered a man named El Haj Malik Shabazz. You know who that was, right? That's Malcolm X, right? I had the autobiography of Malcolm X. I heard about him, whatever like that. But Ebony Magazine did an article, or front page article of Malcolm X, and I was like, wow. So I went to the library, so I picked up Malcolm X books. I was like, and that's why I picked up Nation of Islam books. I bought the book, Sierra Lincoln book, The Black Muslims in America. And then 2 years later, a book came out that was published called Malcolm X's Last Speeches. And I was a born again Malcolm X disciple, right?
Mm.
And I was like, Islam, Malcolm X, but my parents were telling me, looking at me like, my mom said, look, I know about Malcolm X, son. I grew up in Harlem. He was somebody we used to see in the streets. We go to the mosque. They had stuff going on, the bazaars. They had the little things, the Muslims had the things with that. I said, you didn't join? Why are we in the church? Blah, 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 blah. This was the answer. This was the way. And then I got caught up with Farrakhan, right, in the next few years, right? The whole millions, man, March, yeah, men's only movement. This is a shit, right? And everything that came out of Farrakhan's mouth to me was gold. It was like gold dripping out of this guy's mouth, right? Then I was disappointed, let down. Me and March was let down. Everything after that became letdown after letdown. Then it dawned on me that none of these guys had what they said they had or were capable of doing it. That's why the past people rejected them and said, move on. My father said, I tried to join the Muslims, but I said, I got a family to feed. I got a family to raise. And then I made a choice. I said, look, now I see why. I still support him, right? But I see why I couldn't go hard for him, because the thing I'm looking for business opportunity, jobs, stuff like that. And Nation of Islam wasn't capable of doing that. Fast forward now, the brand new Negroes that just hearing the message for the first time, that Ben X and that Riz Islam, they're like telling me, like when he preached to Farrakhan, like I never heard of him, that I wasn't let down by his Million Man March and all stuff, like his dropping of the ball. And then when me and Mufasa was talking about the other night, the justice or else thing, right? That was the final straw. That was like in 2002, I believe. Right. Justice or else. I forgot what it was, 2010. Can't remember what it was. He went down there and said, we're going to come down there. We're going to tear shit up. Blah, blah, blah. Then when we went down there, everybody waited and said, oh, we're going to go to war. He said, God's going to deal with the white man.
Mm-hmm. That was bad, because that right there did him in, because then he starts sounding like just a regular preacher. You know what I'm saying? Like you expect that to come from the Nation of Islam with all that marching and all that saluting and shit.
Another brand new Negro, another Riz Islam, another Ben X pushing the same old rhetoric. It's time to let these movements die. And I said,
B.B. Rodriguez said, we only offer black women the DDD. I think I coined that term. The admission is sick, but it's the truth though. And look, she said they must be speaking about themselves, because all black men in my life are positive contributors to the family. But see, that's the difference. That shows you where your mindset is, African goddess. It's plenty of black men that are positive contributors to their family and communities, but they ain't who they hiring. We're speaking on, can you hire your community? If you can't hire your community, you've been a contributor to your community, just not fucking it up, just not making it bad. I mean, you cutting your grass is keeping up, you know what I'm saying? You keeping your dogs in your yard. That's not building. You can't build a community. And we don't build our communities. The government build our communities. You know what I'm saying? Other group of people build their community. We don't do that.
Yeah. And none of these groups or organizations has ever come up with. Let me tell you something. You guys from the South, Dark Migos from the North.
Yeah, I'm from the South.
If you go up, huh?
No, I said I'm the only one.
You're from the South, okay. Upstate New York, Hustle Smart, and parts of New Jersey, we have these things called the Amish communities and the Hasidic communities, right? These are whole functioning communities, right? Upstate New York, we have Hasidic communities. A lot of them be all on welfare, right? They be like, but they be owning houses, whole villages, and everything, shops, everything like that, you know. And they live a separatist way of life, you know. The
I,
Amish community, you go to Amish country and get Amish made stuff and stuff like that. They live off the land, they got farms, everything like that, right? I'm saying to myself, the nationists always told us that we were going to build our own communities. We're not. They could have went to upstate New York, Pennsylvania, and bought land and built communities. They never did.
I think that the simple way of life is, I don't think we ever had that as black people. See, I think that the way that white people, the settlers, like they understand the simple way of life when they went out there to California and Iowa and college, they just stuck their claim and they just like everything we did about that color, it was behind the whip. You get what I'm saying? Like
But
once
the
we was
Nation of Islam cracked the whip and said, we got to get out of the white man's projects. We got to go like this. Now, we can't physically move out of the United States. What was stopping us from building like freaking our own communities
clay,
and whatnot?
yeah, it was
And
nothing.
so, therefore, I thought the Nation of Islam, that's what we were finally going to do. And then when I corners one Nation of Islam guy, like, well, it ain't up to you to decide what we're going to do. I said, instead of Farrakhan running around making money, collecting money from people, what's the plan? I was like, what's the freaking plan? Right? What do you mean, what plan? Why don't you come up with? I said, I'm not the damn leader, right? And then it dawned on me that I was hooked into this movement, right? And they didn't have any plan. They never had. They were, and they like they. It's almost like they seem like they get a pleasure in wasting people's time.
Man, it call it to me is that just black people are. It's almost like we're just complain. Like our whole system is to complain. Like we don't do nothing but complain. So
Right.
we just like that's why I say that we're like they hate it when I say it on Dinah Show, and I like we're like junkyard dogs. We're protecting the yard. You get what I'm saying? And but we don't do nothing else, and then we just wait for massa to feed us, and then we go back to what I'm saying, to doing that repeated cycle. Let me tell you something I heard today. I heard Roland Martin tell people like they were saying that the Democrat Party come to him, wanted him to do stuff for black people, but don't want to give him this is what they said that they did the diagnostics on the $1.3 billion that Kamala raised. They said only 22 million went to black people. And this is the only time, Kyle, I got to admit, Roland Martin told the truth. He said that the reason why they only give us 22 million, he said because we put in so much work and we made it like that black people as an obligation to vote for the Democrat Party. He said they spent 1 billion trying to convince other people to vote for Democrat Party. He said, but they only tell black people that it's an obligation. Like they scare us. So if you using scare tactics, you don't need no money. So they was telling Roland Martin, then why do you need the money that we trying to get the other white people when we already got the black vote? You did a good job by keeping the black people scared and feeling. He said that. He said it out his own mouth today. You get what I'm saying about the money? He said they only spent out of the $1.3 billion, 1,300,000,000 dollars, that 22 million went to black media. And you get what I'm saying? And he said that, and the other guy said, well, Roland, this is where I disagree with you. When I tell you that black people, we need to be transactional. But then, you know what I'm saying? Like we say being transactional, but if you're telling black people, they just need to vote for Democrat, then why would the Democrat Party offer anything when you telling them that they got to vote for Democrat? You get what I'm saying? But every
Right.
other group of people is You know that you got to woo them for their vote, but you're telling black people they obligated to vote for Democrat.
Right. So, like I said, it is what it is, and I think we waste so much time voting that we don't have an end game. Like I said, my point I'm trying to make is this, right?
Mhm.
The question needs to be asked is, have we lost the ability to live around? I mean, I'll be honest with you, like, black fatigue is real among black people, right? Black people are sick and tired of living. If we want to live around ourselves, right? But what do we do about that core element of Black America? And I mostly the South, right? That motherfuckers don't know how to fucking act. You know something? As soon as I get a raise, I'm moving the fuck out of this neighborhood, right?
Yeah,
If people are fleeing the community, what do you have to build? See, other people vote to protect what they have and preserve what they have and continue what they have.
yeah.
We don't have anything because the interest of living in black areas is not there. So what are we voting for? What exactly are we trying to protect?
They
You know?
jobs, their
Yeah, but
job.
okay, yeah, okay, the jobs, but can the Democrats protect that though? Now in places like DC, you know, where you got a large black, you used to have a large black population. The federal government, black people, the biggest employer was the federal government in DC area. So how do you change that?
Hmm. Well, the thing about it was the first step was to fire those goddamn 300,000 black women. Like that was the eye opener. Like once they saw that, once they fired all those black women, that they saw that black men didn't say a word to it, they figured like, okay, like this is deeper than what they thought. Like they knew right then, it's deeper than what they thought. You get what I'm saying? So once that happened, Carla, a lot of those women had to move. They had to get up out of. You can't afford to, especially unless you stay in the hood of DC. You can't afford to stay in DC if you're not working for the government, the federal government. You can't afford those 2200 dollars a month um businesses like that, apartments and shit. If you're not the federal government ain't not pushing those checks. So once that happened, everything that changes. But at the end of the day, no matter what we do, we can't compete because it's no type of fun, it's no type of business that's trying to latch on with P&G or Quaker or Saddle Creek or none of these people to open up any warehouses or you know so the black women are working for the black woman and the black men are working for white people. You get what I'm saying? African Ghanaians, you say I can't see how this niggas here are talking is helpful. If we was talking nice, it wouldn't be helpful. It's nothing that can be helpful. And now you understand what I say. We're doomed. We're doomed as a people. So it's no talking good, it's no talking bad. It's gonna help us. We're doomed as a people. So only thing you can do is try to, that's where the Afro stand is important, saying find that exit plan. You get what I'm saying? So you got to have an exit plan and stop giving away your money in this system. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a disease we have as black people that we think spending money is our idea of having a good time. You sitting at home and you got your full check, it'll be burning your pockets. Black people don't know how to chill. That's all we do is spend, 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 spend. We don't build, we spend. No, we're doomed. It's doomed. We're doomed as fuck. You know what I'm saying? No, well, we can't. We can't compare ourselves to the Amish people. It's not even. We ain't even got that type of concept. You get what I'm saying? Because Amish people, they definitely have a pecking order where the men are in charge. It's no comparison. You know what I'm saying? Y'all chicks wouldn't be 600 pounds. You know what I'm saying? With butterfly eyelashes. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Eyelashes. You know what I'm saying? You wouldn't cut off your eyebrows and pencil them in looking like a goddamn alien from off Men in Black. You know what I'm saying? You wouldn't be trying to stuff your fat ass feet in those libbit ass goddamn beauty supply slippers. You know what I'm saying? You wouldn't be running around to the Chinese people, giving them all your money, eating egg foo young and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, but the thing about it is just the way that we are and the way that we see things just got to change. You know, entrepreneurship. I'm gonna tell you something, African goddess. Entrepreneurship is good, but it's actually lonely too. Because I'm an entrepreneur and it's a one-man job. You know what I'm saying? So what's the point of being an entrepreneur when I can't hire nobody but myself? So that just makes me a rugged individualist. But the only way we can get out of this system is we have to build some type of conglomerate. If we're not gonna build no conglomerate, then we just gonna be sitting up working for white people. We just gonna be employees. And sad to say, 92% of black people are employees. That's the sad part. 45 million people, 92% are employees. And we're the only group of people like that. Black Americans. FBA all day. People Rocket say, meanwhile, hustle smart, brain you. What? Brain you and Kala. I have no idea what you're talking about. Brain you? I don't know what that means. Hustle smart brain, you and Kala went to Pooh Manchu for pork fried rice. Oh, Kala. Man, yeah, Kala definitely be snacking. He definitely be snacking. Your individual hustle, why haven't you opened a long haul truck driving school? Why the fuck would I do that? Why the fuck would I do that? No. Collar doesn't hire nobody. You know what I'm saying? She's a high value entrepreneurs employ people. Nah. No, it's a difference. It's a different Africa. It's a difference between hiring people and hiring a community. You get what I'm saying? Like I go to places where they open up brand new facilities and they're hiring the whole communities working there. Those type of jobs we're not doing. You know, you can open up a restaurant and hire 8 people. So she said, you would do it to create jobs? Hell no. Hell no. You know, the thing about it is you got to understand the way the market is set up. That we stay in the South, so that business is already saturated. They got it's no such thing as a long haul truck driving school. You can't do it for a certain type of job. It's called the CDL school. You get what I'm saying? So it just would be another CDL. And they got too many of them in Georgia, all around the South. So that wouldn't do anything. And let me school y'all on that since BB Rodriguez, you thought that was a good idea. Most truck driving schools only have 3 or 4 people working there. 3 or 4 people at the most. Start from somewhere you don't build a type of business that hires whole communities overnight. Well, it ain't gonna. If me with my money and people that got 20 times, 100 times more ain't doing it, then it ain't finna. You know, I'm not. Let me explain something to you. I'm gonna explain it to you real well. I don't like black people enough to goddamn try to invest in the black community. The only thing I do is try to help black people become entrepreneurs. And the only reason why I do that, because they give me $3,000. $3,000 called a referral for once they complete 6 months of when I get them in a truck and they do a certain amount of miles, I get 3,000. I get it at the end of the year. Get it 3,000. I don't like black people enough to do anything for free. Ain't no way, ain't no fucking way. There's no fucking way that I would goddamn risk what I do for a living, the hard work that I put in, the money that I make, and that I would do something for black people for free. There's no way in the world I would do that. No, I do not like black people enough to put my hard-earned money and to invest in a people and for free. I do not. I would have to get paid. And you know what? And I'm just like any other politician because they don't do it for free either. Ain't now one of those Democrat black politicians is doing anything for the black community for free. Every last one of them getting paid. So why the fuck would I do something for free when no other people doing it for free? African goddess, tell me the thing that I can do without risking my income. Tell me that. I'm always open for suggestions. There it is. Tell your unadulterated truth. I've been saying that. Let me tell you something, BB Rodriguez. If you had the money that I had, you wouldn't do shit for free for black people. You wouldn't take your hard-earned money, invest in no black people. You wouldn't do it either. Our Latinos, you wouldn't do it either. Every Senate, House member, city councilman is doing that shit for a job, for benefits. So why in the fuck would I do it for free? Just think about that for a second now. Everybody you know, we talking about from all the Democratic, from D.L. Hughley, from all of them on down, they all get paid. You can mentor people about self-employment, pass on. You ain't fucking talking to these niggas. You know what? I do mentor them when on Saturdays or Sunday when I try to get them to be entrepreneurs and to get into truck driving. That's it. And I only do that so I can get that 3,000 referral. So at the end of the year, let me tell you the good thing about Hustle Smart. I try to get like one a month. If I can get one a month, I'm good. So that means at the end of the year, BB Rodriguez and African Goddess, I get a check. Well, it's heavily taxed, but about 36,000 every year around Christmas. I get a referral. They tax the fuck out of it. But with that money pays all my bills for the year. And it's just been my side hustle. So that's what I do. That's what I do. Hustle, now we know who you are. We know how to judge anything. You say, yeah, I'm surprised you ain't know this because this has always been my stance. You probably just hearing it on College Show, but I have always said this from day one on Dinah Show. And the fact that y'all don't think that this is how black people are, all the black people that's in public service, y'all think that they do that shit for free? That's the crazy part. That's the crazy part. Oh, I'm definitely a Scorpio. I'm definitely a Scorpio, shawty. I don't give a fuck. I give zero fucks. Zero. But the thing about it is, all of them get paid. the only difference is that they fight, they act like they fighting for y'all, but they getting paid. Are we selfish? Okay. I'm the nicest guy in the world. You know what I'm saying? I just ain't finna do. I just ain't gonna do nothing for free. Get your own and save yourself. Mega bad. Hey, yeah, that's what it is. That's that's where that's when black people really wake up, when they realize that they need to get what they can get and get your own. And don't forget, it's the Scorpio shawty. You know how we get down, BB Rodriguez. You know what I'm saying? It's a hate love dealing with a Scorpio shawty. And I got the tattoo on my back. I got the scorpion and the M. I got a big gigantic, the M that you put up and the scorpion. It's red and black on my back. I represent for the October babies. And believe me, let me explain something to y'all. Only the real Scorpios is October the 24th through the 31st. Anything that's after October the 31st, any Scorpios in November, yeah, they the watered down version. You know what I'm saying? They're the watered down version of Scorpio. Only the true Scorpios is October 24th through the 31st. And mostly all of us are branded. If you ain't branded, you ain't no Scorpio. Let that be known. You got to either have the M or you got to have the scorpion. And the true Scorpios have it in red and black. It must be red and black. And that shit hurts too. Getting all the tattoos like that. But you know what, y'all know? The funny thing is that y'all think that people do it for free. It's been proven that the birth sign has nothing to do with behavior. Yeah, it's proven. Collar gorging himself on Denny's. Jamie.
Oh no, I had to get some. They had to do some blood work on me.
But that's what's up, man. What they
back.
saying you got? They say you got a Becky out of me.
Becky, well, what? What's up?
You never seen the movie? Hell Bake.
Nah.
Oh shit! You never seen the movie Hell Bake with goddamn, with the boy, with the comedian, the black comedian that do Chappelle, Dave Chappelle.
I remember the movie, but I never saw it.
Oh my god! It's a scene in that way his back started hurting, and he said, "Man, the doctor told me I need a Becky out of me." It's crazy. Everything I did for the community was done for free. And Mufasa, if you feel good about doing stuff in the community for free, then that's cool. I wouldn't do shit for black people for free. I ain't no different from any all these politicians that act like they get a healthy salary.
Yeah,
and healthy
do stuff for free. They always got an ulterior motive in the background, you know. None's for free, you know. They got an ulterior motive in the background, you know.
Jonathan say, talk that true self, ain't shit for free. Nothing. Ain't none of that
okay.
shit.
That first of all, I haven't heard anything this man has said that equates to him hating himself. I haven't. It's like this. You are a grown, as my mom used to say, you a grown gray ass adult. You better do what you need to do for you and yours and keep it pushing.
Right.
Because if you don't, nobody's gonna do it for you.
Linda, it's a crazy thing with black people where they feel like everything you should do for free. That's where that hookup shit comes from.
No, that's it. It's like this here. Okay, check this out. Now, I'm DJing, right? I'm just going back in time. I'm DJing, right?
How many years you got it? How many years,
man?
I'm going
way back. I'm going like,
time.
Man, I'm going damn near 45 years back in time. Now check
That's
this
what,
out. Check this out. Check this
right.
out. Now, this new genre of music pop up that all of me and the homies and created. Oh, it started bringing in, pulling in big bucks, big bucks, big bucks. We start getting money because you got all other people outside of black folk that's enjoying this music. So since we done made our niche, we supposed to come back and what?
Hmm.
Come back and what? Didn't
Hmm.
Nipsey Hussle do that? Didn't Nipsey Hussle do that?
Got his ass wiped.
Like my mama used to say. That's only because my daddy died when I was 3.
Hmm.
My oldest brothers raised me into manhood. She said, feed people with a long handled spoon. I'm like, what the hell that's supposed to mean? That means when they grab that spoon and try to pull you down, you can let that spoon go. You
Right.
can buy you another spoon. Somebody snoring?
Now,
Oh.
Collins, he in the hospital, man. He got some,
Oh.
he had some fluid in his lungs, man. He finally went on to the hospital, man, and got himself good. But you know
Well,
what?
that'll work out. Get
But
get
see,
get that get that good health going. Yeah.
but see, you know, the thing about it is that like every other group of people, you know, they get paid for their services. But for some reason, like let me tell you something, the black people that tell you that you should do something for free, they ain't gonna do shit for free. They ain't gonna do nothing
They
but
ain't gonna no. You gotta bring it up a notch. They ain't gonna do shit for themselves.
they ain't gonna do absolutely nothing.
They want you to do it for them.
Somebody told me that watch out for the people that always show you the white of their hands. The people that show you the dark of their hands is the people that you can work with. And I never thought about that till I looked at my hands one day. When I looked at the part that's dark, that's the side that looked like I'm giving something where I'm willing to work. But a person that's showing the white part of their hand, those are the people that got their hands out waiting for you to put something in their hands. You get what I'm saying? The people that got their hands turned the wrong way, they willing to work. So the thing about it is, I'm willing to help the black community. I'm willing to help brothers that had bad situations like me. I'm willing to help them to become entrepreneurs, Mr. Lewis. Mr. Leonard. But the thing about it is, I'm not gonna do it for free. I'm not gonna go out there and stand out there all day, talk to them, try to coddle them, talk to their mamas, talk to their sisters, do all this work to try to get them to be entrepreneurs and then give my time and all that for free. I'm not gonna do it. So, but you know what I'm saying? But I'm good at what I do, so they pay me. You get what I'm saying? But I don't like black people, and I got 2 kids to go sit out there and give my whole day away to help black people when I got 2 kids. So for me giving a day of my a day of my life, a day of my week to help black people out, you're gonna pay me to do that. And then at the end of the day, the people that becomes entrepreneurs, they happy with the situation because they're able to make more money than they ever made working for white people. So
But you know what?
it's a win-win.
Now,
Go ahead,
now that's one thing I don't ever hear black folk talking about. I talk about it. As how many white folk on welfare? The number, the actual number. Now, the black population in the United States is how many people?
45.
You know, it's 66 million white folks on welfare. There's more white folks on welfare than the entire black population, plus damn near half. But black folk act like black folks ain't making no money. You're looking at 48% of black America is middle class and above.
Right.
That's over half. So at a 2-to-1 ratio, maybe some of the other 2s need to be listening to the other 1s. You know what I'm saying? Instead of, just because they got this, they think they that. No, how about this? How about you ask them, pick their brain. Hey, how'd you do that for yourself? Really? Okay, let me see. Now, how can I incorporate what they did for them into my life so I could get me something? No, that's too much like, too much like right. See?
Right.
Because I tell anybody, look, this is how you could do A, B, C, D, E. And the first thing I get, because I be basing it on the military. Man, I ain't doing that. I ain't finna fight the white man war. I ain't finna fight for a country that ain't never fought for me. And okay, fine. All that is fine and good. That is beautiful, groovy gravy. Until after everything is over with, said and done, you're looking at how somebody living. You're looking at their house. You're looking at their lifestyle, sitting on their ass as early as 39 years old and ain't never got to get up and work another day again. Sitting, nice little property, little European joint to drive around in the doggone garage, if not two, doing what they want to do when they want to do it. Then, I should have. Hey, it's too late. If I could have, would have, should have, ain't solved nothing.
Mister, let me ask you a question. Do you feel like just over the last 20 years that black people have turned into professional complainers?
No, that happened. That started like after the crack epidemic. Well, really during the crack epidemic.
Damn,
And I tell you how.
That's about 30 years.
That's 1985. That's 1985.
Yeah.
Let me explain to you how that went out, right? They put drugs and guns in the neighborhood so we destroy ourselves.
Mm.
Okay. But did anybody give instructions on processing and packaging, cooking, and selling that?
No. Because we could have took those drugs and took it to their neighborhood.
Thank you. So I don't want to hear any of that. I don't want to hear it. I ain't buying it, because then they always want to quote that movie, The Godfather. Because, niggas love quoting some movies. Remember when they had the meeting and the guy said, with the drugs, I don't want people to do it either. But, if it was in my city, I would keep it in the dark community with the dark people.
With the blacks.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, this was said in a movie in 1972.
Right.
But y'all still talking about they. Ain't nobody look. I ain't never smoked crack a day in my life. Ain't nobody put a doggone heater on nobody's head and said, here, put your lips on that glass and suck it.
I mean, they don't put a gun to your head and make you smoke it, but they can create a situation where hella people gonna smoke it, bro.
Really?
Yeah,
well, if that's the case, if that's the case, then
look at the
hold on. Now, let me throw one thing in there real quick. If that's the case, then why is it you got the public libraries in Chicago have always continually been the safest places in the hood? You ain't heard of nobody getting popped off or smoked at a public library in Chicago. Not one shooting yet.
Yeah, I ain't really heard of no shootings in no libraries, honestly.
See that? So come on now. I'm serious.
Your point is that
people need to stop making excuses and using excuses for their own behavior. You do what you want to do because you want to do that.
I agree with Mufasa on this point. The fact of the matter is that there's a group of people that outthink us in the way that you talk about now, OG. Although I respect your opinion. They've been overthinking us for over hundreds of years. For you to have that opinion, I don't know.
No, that's not an opinion. That's a fact.
We at the bottom for a reason, and it ain't because we think
and I'll
that.
Tell you why.
Go ahead, tell us why.
I'll tell you why. Because when doggone Kennedy stole that election, the mob in Chicago got him in office, and he didn't do what he's supposed to have did for the mob, and Momo got him smoked. They ran that black woman on repeat on TV forever. He was such a fine man. He did so much for colored people. Why did he kill that man? And all the black people, come here. And
Hey,
the rest is
you said
history.
something. You said something profound. You said who ran that? Who ran that on TV over and over again? You said they, right?
Yeah, the
They
media.
ran the media, and
The
they was
media.
brainwashing. They're brainwashing black
And when
people
nobody
with the
brainwashed, you
media.
stupid enough to believe. You stupid enough to
I
believe.
mean, you just said it. You said it. I didn't
No, no,
say it.
no, no. Hold on. You cut me off in the middle. Now you got an organization that's running doggone commercials or something that ain't brainwashing. You picking the easy way out because I don't know why black folk don't understand that initially black folks were Republicans and black folks were getting their come up on.
Yeah, the
The
party
same
was never
reason
that
why
way.
is that black people don't understand programming.
Yeah, the party was
Well, if
never.
somebody
You
don't
know what?
understand programming,
You got to
somebody
understand
needs to talk to
programming.
them.
We could
They
program the
need to
hell
get
out of
talked
some
to.
children to be stupid, and they'll come out stupid, no matter how independent they want to think. You can program black people to think dumb, to think that we're completely at the bottom, even though statistics would say something different. But as long as you program it, people will believe it.
You know
You see
what?
how that works?
There's a saying that the best trick a devil ever did was to make you think he don't exist.
Well,
To ignore
I'm
all the
from the.
shit that he's doing to
Oh,
bring about
okay.
an outcome and just blame black people. And
I,
this is my thing. No, this is my thing. Well, let me ask you a question real quick before you go. If you take crack, right? If you put crack in the community, the people don't have to take it, right? But isn't the person that put it out there wrong too? Aren't they both wrong? Like the person who took it and the one
Yeah,
that put
they're
it out
both
there?
wrong.
they wrong.
Okay, so then you can't just say it was just us doing something. We
No,
not wrong to blame both sides.
No,
no, but
no, no,
that
no.
just like
Hold on.
saying that.
I
Hold on,
wasn't
hold on,
saying
listen.
that.
Let me say something real quick. That's just like saying that is the Chinese man wrong for bringing in the goddamn putting the weave in there that got that's giving chicks brain cancer now and taking out their scalps. Like you can say that, but at the end of the day, once you know something is wrong and you still continue to do it, you get what I'm saying. You can't just sit up there and say that is wrong. Like once I'm gonna go with what Mr. Leonard said. He went back to the 80s, right? So I was out there in the 80s when the crack epidemic happened. So once that first couple of years and we saw how bad it was, at that point we could have stopped. We could have stopped. It was at that point, it was no more they was dropping it off. See, the thing about it, Mufasa, this is the only thing that is two things can be right at the same time. You right, they did drop it off. But after they dropped it off, after that, we started going to search for it. We started looking for the connects. We started going to Miami. We started going to New York. They just put it out there and set it up. They didn't know that we was gonna take it and run with it because that's what black people would do all the time. Let me tell you something, Jonathan. You probably weren't hearing this earlier. We was talking about you probably don't remember, Jonathan, because you're a young guy, y'all young bulls. But Leonard gonna know what I'm talking about. We was talking about the show The Dukes of Hazzard with the Daisy Dukes. It was a white girl that started up the Daisy Dukes. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But when black women got a hold to it, they took it and like when she did it, it was like classy. It wasn't even considered that sexual. She was like the classy white girl that work in a bar. You know what I'm saying? But when black women did it, they took it and it wasn't just skinny, fit white women. These big chicks that look like Stacey Abrams want to start wearing Daisy Dukes,
Oh
and they
Lord.
want to overly sexualize the thing and then destroyed the whole thing to the point that they went from Daisy Dukes to booty shorts. What I'm saying is that black people always have a tendency to take something that's regular and goddamn and go to the stream with it. Let's just go with the NBA. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to jump up in the air and put the ball in your asshole and spit it out through your mouth to put it in the goal. It's still 2 points. You get what I'm saying? It's 2 points, it's 3 points, and whatever. It's how you want to do with it. Black people, we have a flair, and that's why I consider black people. If we was in the 1800s, we would be considered the jesters. We would be considered the jesters of the court, the king jesters, the one that make them laugh, to do the jigs, do the dancing, and we extra as fuck. While everybody else is conquering, we want to be entertained. This is the last point, and I'm gonna get a mic back. I never forget during Katrina when people was out there dying, the chicks was getting raped, and they was out there killing. You had black men out there sitting up there when the cameras put on them. They want to go out there and be dancing in the rain, spinning around, dancing and swimming and jumping up like they having a good time while some shit is flooding. Like that's how we are. It's like it's entertainment or death. And I know it's not all of us, but it's the majority of us that is entertaining, being extra or deaf. And I pass the mic, man.
Okay, well, when you're talking about with the athleticism as of the NBA, now to put some correct history on that athleticism came from the ABA, the Red, White, and Blue Basketball League.
True.
The one that became very popular because of number 6, Julius Erving, Dr. J. So the NBA had to adapt to this new form of athleticism. Also, the three-point shot came from there too, because it was exciting. It wasn't so much a black thing; it was an exciting thing. Just look back.
It was definitely a black thing because black people was on.
No, it wasn't. No. It was excitement thing.
But who else was doing it?
You ever seen this? Look up some old footage of Pistol Pete Maravich. Man, that white boy, you couldn't defend him.
He had some ball handling skills. He wasn't dunking like that, like
he
Dr.
wasn't
J
dunking at all.
That's what I'm saying.
You couldn't. No. Come on now, work with me here. Work with me now. Now he on a fast break. You trying to defend him? He whip, score, long distance shooting and whatnot. Man,
yeah, but the excitement came from the black players in the ABA.
And the white players in the ABA too.
Nah,
it was the ABA as a whole.
You can name. I can name you the top players of the ABA in the white. It might have been
Go
one.
ahead.
The top two is just like you named. It was Dr. J. It was nobody else. He was the most populous one.
The Iceman. What about George Gervin?
George Gervin was cool. But what I'm saying
was cool, man. He had a title. He was called the Iceman. He was
I get it, but he still wasn't a household name. Dr.
Yes,
J,
he
Dr.
was.
He was not.
Yes, he was. The Iceman.
Maybe in Chicago he was, but in the South
no. Don't bring no city into it because Chicago did not have an ABA team.
I can tell you that when that was out, the only people that was talked about from the ABA was Dr. J. Before they merged.
Okay, you know what? Believe that if you want to. But if you look at the history, hear me out now. Look at the history of the ABA.
I get what you're saying.
Look at the documentary. You'll see names and be like, "Oh yeah, I remember." Oh, and that.
I get that part. Listen, Mr. Leonard. When we go to the basketball course, that's how you hear about people's names. When people say, "Hey, I'm this," and when the ABA was out, it was everybody wanted to be Dr. J. Nobody wanted to be Gervin or Irvin or Iceman. None of that shit. Not one single person that it was Dr. J or Moses Malone. Those were the only two people that was talked about.
Okay, I was hoping you was gonna bring Moses' name up. I was hoping. I was sitting here like I was trying to give you an out. Nah. You got Julius Erving, true to the true, right? And the Iceman, George Gervin, Moses Malone. You had some players on there.
Right.
You had your Pistol Pete Maravich. You had this one cat. I can't remember his name though. White dude. He couldn't play worth a damn, but the women was like, they loved dirty draws. And that's just like this player for the Bulls, Reggie Theus. Reggie Theus couldn't ball from shit, but the Bulls had a stadium full of women when Reggie Theus was playing. And don't mess around and foul them. They'll come out the stands and be wanting to whoop that ace. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you ain't gonna be hitting him like that. No, what you do? You don't knock him down in the game. Them black women will go berserk. They'll up that way. Oh, security. So yeah, it's a lot of stuff that and black people need to think more of themselves, of what's done as a doggone collective, as an American, opposed to all this separate whatever it is. It's like, no, come on now. Just stop it.
Let me ask you a question. We was talking about this earlier. Do you think that if let's say if we was the conquerors and white people was in Africa and we came over there to snatch them up to bring them to America, do you think that the way we are as black people, if we was a majority, you think we would have treated white people the way they treated us?
Yep.
Nah.
See, you trying to add emotion into something.
We emotional. That's what I'm saying.
You trying,
let me tell you something, Mr. Leonard. We don't have shows where we don't have black people up here sit up here talking about they feel sorry for Latinos.
Okay, check this out. If black folks are so doggone emotional, right? Why is it only? Why? Hold on. Now, why is it only doggone one Black American military member got smoked per week, every week, on average, of the 8-year Iraq war, but you got more blacks that smoke blacks in Chicago in a year than the whole doggone Iraq war? Explain that part to me.
But they're emotional. That's how these young niggas are.
They got nothing to do with emotional. That's straight stupidity. That's straight don't give a damn.
See, Mr. Leonard, you older, so you don't really be around these little YNs like that. They are emotional as shit. Like they kill each other.
It started somewhere, didn't it? Do you know what year was the highest murder rate ever in Chicago when I was growing up?
What you doing now? You pushing the goalposts at regular.
I'm not pushing the goalposts at all. Let me tell you.
What I'm saying is that
when is the last time? Name one city. Name one city in the United States.
Year. I want to know the year.
1974. It was 970.
was not born then. Thank God.
Thank you. Hold on now. 1974. It was 970 murders. We as children, we could not go outside and play. We had to play in the yard if we was outside because it was so hot. The whole city was hot.
That's a different time.
No YNs.
That was doing too much back then, OG.
I was doggone 10 years old. That's too young to be a YN. When I couldn't go outside and play.
Y'all didn't have that culture then. It wasn't a YN culture.
Are you insane?
The culture didn't exist then. It's impossible.
You know what? They changed it. They changed the name, but the doggone mentality is still the same.
No, it's a whole different
spokespeople is still the same. It don't make no sense. You gonna doggone smoke somebody that look just like you, that may have a doggone distant relative that's a relative of yours, right? A 3 degrees of separation situation over what? A color? Over what? A region that they grew up in? Because I grew up in Inglewood. I'm supposed to be
that's what I'm trying to tell you, Mr. Leonard. That's a Chicago thing with the color shit.
Well, okay. Well, LA. What about LA then?
What I'm saying is I stay in Atlanta, and these young niggas ain't killing by no color.
You stay in Atlanta, and you know what? Let me tell you about Atlanta.
Please
Atlanta has been overrun by outsiders.
Right.
So find you an Atlantean that was born and raised in Atlanta from back in the day and is still there. No, Atlanta is full of implants. Atlanta is a small New York, Chicago.
Mr. Leonard, that's the outskirts. The Atlanta, the people
that ain't the outskirts, that's the inskirts. Do you know the first place I DJ'd at? In 1986.
Hold on, Mr. Leonard. Now you telling me I ain't finna tell you about Chicago because you from there, and you can't tell me about Atlanta. I'm born and raised.
Yes, I can because I moved to Atlanta.
Now it doesn't matter if you moved there.
Now it don't matter.
I don't care, Mr. Leonard. Your old ass can't tell me about God. I can't tell you about Chicago if I moved there. You get what I'm saying? No,
the young people cannot accept wisdom.
No, it ain't
That's it.
wisdom.
That is that is right
Listen,
there. Because I tell you,
listen. Oh,
hold
listen,
on.
Leonard.
Oh my
Just
goodness.
because you old as fuck don't mean
It
that
ain't
you
got
right
that's the
about
same argument.
everything,
Just
bro.
because you old enough don't mean you know more than me.
That's
I'm trying to
what I'm
explain a
saying.
point to you, and you're not even letting me
You can't
explain.
explain. You can't explain nothing about
Yes,
a
I
city where
can.
I'm born and raised at, where you don't live at.
Do you remember?
Let me tell you what don't make no sense. That's just like me moving to Chicago and I lived there for 5 or 6 years, even if I stayed there for 10 years, and I said, hold on, and I try to tell you about Chicago where you born and raised. That's some old Negro, dumb shit. I'm born and raised still in Atlanta, and you gonna try to tell me about Atlanta
Ain't that Georgia like to play?
I don't give a fuck if you got the Georgia
I
flag
know.
in the
Now just
background.
stop it. Just stop it. Just stop it.
You need
Now,
to stop that
you
old
know where
Negro Babble shit, bro.
Man, you know where Allen Temple Projects was at. You know
Yeah,
about the little
it's
spot.
still
You know about that little
there.
spot they had in the front of it, the little clubhouse used to have parties, right?
It's still there,
Yeah.
Mr. Leonard.
And that's the first spot I DJ'd at when I touched down in Atlanta in 1986. They called it TS1.
How
right?
long did you live in Atlanta?
I lived in Atlanta, about a year then? Then I did the military thing, and I've been all over the place. But I've been back and forth in Georgia all day long.
Then you don't
Now, I got
know more
people,
than someone who's been there
I'm
all
not
their
saying I
life.
know more.
That's
I'm
not
saying I
possible.
know about Atlanta. You can go to Atlanta. See, he don't want to listen.
You can learn
go
about
to
it.
Atlanta.
You can learn about the whole Atlanta in a
and
year.
you can go to a club in Atlanta. You can go to a club in Atlanta, and you can have a bottle of water. The DJ can drink that bottle of water, and he can throw it into the crowd, and it will hit just as many people that are not from Atlanta as the people that were born and raised.
That's true, though. But not in
Thank you.
Allen
That's
Temple,
what
though.
I'm trying to say. That's all I'm trying to say. Atlanta is a doggone melting pot city with a lot of people that came from what they call up top, from all them hoods up top, and they came down here with all that doggone.
It is a metropolitan city.
Huh?
You're right. It is a metropolitan city now.
Exactly.
Yeah, but what I'm telling you, the core people that's from there still live in the city of Atlanta. Atlanta's made up a lot of counties like Cobb County, Clayton County.
Atlanta's not made up of Cobb County. Atlanta is in Fulton County, Georgia, period.
No, it's not.
The rest of the place is called Metro Atlanta.
Exactly, and that's what you talk about.
So Metro don't mean Atlanta.
Listen what I'm trying to tell you, Ms. Lee. Do you know how many people is in Metro Atlanta?
I'm one of them, but I don't know.
Exactly.
I don't know.
It's only about 68,000 people.
68,000 people in Metro Atlanta?
In the city of Atlanta.
No, it's like 500. Okay.
That's the Metro Atlanta. That's the surrounding.
That's not the Metro Atlanta. Okay, hold on.
My God,
we'll do it like this. We'll do it like this. I'm old, but I'm using this young folk technology. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna use young folk technology. Hold on. What's the total population in the city of Atlanta?
Population of Atlanta is approximately 530,000 residents.
530,000 residents in the city alone.
It's impossible for it to be 500,000
okay.
in the city. They add them together. Hold on. Let me explain to you real quick, Miss Elena. You have Fulton, and then you have Fulton County. They combine both of those numbers together.
Fulton and Fulton County.
That's why you have the two different.
Okay.
That's why you have the Atlanta, just like you have the Atlanta police, and then you have the Fulton County Sheriff.
What's the population of Fulton County, Georgia? 1.1 million.
Georgia has an estimated population of approximately 1.1 million residents.
Yeah.
Okay, so
they combined it too.
That's Fulton County.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's the way they do it now.
No, bro. You know what? You trying to push numbers in the wrong direction.
I'm not trying to push the numbers.
Hold on.
How they count? Once the city became a metropolitan city, that's the way they count it now. They don't even count it by the city anymore. They count it by. Let me tell you something. Anytime when they even talk about Atlanta no more, they talk about it in counties. Anytime you go on the news, they don't say this happened in Riverdale. They'll say this
They
happened in
talk
Clayton
about it.
County.
They talk about it
Don't
because that's
tell
the
me how
county
they
that the
talk
city
about
is
it,
located
Mr.
in.
Leonard, and you only been there a year.
They say that because that's where it happened.
All right, Mr. Leonard.
Okay.
Leonard, let's talk about Chicago, bro.
What county is Lithonia in, the city?
That's DeKalb County.
Okay, so there you go. They say in DeKalb County today, Lithonia, 15 people got smoked.
But that could be,
Lithonia is the
but
city.
it's like 6
They don't
cities.
say that they don't consider Lithonia as Atlanta.
Leonard, the DeKalb County has 6 cities in it.
Ain't that where Stone Mountain is at?
Yeah, you got Stone Mountain, Decatur, you got Clarkston. You get what I'm saying? It's like 6 cities in DeKalb County. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Tucker, you got Smoke Rise. Don't forget about them too.
Right, that's what I'm trying to tell you. They don't even name the cities anymore. They just call it all Atlanta. Then they talk about the county.
But that don't make it Atlanta. That's DeKalb County.
I understand that. That's why the chick, I forgot the chick rapper. She was saying that but they call it Atlanta. It's
because you call something
the Gulf
that
of
don't
America.
make it true.
I understand that. Well, we're not talking about where it started.
Rachel Dolezal called herself black and she wasn't. Come on now, talk to me quick. Don't talk to me slick.
But it doesn't matter what's the truth. It matters what it is. It doesn't matter what they call it.
Hold on. You just said something monumentous.
Mm-hmm.
The truth and what it is, aren't they the same thing?
No.
They're not? Hold on. Now,
no.
These are wire cutters, right?
Is that come on, man. Don't act your age all the time. What I'm saying is that the people that's from Atlanta, that's born and raised, we understand what the truth is, but we can't change the fact that every news company, from Fox News, from WMAZ, from the radio stations, we can't help that everybody now in the city, they call it Atlanta. So of course the people in Atlanta, we know the truth, but if goddamn you got 5 million people there, and all of them. Hold on for a second. Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter if the people, when they go to Decatur or they go to South DeKalb Mall or Stonecrest Mall, and they all call in Atlanta. Who am I to say, well, originally this wouldn't be considered Atlanta? You just go with what it is, because the majority, but the majority speaks. The exception doesn't negate the rule. Right now, they call it all Atlanta. Now, I understand what you're saying. I understand that what you're saying, but we're the minority. The people that's from here, which is me, born and raised, I am the minority. The majority is the people that's from all over. So they make the rules. Now I can sit up here and say, hey, that ain't the real Atlanta. And these motherfuckers sitting up here, 5 million people gonna be like, no, all of this is Atlanta. So that's what I'm saying about, I know the truth, but the truth doesn't matter if the majority is calling it Nippolopolis.
Yo, Leonard.
Well,
Leonard,
I'm like this. It would be nice if Buckhead. Hold on, I'll be real quick too. It'd be nice if Buckhead could cut themselves off like they've been trying to do and be their own city, and they're no longer associated with Atlanta.
I hear you. I agree. Right, so Leonard, what you think about the topic, man? What attracted you to the show? You got any opinion?
Because the show was on.
Okay. What you think about
whenever I can come on here, I'm on here.
Okay.
I'm a supporter of the channel.
You on here.
Well, what do you think about the electoral map that drawed the United States? You was talking about Atlanta. Trump is drawing. Hold on.
Nothing else about Atlanta.
Hold on. Trump is drawing the map of you people. Might be Black Americans might not even have Congress anymore in that Senate or whatever you want to have there.
That's good.
So what you supposed to talk about that? What's good about it?
Good. That means that black people can't sit
I'm trying to understand the question he was asking.
That means that
And my
black people
thing,
can't. That means that black people can't sit around and just all come around every 2 years and tell you how bad you doing and that you're gonna be back in chains, and then white people gonna put you back in slavery just to keep their jobs while they go in Congress and do absolutely nothing. Cause that's all they do.
That's it. Now check this out. Now I know there's something, and you're gonna look at this here. Now you seen who doggone got the Democratic nomination for governor, right?
Oh, Keisha, no bottom.
Thank you. No, she dragging a wagon now, but
Yeah, that shit. She wearing a girdle.
well, I don't know. I still do her. But
Yeah.
now remember the 4th of July when
Mm,
Sequoia Turner lost her life, the little 8-year-old girl?
right.
Remember that? Then 2 days later, that Monday, she sent the doggone bulldozers in to bulldoze all that area over there. Then when they wanted to interview her, all of a sudden, one of her kids came home COVID positive, so they had to doggone quarantine.
Right.
Wasn't that convenient to
Oh
get her
yeah.
out the press? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. She
Man, I
was
wouldn't
watching.
vote for her for dog catcher.
She ran the
so
whole
so
COVID thing back. She wasn't a good mayor in Atlanta, and she left us in debt. Like she's not gonna get governor.
Exactly. And
so you
and
people are not
and you
scared.
look at the defund the police and all this other stuff. I'm quite sure you saw footage of them doggone nigglets over there at that
So
Wendy's slapping police officers upside the head in
Yeah,
their area,
yeah.
talking about and it was a
so
hands-off
high
approach.
value so hold on. High value Tyrone. So you're not scared that you might not have somebody that look like you in whatever in the government there. So the white people will be the one speaking on behalf of you. That what you like, man?
We don't need tokenism.
Exactly. Thank
I
you.
mean, y'all like tokenism in Africa. We don't need no tokenism here. We don't need nobody to be representing us just because they look like us and they ain't doing shit for us. Like what I'm
Thank
saying
you.
is this is what they do, Kadola. They come around they don't show up no other time but around elections and tell you how much
Mm-hmm.
you poor, you broke, you dumb. You know what I'm saying? Is
You
everybody
destitute.
else's fault, and you need to pray to God and listen to God and vote for the Democrats. And after you do that, they gone. So what they do is
For
they
another
go
2
run
years.
behind the Latinos. They go run behind the Latinos and support them because